Section 36 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 36. Monday 21. I am kept in peace. Preached twice yesterday and met the society. J. Hartley is sick. I see there is no way like prayer for the life of my own soul. Some lazy, backsliding people among us are gone after the Nicolites. Let them go, for they were become as salt that had lost its savor. We want no such people. I preached at the drawbridge to about 200 people. Spoke on Ye Cannot Serve God and Mammon. Was clear and searching. Mr. Blank, who has been a man much in pursuit of the world, and who was condemned by our friends in his conduct, rose up after I had done, and said he was the man pointed at, and desired another hearing. Tuesday 22. Rode to Andrew Purdon's, had about 60 people, and spoke on Luke 11:28. Blessed are they that hear the word of God and keep it. Met the class. John Beecham and Dr. Bonus both professed sanctification. I hope it is so. The society is much increased, but all is not gold that shines. Wednesday 23. I rode to Shaw's. It came up cold and snowed. Had about 50 people. A solid society, tender, and in a measure faithful. I have been much in haste these 2 days, had but little time for prayer and private duties. But I take mornings and nights, and am resolved that if not in the day, I will have it at night and morning. I was tried in getting off. Called at 2 of the friends' houses, and had prayer, and had my trials also. Spoke at Shaw's on 1 John 3:10. Felt warm in spirit, although I suffered on the road with cold. Have read but little, but am laboring for souls. Thursday 24. Rode 10 miles out and 10 miles in to Joseph Wyatt's, about 200 people. A very cold day. Spoke on Titus 2:11 to the end. Was much let out and kept in peace all day. Friday 25. A day of fasting and rest. Sorely tempted. This made me think that had I gone to preach, or to town and met class, it would not have been the case. So I must for the future be more employed, for this is the will of God concerning me. This morning I read the Testament, and had a good time in general this week, but oh, the workings of heart I labor under. Have spent much time in prayer night and morning. I am much let out at such times. Saturday 26. Rode to Boyer's and met society. Most of the hearers present met in class. Spoke as searching as possible, and gave an exhortation. The people were much stirred up. At night I was greatly engaged in prayer. Sunday 27. Spoke from Luke 11:24-27. There were many people and a good time. I showed how the devil is cast out, and how he returns. Then rode to Dover, and came in just as church was ended. I preached with great labor on Acts 24:25. Some had eaten and drank more than enough, and were fit to go to sleep, but the greater part were attentive. But oh, what a continual burden have I to come and preach here. Went home with Lawyer Bassett, a very conversant and affectionate man, who, from his own acknowledgments, appears to be sick of sin. His wife is under great distress. A gloom of dejection sits upon her soul. She prayeth much, and the enemy takes an advantage of her low state. Monday 28. I rode to Shaw's, spoke at 3 o'clock on Acts 28:28. I was blessed with a calm, sweet frame, and had great ease and freedom in my soul and subject. An attentive congregation. I feel a peculiar love to these people, and expect if Mr. Bassett ever comes to God, he is to preach. I have been kept in peace, and am ready to think sometimes God has saved me from all sin, properly so called. Satan made one sudden stroke at me, but I looked to God. Last Sunday morning I was drawn out in prayer and felt the effect in a particular manner in preaching at Boyer's. The word went like fire. A little of it in the evening, but there is so much pride, and so much of unbelief in the Dover people, that a man needs the faith and power of Stephen to bear up and speak to them. Tuesday, 29. Rode to Scotton's, had about 50 people. They were disappointed in expecting me the day before, and I was misinformed. I spoke with liberty on 1 Timothy 1:5. The roads were bad, beyond my expectation. I rode on horseback, returned to Shaw's, took dinner, heard of freeborn Garretson's being put in jail in Dorset. So Satan has stretched his chain. But this shall work for good. Spent a night with Mr. McGaw, had great satisfaction in conversing with him relative to his having a closer connection with us. Wednesday, March 1, 1780. Rode 12 miles to the chapel. 4 or 5 miles the roads were so bad that I was obliged to get out of the carriage and walk. I came late and much fatigued. Spoke on Matthew 5:16. Let your light so shine before men. Spoke freely and was blessed. The work revives here, and over in Queen Anne's County, a few miles distant from this. Through bad roads with difficulty, I rode to Fathead's Mills, stayed that night, could not get to Choptank. Thursday, 2. Heard of Mr. Peterkin's death. He died last night. I came to his house and went to Thomas White's. Find it is a fact that Brother Garretson was put into jail last Sunday. Friday, 3. Rose between 4 and 5 o'clock and prayed some time. Have begun reading Robertson's History of Scotland in 2 volumes. Went to Stradley's, spoke on Revelation 3:20 with liberty. Met class, came back, and spoke a few words to the people who were met to put the remains of James Peterkin in the ground. At the repeated solicitations of Mrs. M. White, I attended those old people in life and death. Saturday, 4. I wrote to Petticord and Cromwell, and have appointed Joshua Dudley for Dorset. He is qualified by law. Rested and read Robertson's 1st volume. Oh, what treachery and policy attendeth courts! And how does court policy, without design, give way to a reformation? This has been the case in England and Scotland. Sunday, 5. I went to church and heard Mr. Neal preach a good sermon on Oh, that they were wise. I preached at Edward White's on Micah 6:6-8. The subject was too labored for the congregation, yet searching, and the people were solemn. Monday, 6. I was kept close in reading the 1st volume of the History of Scotland, and was kept in quiet. In the morning I rode to Brother Garretson to comfort him under his imprisonment. Tuesday, 7. A rainy day, but went to my appointment. There were a few people. I spoke on Ephesians 1:8-9, and had great liberty. I think a certain person here that has been a high churchwoman will yet be a Methodist. Called at Vincent Dorothy's, took dinner, talked and prayed with the family. I am to preach at his house. Wednesday, 8. I rose at 5 and began reading in Mr. Wesley's notes on the Acts of the Apostles. This day I visited the widow Cox, who has nearly lost her reason. She was pleased to see me, and showed some tenderness and intervals of reason, though I had but little satisfaction with her. Lectured on Jeremiah 3:15-19, and was blessed. Came back to Thomas White's. Thursday, 9. I am under a gloomy heaviness through manifold temptations. Read Mr. Wesley's notes on the Epistle to the Romans. Some of his sentiments I have adopted, and thought them my own. Perhaps they are not, for I may have taken them first from him. Prayed often, and shut myself up. I find meditating on past unfaithfulness humiliating, but I must go on. Pondering my ways so much dejects and weakens my faith. Lord, keep me. Keep me, gracious Lord, and never let me go. I met class at night, though none but the Whites' families. It was made a blessing, and made me examine my own heart. Friday 10. I rose between 4 and 5 o'clock, spent some time in private prayer and with the families, read Mr. Wesley's notes on 1 Corinthians, and ended the reading of the second book of Kings, in my reading in course the Bible through. Tomorrow I am to go down into the Northwest Fork, where I am told the Lord revives his work. In the evening was unwell, and went to bed early. Saturday 11. Rose under some exercise of soul, set off for the Fork about 11 o'clock, stopped at Brother Gosley's, fed my horse, and heard of the severity used to Brother Garretson in Cambridge jail, and that they would not let the people come to speak with him. All this shall work for good, and we will rejoice that we are counted worthy to suffer for righteousness' sake. Found it bad traveling. When I came into by-roads, my horse nearly overset, but with difficulty came to White Brown's, and was blessed in praying with and speaking to the family. Sunday 12. Rode to Turpin's, and fear something is the matter here. I cannot preach with freedom, and am not happy. Spoke on Ezekiel 18:19, in Light and Liberty, and as searching as I well could. Monday 13. Received a letter from Brother Garretson. His enemies are softened towards him. I think the Lord will deliver me yet from all evil. I heard Cromwell was put in jail, but did not credit it. I labor to be more spiritual and to be holy in heart and life. I rode to John Cannon's and spoke on John 1:8-9, had liberty. There were about 100 people and some little stir. One of the sons has a religious frenzy. He was panic-struck and prayed some hours. He kneeled down in time of preaching. He may be sincere and come to something. Rode to Morgan Williams's, met Brother Lowry, now rejoicing in God, his backslidings healed, and his soul restored. Received another letter from Brother Garretson, wherein he informs me the people want to get rid of him, and that they are not so cruel to him as formerly, nor to the people who visit him. Tuesday 14. Rose in peace, spent near an hour in retirement, and was blessed. Read some chapters in the Bible. My soul is kept in peace. Glory be to God. I wrote to Philip Rogers and spent my time till noon in reading, writing, and prayer. Wednesday 15. Brother Garretson expects to come out of jail by the favor of the Governor and Council of Maryland, in spite of his foes. So the Lord works for us. In Somerset they are using some of Bishop Warburton's works against Mr. Wesley and Mr. Whitefield. I was much blessed in speaking at Spencer Hitch's on Titus 3:2-8, to nearly 200 serious people. Their prejudices wear off. It is to be observed, bad as these people were, they never persecuted us, as they have done at some other places. It cannot be for our being falsely reported to be Tories, for in Somerset some of our greatest enemies are of that stamp. Thursday 16. I have peace. Rose at 5 o'clock, read the Scriptures, ended the first book of Chronicles. Last night I gave an exhortation. A young girl wept enough to break her heart. I hope she will seek the Lord. I am kept in faith, and feel my heart much melted and moved to poor opposers, and can pray for them as I do for myself. Friday 17. Rose at 5 o'clock, prayed, and read a while in an old author, who warmly attacks popery in its capital errors, and in a strong, argumentative manner, but is full of Greek and Latin quotations. I rode to Johnstown, and from thence to William Law's. Met Freeborn Garretson, who came out of jail by order of the Governor and Council of Maryland, who had sent to the Governor of Delaware to know if F. Garretson were not a fugitive, and had received satisfactory information. Brother Garretson preached on Matthew 25:10, and they that were ready went in with him to the marriage, and the door was shut. I spoke a few words after him. 1. That the way some kept off conviction was by neglect of prayer. 2. Some not uniform in prayer. 3. Others never intended to give up all sin. 4. Others rest in present attainments and take pride in what God hath done for them, and fall away. And closed with an application suited to the cases and consciences of the people. Saturday, 18. Rose at 4 o'clock and spent some time in prayer. Brother Garretson took my place and appointments. We drew some outlines for our conference while together. I preached at John Lewis's on John 8:31-37, and had great liberty, and more people than I expected, as it rained. Sunday, 19. Preached at Alexander Law's and spoke searchingly. The people were attentive. Some Presbyterians brought to think very seriously. I rode to William Law's and spoke on 2 Thessalonians 1:7-13, had living liberty, and I hope not in vain. Monday, 20. Rose early, wrote an hour, and then rode 24 miles to Caleb Furby's to preach. Was late, but came before Caleb Boyer had done meeting the class. Spoke on John 3:24 and felt quickenings. Went home with Waitman Skipple. He and Philip Barrett determined to go about the chapel, and to set it near the drawbridge. Tuesday, 21. Rode to Purdon's and had many people. Spoke on Malachi 3:16-18. Had much power in speaking. Then rode to Choptank to the funeral of James Peterkin and Elizabeth his wife, at Thomas White's. Wednesday, 22. Mr. McGaw preached the funeral sermon of J. and Elizabeth Peterkin in Mr. White's barn. There were about 400 people. I only stood as clerk. Joseph Cromwell gave an exhortation, pretty long and rough. Mr. Neal gave an exhortation. Mr. McGaw and myself returned to the baptizing the children. I have been collecting all the minutes of our conferences in America, to assist me in a brief history of the Methodists, and an account of our principles. Thursday, 23. Rose early, have some trials among my friends, but it is all well, God is with me. Company is not agreeable at all times, but the will of the Lord be done, if he calls me to it. Good Friday, 24. A cloudy day. It began raining when I was a few miles on my way. I could not turn back. About 11 o'clock it cleared away. I came to the chapel. There were about 40 people. Spoke on Isaiah 53:10, then rode to Brother Shaw's and was much blessed, as I always am in this family. I have deep and sore trials. The remembrance of them depresses my soul. Saturday, 25. Have peace of soul, but am not enough given up to God. I purpose to be more devoted to God in prayer and meditation. Rode to Boyer's and met the society. The people appeared to be more alive to God than when I was here last. Preached on 2 Timothy 2:18-19, and had much light and liberty. Sunday, 26. Rode to church where we had a smooth, sensible discourse on 1 Peter 1:3. I attended the communion. Communicants increase daily, for people get awakened by us. When this is the case, they go to the Lord's Supper. In the afternoon I preached. Many flocked to hear, it being Easter Sunday. Spoke plainer than ever on Acts 17:18. Had enlargement of heart. The church minister was present. Monday, 27. Called at the Reverend Mr. McGaw's, spent an hour, changed books and sentiments, and came off to Mrs. Beecham's. Then to Purdon's. There were near 200 people. Spoke on 1 Peter 1:7-12. Was blessed, and felt some things I spoke. Nothing but hard trials could make me speak so. Tuesday, 28. I wrote to Stradley's and spoke on 1 Peter 3:18 with great opening. Entered deep into the nature of Christ's sufferings and some sublime truths of the gospel. Wednesday, 29. Spent what time I had to spare in transcribing from Robert Walker a part of one of his sermons to the preachers, and put it in my selections. I went to preach at Vincent Dorothy's and spoke on Luke 24:25-26. Made a faithful discharge of truth to the people. They were attentive. I have been very much exercised in mind. The time for leaving this place draws nigh. Never was confinement in one state, Delaware, so trying to me. Lord, help me, I am weak. At night I went to Edward White's and gave an exhortation. Was greatly troubled in mind. Thursday, 30. I am going to Sussex on my way to the quarter meeting at the Fork. I fear there will be great commotions this summer. God only knows what the end of these things will be. But blessed are those people that are found watching. I lost my way and wandered into the swamp, and feared I must lie in the woods, but came to a friend's house, and then pushed on and reached Mr. Polk's about 7 o'clock. Read a wonderful book against Methodists, but it will do no great harm. Friday, 31. Waked before 3 o'clock, though I did not go to bed till after 10 o'clock. Was weather-bound, and read the second volume of Robertson's History of Scotland. The fate of unfortunate Mary Queen of Scots was affecting, and the admired Queen Elizabeth does not appear to advantage in the Scotch history. Prayed an hour this morning, and retired twice. Used abstinence, though not so severe as I commonly use on Fridays. Saturday, April 1, 1780. Rose about 3:30 o'clock, and set out for Broad Creek. Was kept in peace all the way. When in temptation, I pray, and it flies. Came in about 3 o'clock, and found that the spirit of lying and fury reigned. I received a satisfactory letter from William Moore. He hopes a reconciliation will take place in Virginia, if healing measures are adopted. Sunday, 2. Rose about 6 o'clock. I lay in a dark room, and was a little unwell. I am kept near to God, but under some dejection. I believe it was because the people of this house are not right toward God. Spoke today on Acts 28:22. As for this sect, we know that everywhere it is spoken against. Spoke long and freely, but the people were not greatly moved. Preached in the afternoon at George Moore's on 1 Peter 4:18. If the righteous are scarcely saved, etc., and a blessing followed. Monday, 3. Rose at 5 o'clock, spent some time in prayer, and my reading in course to the 23rd Psalm. Preached at Thomas Jones's to about 60 careless, ignorant people. Had very little comfort. Spoke from 2 Timothy 2:19. Read in the afternoon the appendix to the History of Scotland. I am in heaviness through the deadness of the people, and the lies of the wicked about us, of which there appear to be enough. And it does seem now as if they could freely shed our blood. Lord, give me faith and patience. The present state of things is, report, say they, and we will report it. Nothing can come amiss. All is fish that comes to the net. The wicked will say anything. Yes, all manner of evil against us. Tuesday, 4. There came on rain, but I went to Gidding Bradley's. There were about 40 people, though it rained rapidly. Spoke on Revelation 3:20, and was much blessed. Then returned to George Moore's. Wednesday, 5. A snowy morning. Rode to Levin Bacon's. There were about 30 people. I was let out to speak close to them, and some felt it to the heart. Thursday, 6. Rode to Mr. Freeney's. I preached from 2 Chronicles 7:14, and was led, though with labor, to deliver my soul to them. Set off to go 7 miles, through a dreary road and deep swamps, to Callaway's. Came in about 7 o'clock, and found liberty as soon as I came. God has a people in these rude wastes. I expect to go, after preaching, to the seaside. Friday, 7. About 3 days ago I was moved to pray for good weather, when I saw what a condition we should be in. There is a change in the weather. I have peace this morning, and my heart is lifted up to God in thankfulness. An appearance of good weather. Blessed be God. Though when the weather was so uncomfortable I was tempted to murmur, "Lord, pardon me in this also." Surely what the Lord does is right, whether he does it against a single person or to a whole nation. Preached at Callaway's on 2 Peter 3:18, and was blessed. There were about 50 souls, an attentive, feeling people. After preaching, I rode 30 miles to the seaside. There met Brother Garretson, confident that God had, in a vision of the night, sanctified him. Saturday, 8. Went to the sea and bathed, though cold, and then rode about 9 miles from Evans's to Gray's. Our quarterly meeting began. I preached on Romans 5:6-7, and had liberty. The Baptists show their enmity, and go from house to house persuading weak people to be dipped, and not to hear the Methodists, and they bring their preachers in our absence. End of section 36. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 37 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 37. Sunday, 9. I have peace. It has been very rainy, but clear this morning. We had a great day, preached on 1 John 5:19. We know that we are of God, and the whole world lieth in wickedness. Brother Garretson exhorted, there was some melting. John Cooper spoke to purpose. Joseph Cromwell brought up the rear with great success. The people were serious. Monday, 10. I have peace of soul, but too much talk like trifling. The devil throws his firebrands, but grace is sufficient. I appointed Brother Wyatt to keep the ground against the Baptists, and to supply our places here instead of the traveling preachers that are going to conference. For John's people intend to come a-fishing about when we are gone. We had a love feast at 8 o'clock. Many spoke in a very feeling manner. God was with us at 11 o'clock. I preached on 2 Corinthians 4:12. Brother Cromwell and Brother Garretson exhorted. The people were moved at what was said, though simple, and the same things he frequently says. But he is a man of God, and their spiritual father. Tuesday, 11. We rode 50 miles to Choptank. Wednesday, 12. I was employed in writing a short history of the Methodists, also in preparing my papers for conference. I am going from my home, Thomas White's. Thursday, 13. I set off for Richard Shaw's in Kent, and came in about 5 o'clock and kept a watch evening. I spoke on 1 Corinthians 16:13-14. Caleb Petticord exhorted. Friday, 14. A day of fasting. I was employed in preparing my paper for conference. Caleb Petticord is my scribe. I am under some apprehensions that trouble is near. Thomas McClure is confined sick in Philadelphia. Henry Kennedy and William Adams are dead. So the Lord cuts off the watchmen of Israel. But sure I am that it is better to die early than to live, though late, to dishonor God. Saturday, 15. I spent the afternoon with Mr. McGaw. Sunday, 16. Rode 12 miles and preached at the chapel on Psalms 122:6-8. Had some life among the people, but I fear they did not properly understand me. Preached at Richard Shaw's my farewell sermon on Acts 21:32. The people were solemn, but not deeply affected with a sense of the worth of their souls. Monday, 17. Our quarter meeting began. Our little chapel with galleries held about 700, but there were, I judge, near 1,000 people. I preached on Philippians 1:27. Only let your conversation be as it becometh the gospel of Christ. Tuesday, 18. After love feast, Mr. McGaw read prayers, and Mr. Neal preached a good sermon on Feed My Sheep. Brother Garretson and myself exhorted. The power of God was present in the love feast. Many spoke in our meeting with light, life, and liberty. Wednesday, 19. I left Mr. Emery's, where we were very kindly entertained in the dreary forest. They live well. These people were brought off their prejudices by Mr. McGaw's preaching in the chapel. They and their family connections promise fair. Brother Garretson spoke on Ye Now Have Sorrow. But he could not move the people here as at the seaside. They are cooler, and he is not their spiritual father. Thursday, 20. Set off for Baltimore and called at Mr. McGaw's. We parted in much affection. Called at Mr. Bassett's and had a warm conversation with Warner Mifflin. We prayed, and Mrs. Bassett made a confession of finding peace. We rode to Solomon Simons's. Friday, 21. We rode to Robert Thompson's, Maryland, Cecil County. Dined, prayed, and spoke close to him, who had fainted in his mind, being now left alone. We came to Susquehanna River a little before sunset, and passed over in the night. Rode 6 miles in the dark, and a bad road. But Providence has preserved me hitherto. I had a very tender feeling for the people I left behind. This makes me think I must return. Saturday, 22. I could not pray for our friends we left behind without weeping. We rode to Mr. Gough's, Baltimore County. My friends appeared very joyful to see me. Brother Glendenning had his objections to make, and pleaded some in favor of the Virginia brethren, who had made a division. Footnote: see what a poor unsettled creature this Glendenning ever was. This was long before he went into his mighty trances, visions, etc., that he talks so much about. No wonder that a person of his selfish temper should behave as he has done to his brethren the Methodists. W.S. End of footnote. We prayed after dinner, and God was with us. I had cause to talk more than I desired. Sunday, 23. Lord, give me wisdom that is profitable to direct. This is a dumb Sabbath. I have no freedom to preach. There are strange changes. What has taken place with our brethren seems parallel with the commotions of the southward, and the same spirit. I am kept in peace, through grace, and am casting my care upon the Lord. If I cannot keep up old Methodism in any other place, I can in the peninsula. That must be my last retreat. Spent some time in private, and prepared some conditions for a partial reconciliation in hopes to bring on a real one in Virginia. Brother Garretson preached in the afternoon on these words: disallowed indeed of men, but chosen of God and precious. He was short and profitable. I prayed with my heart full. Met Brother Selby, whom I have not seen for near 6 years, one of my old friends from New York, driven about by the commotions of the present times. He, with great joy, fell upon my neck and wept. I am more moved than ever before, with leaving and meeting my friends. These are humbling times, and make the Christians love one another. I found the spirits of the preachers much melted and softened. I hope things will be made easy. Monday, 24. We made a plan for the appointment of the preachers. Received 3 epistles from the Jerseys soliciting 3 or 4 preachers, with good tidings of the work of God reviving in those parts. The petitioners I shall hear with respect. I am kept in peace. Praise the Lord, O my soul. Rode to Baltimore, and my friends were much rejoiced to see me, but silence broke my heart. The act against non-jurors reduced me to silence, because the oath of fidelity required by the Act of the State of Maryland was preposterously rigid. I became a citizen of Delaware, and was regularly returned. I was at this time under recommendation of the Governor of Delaware as taxable. Tuesday, 25. Our conference met in peace and love. We settled all our northern stations. Then we began in much debate about the letter sent from Virginia. We first concluded to renounce them, then I offered conditions of union. 1. That they should ordain no more. 2. That they should come no farther than Hanover Circuit. 3. We would have our delegates in their conference. 4. That they should not presume to administer the ordinances where there is a decent episcopal minister. 5. To have a union conference. These would not do, as we found upon long debate, and we came back to our determinations, although it was like death to think of parting. At last a thought struck my mind, to propose a suspension of the ordinances for 1 year, and so cancel all our grievances, and be one. It was agreed on both sides, and Philip Gatch and Reuben Ellis, who had been very stiff, came into it, and thought it would do. Wednesday, 26. Preached on Acts 6:4 with liberty. Thursday, 27. Read the advice to preachers. At 12 o'clock we had a melting love feast. Preachers and people wept like children. At night I preached on Acts 2:48 with great liberty to about 600 people. Joseph Cromwell and Freeborn Garretson spoke. At the recommendation of the conference, William Waters, too. These 3 volunteered and were to be my spokesmen. Myself and Brother Garretson are going to the Virginia Conference to bring about peace and union. I am kept in peace through much business, little sleep, cold weather, and damp. Lord, return and visit us. Friday, 28. I have peace and am going to Brother Lynch's this day. I had a melting sense of divine love upon my heart after dinner. This family professeth sanctification. Whether this be so in the fullest sense I know not. But this I know, that they are much more spiritual than ever I knew them. So far it is well, and we go upon safe ground. Saturday, 29. Rode to Mr. Gough's. This is a good house to do business at. Sunday, 30. I went to the Fork Preaching House, an Episcopalian minister preaching just by. Spoke on Psalm 78, 4-8. It was not made a great blessing to the people. I was much tried to know if the subject was proper, and I think it was. I could not make choice of any other. Spoke at Mr. G's on 1 Peter 1, 5-10. Had only the family to preach to. This is not like Kent in Delaware for life and congregations. There were many of us, and much talking prevented my reading, writing, and praying. Monday, May 1, 1780. I am going to Virginia. Am kept, but not so much employed for God as I ought to be. Preached at Baltimore on John 5:19. A rainy night, but many came to hear. Tuesday, 2. I rode to John Worthington's and spoke at night. God was present. I once had an opportunity of seeing Charles Scott, apparently full of the Holy Ghost. But what is he now? He died in a drunken reverie. Wednesday, 3. I rode to Georgetown, from thence to William Adams's in Virginia. Came in late and fatigued. Thursday, 4. Prepared some papers for a Virginia conference. I go with a heavy heart, and fear the violence of a party of positive men. Lord, give me wisdom. I preached at the chapel in Fairfax, and met Mr. Griffith, an Episcopal minister, who was friendly, and we spent the afternoon together. Friday, 5. Set out in company with Brother Garretson, rode near 40 miles, lodged at Garrett's Tavern, where we were well entertained. Brother Garretson talked to the landlord on the subject of religion, and prayed with him at night and in the morning, though he would not consent to call his family together. We rode on to Mr. Arnold's, about 30 miles, the roads good. Brother Garretson will let no person escape a religious lecture that comes in his way. Sure he is faithful, but what am I? We found the plague was begun. The good man Arnold was warm for the ordinances. I spoke on Strive to enter in at the strait gate. There were about 40 people, but dead enough. Sunday, 7. We rode 18 miles to Brown's Tavern. I preached on Isaiah 55, 6-7. On entering into Virginia, I have prepared some papers for the conference, and expect trouble, but grace is almighty. Hitherto hath the Lord helped me. Monday, 8. We rode to Granger's 15 miles, stopped and fed our horses. These people are full of the ordinances. We talked and prayed with them, then rode on to the Mannequin Town ferry, much fatigued with the ride. Went to friend Smith's, where all the preachers were met. I conducted myself with cheerful freedom, but found there was a separation in heart and practice. I spoke with my countryman, John Dickens, and found him opposed to our continuance in union with the Episcopal Church. Brother Waters and Garretson tried their men, and found them inflexible. Tuesday, 9. The conference was called. Brother Waters, Garretson, and myself stood back, and being afterward joined by Brother Dromgoole, we were desired to come in, and I was permitted to speak. I read Mr. Wesley's thoughts against a separation, showed my private letters of instructions from Mr. Wesley, set before them the sentiments of the Delaware and Baltimore conferences, read our epistles, and read my letter to Brother Gatch, and Dickens's letter in answer. After some time spent this way, it was proposed to me, if I would get the circuits supplied, they would desist, but that I could not do. We went to preaching. I spoke on Ruth 2:4, and spoke as though nothing had been the matter among the preachers or people, and we were greatly pleased and comforted. There was some moving among the people. In the afternoon we met. The preachers appeared to me to be farther off. There had been, I thought, some talking out of doors. When we, Asbury, Garretson, Waters, and Dromgoole, could not come to a conclusion with them, we withdrew, and left them to deliberate on the conditions I offered, which was, to suspend the measures they had taken for 1 year. After an hour's conference, we were called to receive their answer, which was, they could not submit to the terms of union. I then prepared to leave the house, to go to a near neighbor's to lodge, under the heaviest cloud I ever felt in America. Oh, what I felt! Nor I alone, but the agents on both sides. They wept like children, but kept their opinions. Wednesday, 10. I returned to take leave of conference, and to go off immediately to the north, but found they were brought to an agreement while I had been praying, as with a broken heart, in the house we went to lodge at, and Brother Waters and Garretson had been praying upstairs where the conference sat. We heard what they had to say. Surely the hand of God has been greatly seen in all this. There might have been 20 promising preachers and 3,000 people seriously affected by this separation, but the Lord would not suffer this. We then had preaching by Brother Waters on "Come thou with us, and we will do thee good." Afterward we had a love feast. Preachers and people wept, prayed, and talked, so that the spirit of dissension was powerfully weakened, and I hoped it would never take place again. Thursday, 11. I rode to Petersburg, 35 miles, through much fatigue and want of rest. Found myself indisposed with the headache. With difficulty I spoke at Brother Harding's on "We know that we are of God," but was so unwell I could scarcely speak at all. Though having prevailed with God and man, I yet halt on my thigh. Friday, 12. I am a little better. Rest this day to write to Mr. Wesley. In Petersburg, our friends who had a little religion before these times have declined. I fear their hearts are worldly. Some who had religion before these times have lost it, and many who had none have gained much. Like some who had no fortunes have gained great ones, and many of those who had great fortunes are in a fair way to lose them, if these times hold long. Saturday, 13. Went to Nathaniel Lee's and preached to about 50 people on Ephesians 5:8, and had freedom. The congregation small, owing to a muster and cockfighting not far off. I then rode to Wood Tucker's, a great friend to the old plan of Methodism, and was kept in peace. Sunday, 14. Rode to George Booth's. He is a curious genius for a mechanic. We had a great house and about 300 people. I spoke on 1 Corinthians 2:14, plain, warm, and searching, but they seemed in general careless. I fear there is but little solid, pure religion here. Monday, 15. Was much exercised. Lord, keep me every moment. As this is rest day, I intend to employ my time in reading and writing principally, but my spirit is restless various ways, and I think I ought always to be employed. I am for attending my 12 times of prayer and resisting the devil steadfastly in the faith. I am much humbled before the Lord. A blessing I want, and will not cease crying to the Lord for it. I read Dr. Chandler's appeal to the public. I think, upon the whole, he is right. Why might not the Protestant Episcopal Church have as much indulgence in America as any other society of people? Tuesday, 16. Spent near an hour in private prayer, and twice in the family. Then went to Nottoway Church, where Mr. Jarrett gave an excellent sermon on "A Man Shall Be a Hiding Place." He was rather shackled with his notes. We then had sacrament. Afterward I returned to George Booth's, spent the evening with Mr. Jarrett, and found him as friendly as ever. He labors, but the people give him little or nothing. Wednesday, 17. Rode to the Widow Heath's. About 70 people were waiting for me. It was 20 miles, my horse lame, and the road rough. The enemy tried me just before I came to the house, as he generally does, if the distance is more than I expect. I spoke on Luke 13:23, and was pointed, and had liberty. God moved upon the hearts of the people. Met the society, about 15 pious people. Most were blessed, and they seem all on stretch for holiness. Spent my afternoon in reading and study. There seems to be some call for me in every part of the work. I have traveled at this time from north to south to keep peace and union. And oh, if a rent and separation had taken place, what work, what hurt to thousands of souls! It is now stopped, and if it had not, it might have been my fault. It may have been my fault that it took place. But I felt a timidity that I could not get over. Preachers and people making the trial, they see the consequences, and I hope will do so no more. They have suffered for their forwardness. May we all be more prudent. Thursday, 18. When I came to Andrews's, the people had no notice. I was much tried on the way, my horse lame and the road rough. But I lifted up my heart to God. The family sent out and called in about 60 people, black and white. Spoke on Revelations 22:13-18. I had liberty and felt a moving in my own soul. 2 women were cut to the heart and were in an agony of soul for holiness. I prayed with them twice while the people stayed, and afterward spoke to them. They both, notwithstanding their agony, had a clear sense of the blessing they stood in need of, and believed God had purified their hearts. I saw them both happily breathing a divine calm and heavenly sweetness. I see clearly that to press the people to holiness is the proper method to take them from contending for ordinances or any less consequential things. I read and transcribed some of Potter's church government, and must prefer the Episcopal mode of church government to the Presbyterian. If the modern bishops were as the ancient ones, all would be right, and there wants nothing but the spirit of the thing. Friday, 19. A very warm day. I rode over Blackwater to Beddingfield's and spoke with liberty to about 100 people on Acts 26:19. When I came to treat on sanctification, I melted into tenderness, and the people also. Met class and had a blessed tenderness among the people. Kept a fast day till 4 o'clock, then ate no meat. It is a day of peace and purity, but I might have been more in prayer. I called to see Captain Nicholas. His wife is confined to her bed, but she was blessed, thank the Lord. Saturday, 20. I rode to Bartlett's 10 miles and preached to about 30 insensible people. Afterward rode to Warren's, who was in distress, being of a melancholy cast, which is a family disorder. He is a man of understanding, and in time past followed the Quakers. He was in bed in perfect health. I raised him up, and after prayer he appeared better. The people are young and have no deep sense of religion here, but they must have a trial. Sunday, 21. I have peace of mind, but fear we shall have few hearers today. It is not far from the rich and great upon James River. I read and transcribed some of Potter's church government till 10 o'clock. Was assisted in speaking to about 200 people who appeared very ignorant and unfeeling. After a while I gave them another sermon, not very acceptable to me, and perhaps less so to them. However, I am clear, they are warned. We then set out at 4 o'clock, rode 16 miles over high hills and deep valleys in the dark, but came safe. Went to bed at 11 o'clock and was up at 5 o'clock. It is well if this will do long. I am always on the wing, but it is for God. Monday, 22. I labored with Brother Hill. I showed him the evil of a separation which he seems to be afraid of. Our people's leaving the Episcopal Church has occasioned the people of that church to withdraw from our preaching. I preached on Romans 8, 7-9, and had an opening. The people appeared pleased, and some wept, and I hope were profited. I advised our friends to attend the Episcopal Church, that prejudice might be removed. Then their people will attend us. If I could stay, some would attend. We suffer much by young preachers and young people. Yet they would do their duty if they knew it. But those that knew a little of our discipline, and have been first in the work, came into the notion of ordinances, and neglected the direction in the minutes. Tuesday, 23. I went to the great preaching house in Nansemond. It has been a storehouse, now turned into a preaching house. There were about 300 people. I saw but one trifler among them, and he arose and went out when I came about the consciences of the sinners. I spoke on 1 Peter 4:18. Had uncommon freedom. They appear to be an affectionate, good people. They collected me money, but I took none. A man offered me a silver dollar, but I could not take it, lest they should say I came for money. There is a general prospect of a work. The minister, Mr. Burgess, is a very respectable man, and preaches, the people say, plain, good sermons. No doubt the introduction of the ordinances by us would be offensive where there is a clergyman so worthy. I had a meeting at night at Pinner's. The society came. I exhorted them to holiness and relative duties, and spoke of Satan's temptations. There was a great melting. I read between preaching and the evening meeting Bishop Burnet's plain and honest account of the Earl of Rochester. It was a great thing to see such a man brought to God, a check to infidels, a confirmation of truth. I was melted and filled with God. Oh, how the Lord blesses me among these people! I have labored to get our friends well affected to the Episcopal Church. What could I do better, when we had not the ordinances among us? End of section 37. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 38 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 38. Wednesday, 24. I have peace and power and love to God. This was appointed for a rest day, but one of my old friends gave out for preaching. While I have my health, and God is with me, I shall never say it is enough. There is a prospect of a good work in Nansemond, Virginia. Near 100 people joined in the neighborhood. Rode to Phillips's 6 miles and preached to about 100 people. After preaching, rode on to the Widow Lane's 25 miles. Rode over Blackwater through Southampton, and with hard riding and some part bad roads, reached there about 9 o'clock, where I slept in peace and arose early. Oh, for faith to be saved from all sin. At 12 o'clock went to preach, and God was with us of a truth, while I spoke upon 1 Peter 1, 7-12. Afterward met the society, and gave the people liberty to speak. Many of them spoke, and there were great meltings among them. One woman testified sanctification. I was blessed, and felt more spiritual. I can speak with a full heart till tears flow. The people are more moved by my easy speaking than ever before. Blessed be the Lord. Sunday, 28. Yesterday I rode to William Graves's, spoke on Hebrews 4, 13-15, and had some life. There were about 30 people to hear. Met the class, then rode to Robert Jones's 25 miles. Have peace this morning, but not so tender as I would always wish to be. I read a pamphlet written by Mr. Jarrett in answer to the Baptists in a dialogue, and I think it is well written and ought to be published. I have had my mind tried about approaching troubles, but I ought rather to mind my own business and trust all to God. Spoke at Robert Jones's on Revelations 21, 5-8. Some feared the soldiers would come to press our horses, but I had faith to believe they would not, and was let out much in speaking. Some wild young men kept talking till I came to that part fitted for them, then they listened. I met the class, they were stirred up, thirsting for full sanctification. I felt a tenderness for Brother Hartley's sister, who wept for his absence. Bless the Lord, who gives me to weep with them that weep. But oh, what must my dear parents feel for my absence? Ah, surely nothing in this world should keep me from them but the care of souls, and nothing else could excuse me before God. I read my select scriptures, the Law, the Sermon on the Mount, and the Revelation, and prayed often. God was with me. Preached at Mabry's. They have built a new house. There was a woman sat by the desk and cried, "Glory and praise! I drink of the water of life freely. I am at the fountain. My flesh praises God. I never heard such singing in my life." I spoke with great power from Thessalonians 1, 6-9, and then met society. This day has been a high day. Was led out to speak to saints and sinners. The people spoke in society. God was with us. Some expressed their joy in the union. I rode to booths and am kept in peace and love, and have great consolation in public and private. Monday, 29. Read Mr. Wesley's second volume of sermons. Rode to Wood Tucker's, spoke on Hebrews 12, 1-4. Then met society, or rather gave them an exhortation. The people of the world were by, and God was with us. I hope what was spoken was blessed to saint and sinner. I am kept by grace, though I have been in temptation. Tuesday, 30. I arose at 5 o'clock with peace of mind, and was employed in writing letters to my friends in the peninsula. Then rode to George Smith's, preached on 1 Peter 4:17 to about 60 people, spent some time in speaking, but had not as much liberty as at some other times. Spoke to the class. The people spoke afterward of the goodness of God. Afterward I rode to Bushel's. Some were gone home for fear of the horse press. Captain Bushel is dead, and the work dies with him. Before I had done prayer, there came up soldiers and horses. The people were affrighted, but there was no need. The officers came in and sat down. One soon tired. The other could not stay it out. I spoke from 1 Peter 5:10, and addressed myself according to my audience. The people were greatly alarmed. I was tempted to go back to the north, there is such a commotion in the country. The troops are going to Camden, South Carolina. But I must go on, and not faint in the way. I have been very well off, but am following trouble. What matters it where I go, what comes upon me, if God is with me? Or where I live, or where I die, if holy and ready. Wednesday, 31. I find some left the society here at the time of the division, and between one thing and another it is bad times here, and a sorrowful day with me. Thursday, June 1, 1780. Rode to Mr. Jarrett's and was kindly entertained. Preached in the barn to about 70 people, but not so lively as when I was here 4 years ago. Spoke on 1 John 3:23, had much free conversation among the people. Mr. Jarrett is as kind as formerly. Friday, 2. Went to White Oak and spoke on Titus 3:2-5 and was blessed. Then met the society and spoke to the people. Mr. Jarrett wept, and all the people, at the joy of union. Saturday, 3. Rode to Gillum Booth's, had about 60 people, and I spoke on Matthew 7:21-23. Here Captain Benson came 12 miles to see me. Poor man, I wept over him, and exhorted him to seek the Lord, which, if he does not, I fear he will never come back. But his family are praying for him. I felt an uncommon love for him, and I hope God will bless and keep him alive in the day of battle. 1810. Now General Benson is living in Talbot, Maryland. Sunday 4. I rode 12 miles to Mrs. Merritt's meeting house. There were about 300 people, white and black. Spoke on Romans 2, 7-9. After sermon, I spoke to the society. Some of them are happy souls. But there is a slackness in meeting. The rules of the society have not been kept up here. I spoke to some select friends about slave-keeping, but they could not bear it. This I know, God will plead the cause of the oppressed, though it gives offense to say so here. O Lord, banish the infernal spirit of slavery from thy dear Zion. Monday 5. I have peace, though I am grieved at some things. It will be long, I fear, before the good Virginia brethren will be brought into close discipline, though there are many gracious people. Tuesday 6. Have peace of mind. Preached at Walker's Barn on Hebrews 3:2. Met some faithful people in society. Have been reading Knox's first volume of sermons. They are sublime, though not deep. I approve the spirit and principles of the man. He appears to be of the spirit of Mr. McGaw. He gives some favorable hints of restoration, that natural evil should purge out moral evil, but gave it not as his own opinion, but as that of others. In another place he says, perhaps the heathen world shall have an after trial, if in time it is true. So it sometimes is, that if a man is a rigid Calvinist and turns, he must go quite round. But general redemption and conditional salvation is the plan. I keep up prayer in public or private 12 times a day, and am exercised not a little. Lord, keep me through the approaching troubles of the continent. I preached at Benjamin Johnson's, had many to hear, and some of the rich. Went as near the conscience as I could get. Spoke on Luke 13, 23-25, then met society, and had a melting time. The people spoke their experiences, and joyed in the union, and to see my face. Wednesday 7. Rode to Rose Creek. Here my old friend William White would not come to hear me. Spoke on Romans 13, 11-13, was much assisted. All the friends were moved, but sinners are callous. God was with us. Thus the Lord made us to rejoice. And although there has been a falling off, I hope God will revive the people and his work in this place. Rode home with friend Rivers, and think I am more given up than ever I was in my life. I see the need of living near to God, to be able to preach the travails of God's people, to get freedom and love to bear with sinners, and to deal faithfully. I am laboring for God, and my soul is pressing after full salvation. Thursday 8. In my way I called to see friend Marks and family. He is worn down with family troubles. Also called to see Mrs. Claiborne at B Courthouse. She is under some despondency from weakness of body. Spoke at Mark Crowder's on 1 Peter 1, 5-10. The word was blessed to believers. In society some spoke of the goodness of God. In the afternoon I rode through a steep, dangerous place into the river, but though it was frightful, I came safe over to Wharton's. Edward Dromgoole is a good preacher, but entangled with a family. We spoke for a plan for building houses in every circuit for preachers' wives, and the society to supply their families with bread and meat. So the preachers should travel from place to place, as when single. For unless something of the kind be done, we shall have no preachers but young ones in a few years. They will marry and stop. Friday 9. Preached at Woolsey's Barn on Jude 20-22. James Morris exhorted, and the people were moved very much. I rode to friend Owen's, had the comfort to see my Portsmouth friends, and was pleased to find their faces Zionward. Saturday 10. Preached to about 60 people, Was blessed in speaking. Rode on to my old friend Samuel Jorgens, as kind as ever, but a dissenter in heart. I spoke at the chapel with great power on Isaiah 3:10-11. Here I was taken sick, a smart fever. I could get no farther. Was very bad on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Providence dark. My spirits much dejected. Wednesday 14. Cannot read, write, think, pray, or speak much. I have such pain. But I trust in the Lord. It is no matter where I die, if in the Lord. I commend all to him. The more I suffer, the better it will be in the end, if it is for souls I labor and suffer. Thursday 15. I am better in health, but have the toothache violently, and am forced to use tobacco that I had laid aside. But putting this in my tooth, I found some relief. Lord, give me patience. I am never so holy as when traveling and preaching. I hope to set out again tomorrow. Lord, give me patience under all my suffering, and a happy issue out of all, in thine own time. Have read as far as Isaiah in going through my Bible. Have but little time. I see the need of returning to my 12 times of prayer. I have been hindered and interrupted by pains and fevers. Pain is trying, but I am kept from murmuring hitherto. Satan has tried me, and I have had some dejection of spirit. Lord, keep me every moment. Friday 16. I crossed Roanoke, North Carolina, felt a little better, though weak. We rode near 30 miles, was like to faint in the carriage, but at Brother Edward's felt refreshed and ease from pain. Slept well, blessed be God. Saturday 17. I am in peace and much blessed always when traveling. Preached at Jones's barn to about 100 people, spoke on Hebrews 4:11-15. Was weak but spoke long. A few felt and understood. The unawakened appeared unmoved. My discourse was not for them. I think my immediate call is to the people of God. Others seem in a hardened state. They have heard much, obeyed little. Went to Mrs. Yaney's, an afflicted, distressed woman, sunk into rigid mortification, thinking she ought to fast excessively. Sunday 18. I rode 15 miles to Brother Bustian's and preached to about 500 people. Was much let out on Isaiah 55:6-7. The people were solemnly attentive. I was tempted to think I had done well, but I opposed the devil and overcame him. Brother Dickens spoke on charity very sensibly, but his voice is gone. He reasons too much, is a man of great piety, great skill in learning, drinks in Greek and Latin swiftly, yet prays much, and walks close with God. He is a gloomy countryman of mine, and very diffident of himself. My health is recovered, thank the Lord. Thus he makes my strength sufficient for my day. Glory to God. Monday 19. Rose about 5 o'clock, was a little disturbed in my rest with company. Brother Dickens drew the subscription for a Kingswood school in America. This was what came out a college in the subscription printed by Dr. Koch. Gabriel Long and Brother Bustian were the first subscribers, which I hope will be for the glory of God and good of thousands. We set off in the rain, rode over Fishing Creek to Davis's 10 miles. I spoke on 1 Thessalonians 1:8-9. Had some light, but the people were very little moved. Rode 12 miles to Gabriel Long's through the woods. I hope John Dickens will ever after this be a friend to me and Methodism. My health is greatly restored, am blessed among my friends. Tuesday 20. After an hour spent in prayer, private and in the family, I read a few chapters in the Bible. Began reading Watts's first volume of sermons. Was pleased and profited. Preached at noon to 50 people on Titus 2:11-14. Had some liberty among the people. They were very little affected, but the faithful, for whom I principally spoke, were tender. Then rode over to Joseph John Williams's, a rich man of this world, and I hope sincere. I am kept through mercy. Wednesday, 21. I had to ride alone better than 12 miles to Mr. Duke's. When I came there, found about 30 people, and they quite ignorant. After preaching, I took dinner, and in talking found 3 or 4 of them tenderly serious. Gave them advice. The man and his wife have had conviction, and have sinned it away. They say it was the disputes of the Baptists that turned them aside. I then rode home with a Mr. Green, a Presbyterian, and was much blessed in reading Watts's first volume of sermons. Thursday, 22. I rode to Jenkins's and spoke plainly to about 80 people, and found the word was fitted to their cases. Met class, it was a day of peace to me. The Lord was with me at this poor but good man's house. I was kept by the power of God. My soul is breathing after the Lord at all times. There is a hardness over the people here. They have had the gospel preached by Presbyterians, Baptists, and Methodists. The 2 former appear to be too much in the spirit of the world. There is life amongst some of the Methodists, and they will grow because they preach growing doctrines. I heard of Mr. Hart from Charleston, passing north, and one of the Countess of Huntington's men turning Baptist. They have soon turned about, but they may follow Mr. Whitefield in Calvinism. Friday, 23. I have peace, the Lord is my portion. This was a day of fasting. I rode 15 miles, preached, prayed, and sung near 2 hours. Ate a little about 4 o'clock, and preached at Nutbush Creek Chapel, a little log house about 25 feet long and 20 wide, to about 150 people. Here I found a broken society. Rode home with Dr. King. His wife was in society. I slept in peace and rose about 5 o'clock. My heart is with God. Glory be to thee, O Lord. I had too mean an opinion of Carolina. It is a much better country, and the people live much better than I expected from the information given me. Saturday, 24. Though the weather was extremely hot, I, yet weak in body, rode to Colonel Edmund Taylor's, and at the schoolhouse spoke to about 70 people on 1 Peter 4:18. Afterward was kindly entertained at Colonel Taylor's. They were for ordinances here, though not heated. Sunday, 25. Rode 6 miles to the tabernacle. About 400 people, rich and poor, attended. Had very little liberty in speaking. The people very insensible. I think these people must be awakened by judgments, for it appears the gospel will not do it. I spoke near 2 hours to little purpose. Held a love feast. All the friends were stirred up. Then rode 8 miles, lodged over Nutbush Creek at Brother Reeves's. I am kept in peace, but felt much ashamed for my unfaithfulness. Monday, 26. Rose early. My legs are so inflamed I cannot tell what to do. But we must bear all things. I read Watts's first volume of sermons last week, and transcribed a little of it. I preached at Turner's. He has lost the use of his limbs. I advised him to use the cold bath or electricity. Either might help him. I had liberty in the word. The hearers were stirred up. Many came to hear who do not, will not, attend the other preachers. Now the end of this may be good, for if they get their hearts affected, they will come to hear others, and by constant traveling I may do good. I had in both meetings 80 or 90 people. The circuit preachers have but about 20. The Baptists appear to be very dead. Their own people will not attend only on Sabbath days. The people are taken away, and times are so difficult that they appear to be under a judicial hardness, having heard so much and felt so little. Tuesday, 27. Preached at William Price's. Many came to hear. Lord, set home thy word to their hearts. Rode to Hawtree. Many came to hear. My text was 1 Peter 1:5-13. I had great freedom and held a love feast. The people were affected. There is the most religion here of any place in the circuit, and yet nothing great. I was much refreshed, rode through the woods, a blind path, to a friend's. I am always upon the run, though kept in peace. Was grieved to see the distress of the people, some taken out to war, others expecting it every day. Lord, help thy people. There are many things that are painful to me, but cannot yet be removed, especially slave-keeping and its attendant circumstances. The Lord will certainly hear the cries of the oppressed, naked, starving creatures. O my God, think on this land. Amen. I am in peace, but have hard labor. I hope it will be for good. I expect to meet trouble, but the Lord can keep me in the greatest danger as in apparent safety. Wednesday, 28. Rode to Todd's 6 miles. I am dejected to see so little religion. I am comforted when I pray much and find deliverances. I am badly situated and cannot go out into the woods. Have no place of retirement at some houses. I preached at Todd's to about 70 people, but very insensible. Met class, talked a little, and then gave the people liberty to speak of the goodness of God. I labored in public, and hope some will take it home. Spoke from Luke 6:46. Many came to hear. I have read John Claggett against Chubb. He writes well for a layman, but I suspect he would write as much against us, whom he deems Arminians. Chubb is quite wrong. Claggett is no ways smooth and entertaining, though he has truth and argument on his side. I found here 2 old English folks, an old man near 60 in society, an old woman 89 years old, Nodder by name, and can walk, read, sing, and pray, who was converted to God about a year ago. Oh, my God, when shall I be established in purity? Thursday, 29. Read several chapters in Isaiah. I have thought if I had 2 horses, and Harry, a colored man, to go with, and drive one, and meet the black people, and to spend about 6 months in Virginia and the Carolinas, it would be attended with a blessing. I rode to Widow Pegram's, had about 60 people, it being a muster day. But these were happy souls. As soon as we began to sing, the power of God came over us. I spoke from 1 Peter 5:6-8, then rode to Captain Burrows's. The people in many places are but children in understanding. We have many things to say, but they cannot bear them now. I am much blessed in my own soul. I began to form a plan for myself and all the preachers for next year, if we live. I am still seeking full and final salvation. I preached at Burrows's, but fear there is very little religion in this place. I was uncomfortable. The congregation about 60 people, but they were very dead, their minds and mouths full of the world. I came off to the Widow Ellis's, and found the Lord was here. There has been a heavy rain these 2 nights past. If it continues, it will destroy the full, ripe crops of wheat. Friday, 30. Slept in peace last night. Rose with a deep sense of God. Met with Henry Jones, a serious young man, and believe he is called to the work of the ministry. I advised him to go with me. End of section 38. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 39 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 39. Saturday, July 1, 1780. My soul pants after God more and more. Oh, that I were filled with strong, constant, humble, suffering love. I preached at the Widow Ellis's on Hebrews 10:21-24. I was fervent, had liberty, and spoke as searchingly as I could to saints and sinners. Here Edward Dromgoole met me, and I appointed James Mallory for Norfolk Circuit, as there have been a few people kept together, notwithstanding the absence of the preachers. Sunday, 2. I rode to Lindsay's, a rough road, had about 70 people, and spoke on 2 Corinthians 4, 4-6. Now I have done in this circuit. The Lord has blessed me in body and soul. Tomorrow I am going to Tar River. Edward Dromgoole is hearty in good old Methodism. We have had great union. I hope he will check the spirit of some of the divisive men. I wrote to R. Ellis, read my select scriptures. God is with us. It may be trials are coming, but no matter. Why should I fear? The Lord liveth, and he is my rock. Monday 3. Very rainy night, with thunder and lightning. I am grieved to see slavery, and the manner of keeping these poor people. I set out for Tar River. After riding about 5 miles, I was told I could not cross Bear Swamp, but by the guidance of a Baptist friend, came through that and 2 very deep creeks. Afterward, I left my guide. We had traveled a few miles together and talked in a friendly manner. Rode 3 miles farther and was stopped by what was called Ben's Creek. The bridge was gone, and a man said it was 10 feet deep. I then made for Falcom's Bridge on Little Fishing Creek, but the low ground was covered, and no bridge to be seen. Lodged at Mr. Falcom's, was known, and kindly entertained. I labored to make Mrs. Falcom sensible of her danger, and hope not in vain. Prayed evening and morning in the family. Tuesday 4. I rode by Miller's Crossroads to Great Fishing Creek, a rough way, but got safe along, and was comforted in mind. Crossed Great Fishing Creek, stopped at Sandy Creek, where I found a kind old man, Brother Howell, lodged with him, and spent my time peaceably. Wednesday 5. Set out to Green Hills, but with difficulty I got along. But this was not all, for in going the distance of 4 miles I rode 8, and was tried to purpose. On account of the waters, I have ridden about 30 miles out of my way, and am now 26 miles from the place of preaching tomorrow. Have been happy till today, but when lost, I began to feel like fretting against persons and things. Oh, my God, pardon me in this. I was very kindly entertained, and blessed with fellowship at Green Hills, but never met with so many difficulties as I have met with in this circuit. I hope for the greater blessings. Am kept by grace, and enjoy health in this hot weather, though so far to the south. Have peace of soul, bless the Lord. Thursday 6. Rode 26 miles, exceeding hot, and my horse suffered greatly. When I came to the place, about 70 people were met, singing and praying. I spoke on Hebrews 4, 13-16, had not much strength of soul or body. The people appeared inattentive, and their minds full of the present troubles. Friday 7. A day of fasting till near 3 o'clock. I was weak, and lodging on the floor was uncomfortable. Saturday 8. Rode to Cypress Chapel, had liberty in speaking on 1 John 1, 8, 9, to about 100 people. Here James O'Kelly met me. He spoke, and appeared to be a warm-hearted, good man. But he was troubled with the people about these times. At Ross's I spoke on Revelations 22, 10-19. I had an opening, and one Lindsay, an exhorter, spoke, an honest, zealous man. He has lost his little property by these times. I have ridden near 100 miles this week, and as severe, constant hot weather as I ever knew. Sunday 9. Preached at Green Hills to about 400 souls on 1 Thessalonians 2, 4. The subject was new, the people dead. I had not much liberty. James O'Kelly spoke on Have Ye Understood All These Things? He raised high, and was very affecting, but to little purpose. There are evils here. The meeting not solemn. The women appeared to be full of dress, the men full of news. These people are gospel slighters. I fear some heavy stroke will come on them. James O'Kelly and myself enjoyed and comforted each other. This dear man rose at midnight, and prayed very devoutly for me and himself. He cries, "Give me children or I die." But I believe no preaching or preacher will do much good at present. I was condemned for telling humorous anecdotes, and knew not whether it was guilt or fear, lest my friends should think I go beyond the bounds of prudent liberty. It is dreadful when a preacher is put to it to vindicate himself. Monday 10. Through heat and for want of retirement, I suffer loss, but bless God for health and faith. I made my journey to Roger Jones's. About 60 people. God was with us. The people spoke of the goodness of the Lord. Tuesday 11. Had a heavy night. Rose up and laid myself down on the floor upon my nightgown. Slept in pain. Rose at 4 o'clock. Prayed in private and in the family. Then set off at 6 o'clock. Had hilly roads. And after riding 5 or 6 hours, came to my appointment. Had very little freedom in speaking to about 100 people. Here I met with W. Partridge. The Lord keeps me in health. I cast all my care upon him. Wednesday 12. I rode to Cooper's upon Tar River, had about 120 people. I was under discouragement before I began, but the Lord helped me. These people have heard Baptists and Presbyterians, but I fear to little purpose. God assisted me to deliver my own soul. I rode to a friend's and had great difficulty on the way, but I am kept from murmuring. While laboring for other souls, my own is blessed. Have felt nothing contrary to love for some days past. Thursday 13. Rode to the chapel. Had an insensible people, full of the spirit of the world. I labored hard to preach on Luke 13, 23 through 25. Then rode to Captain Pope's. I am distressed with the troubles of the times, and here there are great commotions. I went to the preaching house and poured out my soul to God for some time in the evening. My heart found rest, and felt power to trust God with my life and my all. Oh, why doth my cowardly flesh complain? Friday 14. God was with me. I was comforted with Brother Pope, a lame, wise, and pious man. He has built a preaching house almost himself. Who can tell what a man may do under divine assistance? He makes a few cards, teaches a few children, and says he lives as well as ever he did in his life. I was much comforted at the preaching house this morning. I suffered much for want of a place of retirement. I cannot go into the woods. There are so many ticks, chigoes, and such insects at this season upon the ground. Retired at 6 o'clock to the chapel. It has been a Bethel to me. My day of fasting and humiliation has been blessed to my soul. Saturday 15. After spending some time in the chapel alone, I set out to Pascal's about 6 o'clock. I came in before 12. I spoke very close and plain on Acts 26:18 to about 30 people, and had but little faith for them. Rode on to B. Hartfield's about 20 miles, much fatigued with the badness of the road. Sunday 16. I rose unwell and somewhat dejected. Lord, keep me from the power of wicked men, devils, and sin. Sometimes I think, will that infinite being we call God, who commands kingdoms, continents, and worlds, take care of such a worm as I? Then I consider, he is infinite, and cannot be hurried so as to forget any person. He can keep me as securely as if there were none but myself in the world. Lord, give me faith to trust in Thee every moment, even in my greatest dangers. I spoke on 2 Thessalonians 1, 6 through 9. I had great light, but the people seemed hardened. I fear judgment will overtake them before they will be awakened. I never felt more engaged, and hardly a person moved. I read my select scriptures, and had my soul much taken up with God. The few people in society seemed tender at Brother Hartfield's. Monday, 17. I set out about 5 o'clock, and rode to Crawford's upon Neuse River, about 20 miles alone. was tried at times, but had some sense of God. Was not so free from my temptations, but kept from sinning or yielding in heart. There were many people. I spoke with liberty on 1 Peter 4:18. There was a melting among the people, but they are rich and are not cured of the love of money. Tuesday, 18. Rode to Kimberos, 16 miles, crossed Neuse River. Many Baptists to hear. They were serious, and I spoke feelingly, and aimed at their hearts, from Romans 8:24 through 26. I met Brother Poythress much cast down. The people are lifeless in religion. But, bless the Lord, I have had a good entrance, and a comfortable sense of the divine presence. After dinner, I was alone in the woods an hour, had sweet meltings, came back and wrote these lines for future consolation. Wednesday, 19. I rode to Abraham Hills and had great liberty in speaking from Hebrews 4:10, etc. Then Brother Poythress spoke, and we had a refreshing shower according to prayer. We afterward spent some time in reading, out of what I had written and abridged, upon the art of speaking and preaching. I find the spirit of separation on account of the ordinances is very high among preachers and people, but I hope it will be checked. Thursday, 20. Rode 12 miles to Tignall Jones's. Hilly, rocky roads. About 80 people to hear. While I was speaking, General Hugine came in and heard part of my sermon. He is a polite, well-behaved, conversable gentleman. We dined together. After dinner, I set out on my journey. We came to a desperate creek called Northeast, in Chatham County, where the bridge was carried away by the freshet. We had to go through among rocks, holes, and logs. I was affrighted. Yea, it was wonderful that the carriage did not overset. Brother Poythress said the horse was down twice, and covered all but his head. However, the water kept up the carriage, and we came safe through all our difficulties to Brother Merritt's. Hitherto the Lord hath helped, body, soul, horse, and carriage. There is a providence attending animate and inanimate creation. Here I met Brother Allen, a promising young man, but a little of a dissenter. Saturday, 22. We set out for Crumps over rocks, hills, creeks, and pathless woods and low land, and myself in the carriage. The young man with me was heartless before we had traveled a mile, but when he saw how I could bush it, and sometimes force my way through a thicket, and make the young saplings bend before me, and twist and turn out of the way, or path, for there was no proper road, he took courage. With great difficulty we came in about 2 o'clock, after traveling 8 or 9 hours, the people looking almost as wild as the deer in the woods. I preached on Titus 2:10 through 12. Sunday, 23. We passed Haw River, wide but shallow, bad going down and coming up. They took the carriage over by hand. Then we had to travel the pathless woods and rocks again. After much trouble and fear and dejection, we came to Taylor's preaching house, where they were pressing horses, as we expected. But I came off safe, and spoke on 2 Peter 1:5 through 12. I had some liberty, but the people's minds were in confusion. Poor souls, well they might, when there were such works carried on. The time to favor this people, I fear, is past, and they seem hardened, and no preaching affects them, at least not mine. They are exceedingly ignorant withal. There are a few serious people, but much distressed one way or another. I have traveled 30 miles, and could not avoid traveling on Sunday, for I had not where to stay. Rode to Brother Beck's, and was much fatigued. Found Brother Beck sick. He has a gracious wife. Monday, 24. Cool, like the fall. I am kept in peace. Rose with a sense of God's presence. Have only time to pray and write my journal. Always upon the wing, as the rides are so long, and bad roads. It takes me many hours, as in general I walk my horse. I crossed Rocky River about 10 miles from Haw River. It was rocky, sure enough. It is in Chatham County, North Carolina. I can see little else but cabins in these parts, built with poles, and such a country as no man ever saw for a carriage. I narrowly escaped being overset. Was much affrighted, but Providence keeps me, and I trust will. I crossed Deep River in a flat boat, and the poor ferryman sinner swore because I had not a silver shilling to give him. I rode to friend Hinton's, borrowed a saddle, and rode near 6 miles to get 3, as we were lost. When we came to the place there were about 60 people. I was at some loss whom to preach to, saints or sinners, but found sinners as unfeeling as those who were out of the reach of mercy. I spoke on 1 Peter 5, 9-12. I was glad to get away, for some were drunk and had their guns in meeting. I expect to see some of these people again, and believe they will be humbled in time, but I fear not by the gospel, which they have slighted, but by judgments. We came back and found a serious family, was blessed in a family meeting. The Lord filled our hearts with his love. I had a fever in the night, rose refreshed in the morning. Tuesday, 25. Was engaged in private and family prayer for divine protection. For I dwell as among briars, thorns, and scorpions. The people are poor and cruel one to another. Some families are ready to starve for want of bread, while others have corn and rye distilled into poisonous whiskey, and a Baptist preacher has been guilty of the same. But it is no wonder that those who have no compassion for the non-elect souls of people should have none for their bodies. These people have had some religion, but if any seeth his brother need, and shutteth up his bowels of compassion, so as neither to give nor sell, how dwelleth the love of God in that man? These are poor Christians. We left our worthy friend Hinton's, a kind family, who parted with us in tears. I hope to see this place again. I have seen it many times, with a change for the better. We forded Deep River, rode to White's, within 10 miles of the camp, into a settlement of people from Pennsylvania. Some were Quakers. I preached at White's to about 20 people. Was very unwell by a disorder in my bowels. Then rode 16 miles to R. Kennan's. It was rainy, and we rode 2 miles in the dark through the woods, but came safe about 10 o'clock, fatigued, and under a temptation to stop. But reading Paul to Timothy, where he says, I charge thee before God, etc., I resolved to go on. And though but little time and opportunity for retirement, not any for reading or gaining knowledge, yet saving souls is better. But people are so distracted with the times, they are afraid to leave their houses, or ride their horses. I acknowledge the providence and immediate hand of God in my journey. Though it be not of general benefit, I shall gain a general knowledge of the preachers and people, and strengthen our union. Wednesday, 26. I preached at Harris's to about 100 people with some opening. It was well I did not give way and rest today. Thursday, 27. Rose in some consolation and read a few chapters in the Testament. I acknowledge the goodness of God in preserving my health, life, and horse from these people. They are very vile, and if there is any mischief done, it is laid to the soldiers. People rob, steal, and murder one another with impunity. Rode 12 miles to West's, about 100 people, some faithful Baptists. I spoke with Thomas Brown, a preacher who, with 12 more, is separated from the separate Baptists on account of their slackness in discipline. I had fellowship with the man. We spent some time together. I told him the danger of being alone, and advised them to meet in a class, one with another. My trials are great, riding 20 miles a day or more, rocky roads, poor entertainment, uncomfortable lodging, little rest night or day. But thanks be to God, he keeps me. The more I do and suffer, the greater the crown. Friday, 28. Rode 12 miles to the chapel and preached to 100 people on 1 Peter 4:18 with some life, but the people were unfeeling. I had an exceeding rough road, through woods, over rocks, through creeks, etc. I expect fewer trials every day, and frequently find more. I will therefore expect greater. I rode 7 miles to Mr. Trice's, was kindly entertained, had the pleasure of seeing and conversing with Brother Bailey from Ireland, a good and sensible man. I slept well and am better. I praise God for health. Saturday, 29. Rode to Rhodes's and preached to about 200 people on Titus 3, 2-8. I had some light. Brother Bailey and Allen spoke. I hope it will revive the work. I then went on to Alston's. Sunday, 30. Preached at Noose Preaching House to about 400 people, had not much liberty. These people have had an abundance of preaching from the Baptists and Methodists till they are hardened. I am kept in peace, power, and love to God, and from every moral evil. In the evening a heavy rain came on. I lodged at Mr. Allen's. There are many trials in my way, but the Lord hath brought me on. To him be all glory now and ever. I have lately passed through Cumberland, Chatham, Orange, and Wake counties in North Carolina. Brother Bailey has agreed to give up all business and travel with me, and go to labor in the North. B. Allen and E. Bailey spoke at Noose after me. I hope some good was done, and the work will revive. The people in these parts have been hurt with Calvinism. Our first preachers moved their passions, and they hastily and improperly joined. And afterward they dropped off from society, and there was a great falling away. The ordinance places seem very barren. Monday, 31. A very rainy day. I rested at Mr. Allen's, read in the New Testament, and prayed in the family 4 times. Tuesday, August 1, 1780. We were discouraged by the rivers, but set out late to Clenny's, crossed Eno with difficulty. The water ran over the footboard of my carriage. After that, I rode a stony, hilly way about 12 miles, came in by the time Edward Bailey had preached an alarming sermon on Seek the Lord while he may be found. Then I preached from Hebrews 2, 1-3. Afterward, Beverly Allen spoke, and prayed mightily. This is a settlement of Irish Pennsylvanians. Through all my troubles I am kept in peace, faith, and love. We were blessed in family prayer, speaking to them and praying for them. I am this day to go towards Hillsborough with reluctance, but at God's command I go, and from no other motive. I feel no temper or desire but to do the will of God. Wednesday, 2. Rode 7 miles to Hillsborough, and preached in the house of Mr. Courtney, a tavern, to about 200 people, on Hosea 10:12. It is time to seek the Lord. They were decent, and behaved well. I was much animated, and spoke loud and long. Before I set off this morning I felt dejected, but on the way it vanished. I felt faith to believe we should have a peaceable, profitable meeting, and trust it was so. They have had a warning. Edward Bailey and Brother Allen gave exhortations. I came back to hold a watch night without eating or drinking, though importuned to take refreshment. Hitherto the Lord has helped me through continual fatigue and rough roads. Little rest for man or horse, but souls are perishing, time is flying, and eternity comes nearer every hour. Thursday, 3. We set off for Pittsylvania and traveled 25 miles to John Lee's. Came in about 8 o'clock. God is at work, and I hope I shall be blessed here more than in the 3 circuits past. I felt a solemn, melting sense of God upon my heart in family prayer. I had a sensible feeling for my northern friends when I heard of the fighting in the Jerseys. I fear they will be distressed. I am kept in peace. Friday, 4. I was never more devoted to God. It makes me think I am in my duty. I was tempted and tried in Delaware to prepare me for, and drive me to, this work, and believe if I had not started I should have suffered great loss in my soul. I admire the hand of God in disposing of me, and wonder and own his providence. Saturday, 5. Our quarterly meeting began at Henley's preaching house. I preached on Colossians 1, 27 through 29. Then Brother Bailey, Ivy, and Morris spoke. There was some reviving among the people. We lodged at John Lee's. My mind was much drawn out. We retired to an old log shop, and prayed frequently, and found our hearts sweetly united together. Sunday 6. We had a great meeting, love feast at 10. Very warm weather. A log house covered with long shingles, the sun beating through. At 1 o'clock preaching began. I spoke on Ephesians 3, 16 through 18, to about 500 people. Was blessed, and the word went with power. Some were moved, some hardened, yet I hope good was done, and the work will revive. End of section 39, recording by Brian Keenan. Section 40 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 40. Monday 7. Exceeding hot weather. I rose with a comfortable sense of the divine presence on my heart. We prayed alone in the woods. I pleaded in private. Great labors are before me. The Lord keeps me. At 10 I preached in Lee's Chapel in Cuswell County to about 60 people on Matthew 7:21. Not everyone that saith, Lord, Lord, etc. I possessed clearness of ideas, liberty of speech, and the people serious. The preachers are under great difficulties here for want of places of study. Most places but one room, or if a chamber, they cannot live there, it is so hot. I found the people much united to me, and appeared to think too highly of me. Lord, keep me from pride, and all high thoughts of myself. But daily traveling and other labors will humble me. There is a good work of God here. But some of the Baptists rage because we have what they lost. But while we keep close to God, and preach the power of religion, they can do us no harm. True. Tuesday 8. I rode to Baxter's 16 miles. About 80 people, many came that never attended at other times. My text was 1 John 1, 8, 9. I had great liberty, but was tried in getting there. We crossed the Line Creek. After preaching, rode 6 miles, but was an hour too late. About 8 o'clock, came to a cabin, an earthen floor, and damp bed. I was very weary and had a pain in my head. But the people were kind. I knew not how to lie down. Edward Bailey lay down and slept well. Wednesday 9. I rode 16 miles to White's, came in about 3 o'clock, no preaching appointed. I had time to write and plan for another trip through Carolina. I have had little time or place for prayer till I came here. The roads are so bad, I have my carriage to refit almost every week. This is Caswell County. The poor people have been much put to it the year past for bread. The present year they have exceeding fine growing corn. Lord, remember the poor. Thursday 10. I rode for the state of Virginia. We were lost, stopped at Dickinson's, and took dinner. Then rode on to Sylvester Adams's, several creeks to cross, and bad roads to travel. Edward Bailey led my horse down a steep hill, and the carriage overset. The horse struggled, but kept his feet. One shaft broke which we strapped up, and rode on near 30 miles. We found the Rawlinses there. Abraham is incurable. I have a mind to try Isaac again, having a hope that he is humbled. Lord, direct me what to do in this matter. I made proposals to him, but he rejected them. I fear he is also incurable, being too lazy to ride a circuit. Saturday 12. I went down Dan River 2 miles and preached to about 80 people on James 4, 8 through 11. Edward Bailey spoke very zealously after me. It is very hot, myself weak and distressed. Have no place for retirement but the woods, and the heat dispirits me. There's a great difference between this and the northern part of the continent. I am kept in faith and seek the glory of God. Sunday 13. I rode to Watson's preaching house, a round, long building after the plan of this part of the country. There were about 500 people. I spoke on the parable of the sower, a lengthy discourse. Edward Bailey preached much to the purpose about Christian discipline and fellowship, from those words, "Where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name," etc. There was a moving. Monday 14. I brought Isaac Rawlins to some acknowledgment and appointed him to ride Pittsylvania, New Hope, and Tar River till conference. His greatest admirers saw his obstinacy and would have disowned him if he had not submitted, for they began to tire with his lounging about. I hope this will be a warning to him, and will make him take more care and submit to order. I preached at Colonel Wilson's to about 200 people. I spoke on Hebrews 12, 1 through 4. Tuesday 15. I rode 30 miles to Mr. Martin's. The roads and creeks are rendered bad for traveling by the late freshets. Wednesday 16. I preached at Dalby's store to about 300 people, some gay ones. I spoke on 1 John 2, 13 through 17. The people were attentive. Edward Bailey thundered away on Is There Not a Cause? I have been very unwell, and traveling down Dan River and among the creeks, am in danger of the fever and ague. We were obliged to swim the horses over Birch's Creek, and bring the carriage over the shattered bridge. Thursday 17. I stopped at friend Baker's, being very unwell. Brother Bailey went to a chapel 10 miles from this. I want to write and to recover strength, or I shall run myself down. I am kept in peace, humility, and watchfulness. I have been unwell for this week past. This has made it an additional burden to travel, and the sun is so violent that it appears to me I could not stand it, were it not for the top carriage. I thought it would be well for me to have a person with me always, and I think Cromwell is the man. If I should preach a systematical, dry sermon, he would pay the sinners off. I was kept in peace, my body some little recruited. I rested comfortable, retired often to prayer, that God would go with me to the next circuit. I suppose, upon a calculation, I have ridden better than 1,000 miles since February last, when I was at quarterly meeting at the seaside in Delaware. Friday 18. Felt unwell, something like an ague, this being an unhealthy spot amongst the rivers. I rode 12 miles to Boyd's Church, about 60 people. They had but little notice. I asked the people if they chose to have the service read. They did, and I read as far as the first lesson, not having time to read all. Then spoke on 2 Chronicles 7:14, in great plainness. The people did not feel. I prevailed on our preachers to use that church once a fortnight. Saturday 19. I am unwell in body, but my mind is happy. This is a comfortable house to be at, Mr. Griffin's. I shall have half a day's rest. I preached on Acts 13:16, about 80 people, very wild and unfeeling. I rode to Brother Parrish's 10 miles, crossed Shoko Creek at the Fish Trap, a very bad ford, occasioned by the late freshet that rose near 40 feet. Sunday 20. I could not read, write, think, or converse much. At 12 o'clock I preached to about 500 souls, an unawakened people, but the Lord assisted me greatly, from Luke 3:23 through 25. Some solemnity and quickening. Brother Bailey exhorted. I cannot get clear of a cold and a slow fever. I praise God for cooler weather. It is what I have prayed for, and God has sent it. For the heat is one cause of my being unwell. Monday 21. We rode to Carter's 5 miles. I was unwell, and Edward Bailey preached on We Preach Not Ourselves. We rode on and crossed Dan and Stanton rivers at Sir Peyton's Ferry. There is a short canal cut from one river to the other. I rode through the woods to our friend Crowden's about 10 miles from Carter's. Came in about sunset. Tuesday, 22. I am some little better in health. My spirit is refreshed at kind entertainment and a loving family, old Methodists of a right spirit. I hear the work revives in this circuit, bless the Lord. I shall have better entertainment and better roads, but above all, better people. I thankfully acknowledge the goodness of God in all my travels. May He, who alone is able to keep my soul and body, be ever with me. I preached at Dr. Crowden's to about 300 people on Titus 3:2. Had liberty and life, though unwell. After preaching, set out on the way, about 13 miles, came in about 8 o'clock. The people seemed not greatly pleased to see us. I slept some little, rose early for the quarterly meeting at Colonel Bedford's. Rode about 10 miles to breakfast. Met Henry Willis and Moses Parks, rather stiff for ordinances. I spoke on Habakkuk 3:2. Spoke freely to them. I was a little grieved. Brother Parks preached a sermon on the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, etc. He was much out of his harness. I thought they were but children, and that I ought to bear with and take care of them. I retired into the barn, prayed, and felt the Lord near. Next day at 9 o'clock, love feast. We had much prayer, some singing and speaking. At last Brother Parks prayed, and some of the honest-hearted people broke out into a shout. At 12 o'clock I preached under an arbor near the church, to about 300 people, on John 3:17-18. Was assisted at first, but was not close or clear in the application. Thomas Morris gave a good exhortation. Edward Bailey spoke very fervently. God blessed him. His greatest gift is exhortation. So all ended in peace. This day there came an account that the Southern army was defeated, and all taken to a man, except General Gates, which cannot be all true. I am kept in resignation and faith, and praying that God may bless my labors, and bring peace and union among the Methodists in Virginia. I received comforting letters from Mr. White and Mr. Goff. All these comfort me in the house of my pilgrimage. Mr. White informs me of Thomas Haskins, a young man that was convinced, who has a good education, has been reading the law 3 years. Now he must read and preach the gospel. Friday, 25. I rode to Page Man's 16 miles, was much assisted in speaking on Hebrews 4:11-13 to about 300 people, who appeared serious and somewhat moved. Saturday, 26. Rode to Robinson's, a smith, who braced up my carriage. We rode on to Little Falling River, and then to the new store, where was a company stationed. The captain wanted our certificates. Bailey disputed with him. I showed him mine. We rode on to Great Falling River. I stopped at one Vincent Glass's. The man was kind, our entertainment plain. I did not sleep well. We talked with our host. He had catched some notions from the Baptists and Presbyterians. Though he was going another way, he changed his purpose and came with us. We rode 12 miles over hills and creeks and through woods. About 11 o'clock I spoke on Isaiah 35:6-7 to about 500 people, wild enough. This is a running life. The devil roars and men threaten, but God is with us. I labored to come at the consciences of the people, but could not. I keep my health to a wonder, but I want time for retirement. We had near 30 miles from Page Man's to Staples's. I can hardly get time and place to note down anything. I spent some time at the quarter meeting in the barn, alone. Oh, how good did that feel! Monday, 28. Rode 16 miles to Fours, about 100 people, some serious souls. Spoke to the society, about 30 members. Tuesday, 29. Rode to friend Martin's, came in about 10 o'clock, preached from 2 Corinthians 4, 1-4, to about 500 hearers, some Baptists, some Methodists, some old churchmen, some independent people who have joined with one Mr. R.T.S. to be independent Presbyterians. I see very little religion among the people in these parts. Some professors came to see what was going on. Wednesday, 30. Rode 30 miles to Billups's barn. About 130 people, rich and unfeeling. I could not get in till 2 o'clock. Spoke freely from Hebrews 10, 12-16. I lodged at Colonel Billups's. Thursday, 31. Rode to Tucker's, spoke on Peter 4, 18, had great light. Met Brother Parks, found him more teachable. We have hot weather. Friday, September 1, 1780. A day of fasting. I was kindly entertained by the people who refitted our clothing. Rode to Brown's, 18 miles, came in about 10 o'clock. Spoke on 1 Peter 5, 6-10, with some freedom, though very unwell by fasting and riding. Saturday, 2. Rode 14 miles to my old friend Johnson's. Spoke from 1 Peter 3, 17-18, to about 100 people. Felt life. Some of the people were moved. Then met society. Some of them felt and spoke of the goodness of God, and were put in mind of old times and old preaching. Brother Johnson is a solid, true Methodist. He laments the falling away that I told him of. I am a true prophet of evil tidings, as it suits my cast of mind. Sunday, 3. This day 9 years past I sailed from Bristol, Old England. Ah, what troubles have I passed through, what sickness, what temptations! But I think, though I am grown more aged, I have a better constitution, and more gifts, and I think much more grace. I can bear disappointments and contradiction with greater ease. Trials are before me, very great ones, but God hath helped me hitherto. I can with greater confidence trust him. And indeed, what have any of us to trust in for futurity except the living God? Virginia, Monday, September 4, 1780. This being a day of rest, affords me an opportunity of reading and writing. I enjoy a serene mind. Tuesday, 5. I rode to Eastland's preaching house, where I spoke to about 100 people. Some few warm hearts, I thought, among many more cold. I spoke on Hebrews 13:6, and had much liberty. At night met the people at B. Clark's, and exhorted them closely to relative duties. A poor sinner who was drunk had prepared a bottle of spirits for the disturbance of the congregation. His horse threw him, and the fall had nearly killed him. I had had a foreboding of mischief. Wednesday, 6. At Morgan's, to about 100 people, I spoke in great plainness of speech on 2 Corinthians 4, 2-3. Preaching has not been accompanied with success here. The audience were, however, generally attentive. I met with F.H. He is gone from the Methodists. I dealt very plainly with him. He was, in his way, very affectionate to me. But what is that to me? Thursday, 7. At Malone's spoke to about 100 souls on Matthew 24, 12-13. We had a love feast, some speaking. After meeting, we had some friendly contention with A, Y, and W about the ordinances. So far as this was a loss of precious time, so far Satan prevailed, and I am sorry. Friday, 8. My mind is calm. I have had close communion with God. My hours of retirement have been kept. When I can get a barn or a preaching house, I am happy. Though I have talked much, I have kept my temper. I feel nothing but love, and no contradiction I meet with makes me angry. I have a natural affection for my own countrymen, yet I can hear them called cruel people, and calmly listen to threatenings of slaughter against them. Were a people spreading desolation with fire and sword in England, I, as an inhabitant, whether the invaders were right or wrong, would probably feel as the Americans now do, and use the same harsh expressions. Thus I reason, and cannot therefore condemn, but the grace of God is sufficient to set us all above the world, and all things here. Saturday, 9. Rode to Edward Pegram's, about 70 people there. I was under great dejection, and spoke with very little life on Hebrews 13:6. Sunday, 10. At Bushel's chapel I spoke to about 400 people on the parable of the sower, and although my fever came on before I began, I was greatly assisted. I spoke long and was ready to weep over them. After the meeting I rode 17 miles and came to Captain Smith's. I have traveled since Friday morning about 60 miles. I went to bed and had a strong fever on me all night. It was an intermittent. Monday very weak, but happy. Received letters from Jessie Hollingsworth, from White, and from Petticord. There is a great work of God in Delaware, but a drought and very awful distresses in the land. I mourn with them, and I rejoice with them. Monday, 11. Though unwell, I spoke on Hebrews 3:12-14. I first stood up and prayed, but was obliged, through illness, to commit my labors to Edward Bailey, who spoke afterward. Resuming my station, I preached with liberty. Tuesday, 12. I visited my friends. These kind people have made me a dress of Virginia cloth, which I much needed, as my dress approached to raggedness. I saw L. Cole, a serious good man, under a strong bias to ordinances, because he opened his book on "They shall not profit my people." With this he was affected. I saw Brother D.E., Brother M.S., all loving, and showed me more respect than is due to me. Wednesday, 13. A little better in health. Have read the first volume of Kiesler's Travels through Switzerland. I am much unfitted for business by this tertian. Prayer, both in public and in private, has not been neglected. Thursday, 14. Rode to Mr. Jarrett's and was kindly received. I am very unwell. Friday, 15. Preached with freedom at the barn on Romans 13:11. Saturday, 16. Wrote to Mr. Wesley at the desire of the Virginia Conference, who had consented to suspend the administration of the ordinances for 1 year. Footnote: the answer to this letter was made through Dr. Koch, Richard Watcote, and Thomas Vasey in 1784, who all came to America properly ordained. And here I will take occasion to correct a mistake into which Dr. Whitehead has fallen in his Life of Mr. Wesley. It is in that work stated that had Mr. Wesley obtained the consent of the American preachers and people, he might have sent ministers regularly ordained to the society in that part of the world. The truth is that the American Methodists, both ministers and people, wished to have such ministers among them, that they might partake, like other Christian societies, of the ordinances of the Church of God. And when ministers did thus come, they received them generally and joyfully. I will further presume that Mr. Wesley received few letters from America in which that subject was not pressed upon him. End of footnote. I want to be more devoted. I had liberty in speaking. God was with us. I am but feeble in body, and not so fervent in spirit as I desire to be. Sunday, 17. I had some close talk with Mr. Jarrett. He seems willing to help what he can, and to come to the conference. My health is much restored. Rode to White's Chapel. A miserable place it is, unfinished, and one part lying open to the sun. A company of young men diverted themselves under the trees, laughing and mocking, while I discoursed with great plainness to about 500 people on Hebrews 4, 2, 3. I was determined, if possible, they should hear. Rode on about 12 miles to Louis Featherstone's, a good man. Monday, 18. Peace. I preached on Psalm 1, with some liberty, to a few faithful souls. Tuesday, 19. Rode to Green's 16 miles. What with opposers, the bad times, and a worse devil, there has been a great falling away here. I spoke on Galatians 5, 16, 17, and was close and home, enforcing the power of religion to my hearers, among whom were some people warm for the new way. Wednesday, 20. I came to Richard Walters's, 16 miles. Spoke on Colossians 1, 26 through 28. Had light, and spoke long. Brother Bailey also spoke. Brother James Foster, a feeling, good soul, worn out in the Lord's work, met me here. I felt much love and tenderness for him. He concluded by prayer. My manner is to pray in the morning for the prosperity of the work in every circuit, in the afternoon for all the traveling preachers, for our union, and the spirituality of each. I am greatly blessed in my soul by day and by night. Thursday, 21. Traveled over rough roads 16 miles to Foster's. I spoke on 2 Peter 3, 16, 17. I preached with some life. The people are kind and appear loving, but there is a great falling away. The devil has not been idle, and opposers have preached to them water more than holiness, and have thus brought confusion among the Methodists. End of section 40. Recording by Brian Keenan.
Section 41 of the Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by David Baer. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 41. September 1780. Friday, the 22nd. I am weak, and not able to fast altogether. I eat sparingly. Rode 27 miles and came to a good house yesterday. It was very warm for the season. I feel the weight of the work, the greatness of my charge, and resolve to be more given up to God than ever. From Brother Foster's conversation, I am led to hope that our breaches will be healed. Saturday, the 23rd. I spoke at Hayes to about 500 people. They were gay and careless. I spoke with fervency, but they were unmoved. We rode on to John Finney's, a serious man and a preacher. Sunday, the 24th. I spoke long and in much plainness on the latter part of the 8th chapter of Mark, to about 700 people. Some of the gay sort among them, and hope that there was good done. I have enjoyed great fellowship with Brother Foster. He was once for the new. He is now for the good old way. Monday, the 25th. Rode to Stony Hill Preaching House. Spoke to about 50 serious-feeling people. Trials and blessings accompany me. After dinner, retired to Benjamin Tucker's. I was much blessed in private, while pleading for wisdom to go before the people, and for a spirit of supplication in my accustomed morning and evening prayers for all the preachers and circuits in America. I began at the north and go to the south in order. He that faithfully cares for others, others will care for him. Above all, the Lord, who is not unrighteous to forget the work of faith and labor of love we show towards the saints, he will care for him. Wednesday, the 27th. Rode to George Pengram's. Preached to about 18, great and small, on 2 Peter chapter 3, verses 17 and 18. I rode on to Mr. Yearberry's. He lives well, is kind and decent in behavior. Delivered a family lecture. Rode 10 miles to Petersburg. A heavy rain induced us to put off preaching until 2 o'clock. Spoke on Revelations 3, verse 10. Was let out, upon the whole, blessed. There were some old friends from the country present. Thursday, the 28th. Rode 12 miles to Mr. Patrick's. Some soldiers and officers came to hear the word. Rode on 12 miles to Baker's, and was kindly received. Brother Davis went with me. I spoke on 1 John, chapter 1, verses 8 and 9. Had some liberty. I sometimes feel gloomy. Trying circumstances prevent me from making an exertion, yet if I would try to force myself on such occasions, it might be well. Friday, the 29th. I have a sense of God upon my heart. Although little rest and much tempted, I was greatly let out in preaching at Baker's. Both parents and children wept in silent tears while I spoke on Genesis 18, verse 19. Rode that evening to Mannequin Town, where a night watch was held by Brothers Finney, Bailey, and Foster. I spoke with our brethren upon a firm and lasting union. It was opposed, and with tears. Tears and feelings will not induce me to give up my charge. It began to be a doubt with me whether I should leave Virginia until conference. I sent certain proposals by Brother Finney to the preachers at their quarterly meetings. Sunday, October 1st. I preached at Mannequin Town to about 500 people. I was let out and spoke plainly. Monday, the 2nd. Rode to Maxey's 12 miles. Preached from Luke chapter 8, verses 23 through 25, and had some liberty. Tuesday, the 3rd. Rode 20 miles, crossed the James River, and lodged at Tucker Woodson's. I spoke and prayed with an old Presbyterian who was once pleased with our preachers. Wednesday, the 4th. We had not ridden far before it began to rain again. Edward Bailey was so unwell I feared for him, and stopped at a tavern. It was Duke's, in Goochland, about 12 miles from our last stage. Here my companion was confined to his bed. I dried our clothes and talked with the woman of the house, who had been under conviction by hearing our preachers in Carolina, but now, unhappily, in a way of life unfriendly to religion. We brought them to prayer, forced prayer. Thursday, the 5th. Set off without any breakfast. Passed onward to Lindsay's Tavern, inquiring the way to the broken-backed church. We could not get any positive directions until we came within 8 miles of it, and found it to be on this side of the fork of the James River, about 20 miles distant from Duke's. We met about 60 people after riding nearly as many miles. I spoke on Genesis 18, verse 19. Very little moving. Oh, how different it was from the effect produced Tuesday last when discoursing on the same text. We crossed the North River in a canoe, and the carriage was brought in over on the same way. We were kindly received at Roger Thompson's, and here it was. The broken-backed conference was held, in which the subject of ordinance was brought into consideration. I have been much tried in this journey by lodging, people, and weather. Oh, that I could bear all things! My companion is sick and much dispirited, and I myself am very unwell. I expect some of this circuit to be very inaccessible. Oh, why should I take all of this labor in vain, if it yet be in vain? My work and my reward are with the Lord. Every morning and evening I pray for all the preachers and circuits, and as I am so led out to pray for them, I hope they will all be united once more, as they have been. Friday, the 6th. We went forwards, the Fork Church 7 miles distant. Brother Bailey was taken sick upon the road. I left him about 2 miles below the church, went on, and preached on Romans chapter 8. Returning to Brother Bailey, I found him very ill with fever. He rode 12 miles in the carriage to Brother Hopkins in Amherst. Riding on horseback fatigued me. Sunday, the 8th. Rode 13 miles to Sugarloaf Mountains. Edward Bailey, after riding a few miles, was taken with a sickened fit and very ill. I left him in the carriage and proceeded on. About 500 people had assembled, to whom I spoke on 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verses 2 through 4. Returning after preaching to Brother Bailey, I found him with all the symptoms of a severe bilious attack, and like a dead man in appearance. He passed the night in great distress. Prayer was made for him. Through mercy his fit went off. I took Brother Bailey to help me. His affliction has given me much trouble. Greatly distressed for him I have been. I am much consoled in the being able to leave him with Dr. Hopkins, who is a kind, skillful, sensible man. Monday, the 9th. Set out alone for Mumpins. After riding about 25 miles, night overtook me at Wallace's Mill. It was some time before I could find my way, which I discovered to be under the trunkhead race of the mill. Here, the top of the carriage being too high, set fast. I took the horse out, and with much trouble came clear without breakage of any kind. The people of the house were Presbyterian. They gave me lodging. I prayed night and morning with them. Tuesday, the 10th. Rode over the mountains 10 miles. Came to the new preaching house. Spoke on 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verses 17 through 19. Was much blessed. Here I saw Robert Wogden, a soldier, and James Signal, Englishman, captured with the Burgoyne. The first I saw in New York 7 years ago. Since then he fell and was restored at the barracks in Albemarle when a prisoner. I spent the night with them comfortably. 2 soldiers in the neighborhood have occasioned scandal among the Baptists. Soldiers, I think, should be in a society with one another, and exhort and preach amongst themselves. Wednesday, the 11th. I rode to Fretwell's, 20 miles. Was troubled in getting the carriage into the flat at the riverside. I spoke to about 40 people on Acts chapter 8, verse 26. I rode to Mr. Grimes, a comfortable house, arriving about 8 o'clock. I was blessed and consoled for all my toils. Thursday, the 12th. I have peace and love, although unwell. I intend to spend this day in retirement. I preached at Mr. Grimes at 12 o'clock to about 30 people, white and black, on 2 Peter chapter 3, verses 17 and 18. I had great liberty and clear ideas. Though employed thus, I have had little time for retirement and writing. I am happy, but I see the great need of doing, being, and suffering what I preach to others. I have traveled so much that it seems like confinement to rest one day. I hope I shall travel as long as I live. Traveling is my health, life, and all for soul and body. I am not well, but I am kept upright in heart, and am much concerned for a union with the preachers. I am alternately in hope and despair about it. Friday, the 13th. Rode to Bohannon's, passing the rapid Dan River. About 2 o'clock I arrived after some difficulties, and found Henry Fry preaching to about 80 people. I spoke after him on Luke chapter 8, verses 23 through 25, was fervent. But the people thought I must speak like thunder to be a great preacher. I shall not throw myself into an unnatural heat or overstrained exertions. I rode home about 10 miles with Brother Fry. He is a serious man. My carriage broke, and his overseer mended it very well. Meantime I rested, and read at times the Valley of Lilies of a Kempis. It is much in the same style as his pattern, or imitation. I wonder Mr. Wesley has never abridged this work. Sunday, the 15th. I rode to Roberts, under the mountains, about 10 miles. Spoke to about 500 people. I was zealous, but the people languid. A certain kind of preaching of which these people have lately heard much leaves the most stupid souls, to my mind, that I find anywhere. I have been much tempted, but I am stirred up to pray much. So I make necessity of calamity. I remember all the preachers and societies twice a day. We had to ride back to Henry Fry's in the rain. Monday, the 16th. I have peace. Rose at 5 o'clock. Spent nearly an hour in retirement. Had all the circuits and preachers on my mind. I was led to plead with God for a union. I have peace with and love to all mankind. I rode 20 miles yesterday. Brother McClure came in from the north, and on his way to see his parents in the west. I preached at Henry Fry's on Galatians chapter 5, verses 16 through 18, had life in speaking. Spent some time with the family. Tuesday, the 17th. Rode 10 miles. Preached at Stockdale's to about 30 people. Rode on 15 miles. Put in at Raglan's. A Baptist spoke to the family. Next morning, rode 18 miles to the broken-backed church. I got in a little after 12 o'clock. Preached on Zephaniah chapter 1, verse 12. Here I received the melancholy tidings of the death of my companion and friend, Edward Bailey. It was very distressing to me. Riding together so long had created a great sympathy between us. He died on Tuesday last, about 5 o'clock. In full confidence he spoke to the last, and bore a testimony to the goodness of God. He would sometimes get on his knees in the bed, weak as he was, and pray. It troubles me to reflect that he was neglected so long. Yet it was unavoidable. The doctor supposed a mortification took place in his bowels, inflamed by the corrosive nature of the bile. It was a sorrowful quarterly meeting to me. Few people, they lifeless, and my dear friend dead. I spoke to the preachers about a union. Thursday, the 19th. I preached on John, chapter 3, 16 and 17, to a very unfeeling people. Friends parted in much love. On Friday, I rode 16 miles to John Lasley's, lectured on 2 Peter chapter 1, verses 4 through 9, to some inanimate souls. Saturday, the 21st. I set out as soon as it was light, and came about 3 o'clock to the Widow Granger's and Ground School Bridge, a distance of 40 miles. I travel very heavily now. I have lost my poor Bailey, so suddenly called away. Lord, humble me, and make me more watchful. He desired me to see into his temporal matters for his poor sister and wife and children. I have reason to praise God that I have health under such fatigue. I said I should have trouble before I went into Fluvanna, yet I little thought my friend would die there. If my affections were naturally tender, I should be bathed in tears, for I have great cause to weep. But the Lord hath ordered it. It may be that I suffer more than those who weep away distress. I was ready to say, none shall ride with me hereafter. Satan works upon my gloomy mind greatly. I was comforted in meeting B and B, RB, TC. A solemn meeting. We have lost 3 useful preachers within a year. The Lord cuts Israel short. Sunday, the 22nd. I spoke long and freely on the parable of the sower to 400 people, but it appears as if sinners were gospel-proof. Monday, the 23rd. I rode 12 miles to friend Ellis's, spoke to about 60 people on 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verses 16 through 18. John Tunnell spoke after me. I wrote to the preachers jointly and severely about a union. Tuesday, the 24th. Rode to Mr. Maridy's, 35 miles. We were entangled in the way. Came in late, leaving the carriage in the woods. I was unwell by long fasting, although among very kind people. We heard a rumor of the British landing up James River. I was afraid they would interrupt me in my circuit appointments. Wednesday, the 25th. I am unwell, but happy in God. That is, I feel a solemn determination to labor more for God, because others desert the work. I preached with great liberty at Tally's. There were some young preachers present. They shook whilst I showed the call to the ministry, how they ought to evidence it by having the same end in view our Lord had, to preach the gospel to the poor, to bind up the broken-hearted, and to set at liberty them that are bound, to imitate the prophetic and priestly office of Christ, thus to set up Christ amongst the people, or to conclude that they had not the call. I met with the society. Some spoke, and the Lord blessed us. At night the alarm was made for the 7th Division of the militia. The rumor was that there were 5,000 of the British troops, that they had torn 2 counties to pieces, and had been within 6 miles of Williamsburg. As my appointments lay down that way, I put off to the north, across the river. Friday, the 27th. Rode on to Fredericksburg. My horse failed through fatigue, bad feed, and not enough of it. I stopped and fed by the way. Mistaking my road, I met a serious man and spoke to him about his soul. It may be that losing my way was ordered by Providence. Came to Garrett's at Stafford Courthouse. Fell in with a Presbyterian, an acquaintance of Mr. Pilmore. I spoke freely to him and had a prayer. 2 young men from Winchester joined us. Saturday morning, after paying $8 continental for my horse and my supper and bed, I rode on to Dumfries, about 12 miles. Rode on 4 miles farther, fed my horse, and got a cup of boiled milk for myself. Here my paper money failed, and I was obliged to pay in silver. I rode on, carrying my corn, and fed upon the road. Missing my way to William Adams's, when on the south side of Colchester, I went down the state road within 2 miles of Alexandria, making my journey near 50 miles. My horse was much fatigued, and myself in a fever with hard riding. I was blessed with the family I put up with. Oh, how sweet is rest, but oh, for eternal rest. Sunday, the 29th. I am happy in the review of my labors, in the reflection that my heart is in the work of God, and that it is not in vain. I rejoice in the prospect of returning home to Delaware. Maryland, Monday, the 30th. Crossed Georgetown Ferry. Stopped at Baggerly's. Rode on in great peace and came to John Worthington's about 5 o'clock after a ride of 30 miles. I was kindly entertained. I called at Mr. Thomas Dorsey's. Kind people. I breakfasted with them. I put forward to Baltimore. When within about 2 miles there came up an autumnal storm. There was fear of the trees falling, and that the wind would overset the carriage. I came in safe, stopped an hour, and proceeded on to Mr. Go's, and arrived between 8 and 9 o'clock. There has been some snow today, and the night is cold. I have spent my stock of money, 3 guineas and 2.5 Johannas, given me by Mr. Go and Mrs. Chaumiere. 2 guineas and a half crown went in Virginia. Rode on about 12 miles to dinner, 8 miles afterward to Swan Creek, being kept in peace. Here I met that man of God and prisoner of Christ, Charles Scott. He is like a flame of fire. He has a good sense, good utterance, and professes the sanctifying grace of God, a useful man, dealing faithfully in the societies. I gave him some Virginia cloth to make him a suit of clothes. Oh, how sweetly we were united to each other. Footnote. He died an apostate, was in the habit of speaking maliciously of his former friends. He became horribly wicked. End footnote. Thursday, November 2nd. I set out for Susquehanna Ferry. I passed over in a calm and gained Robert Thompson's about 3 o'clock. The old man is stirred up. Delaware, Friday, the 3rd. Set off for my favorite, Dover. I believe Little Pipe Creek now, 1813. Mr. T. and B. are the offspring of very pious parents. I hope God has touched their hearts. I stopped a while at Dr. Ridgely's to deliver a message to him from Colonel Dorsey of Elk Ridge in Maryland. While tarrying after dinner, Dr. McGaw came in. I went home with the doctor and was kindly received. The doctor's intentions were not to go to the quarterly meeting, but having this opportunity, I went and took him along. It was 1 o'clock before we arrived. About 300 people had been waiting for us. Mr. McGaw preached an excellent sermon on Who Shall Ascend the Hill of the Lord? Brothers Hartley and Glendenning exhorted. We all stayed at Mr. Barrett's. Mr. McGaw prayed with much affection. We parted in great love. Sunday, the 5th. We had between 1,000 and 2,000 people. Our house, 42 by 48, was crowded above and below, and numbers still remained outside. Our love feast lasted almost 2 hours. Some spoke of the sanctifying grace of God. I preached on John chapter 3, verses 16 through 18, a heavy house to preach in. Brothers Petticord and Cromwell exhorted. Monday, the 6th. I preached to about 400 people on 2 Chronicles chapter 8, verse 18, and had liberty. I spoke on the necessity of getting and keeping the power of religion. William Glendenning exhorted afterwards. Then we parted. I see the footsteps of Providence in my coming back. The people regretted my absence, and the preachers would have been at variance one with another. William Glendenning pleaded hard to come to Dover, but I did not think him so fit as Thomas Chew. Brother G. is a good little man, and though his utterance is less strongly marked with the Scotch than formerly, it is not yet good. The British had almost thrown themselves in my way on my return through Virginia. I wish not to fall into their hands. They left it soon after I came away. There has been good done in my absence. Among the believers we have been very solemn, and the work of God has been deep among the brethren. Not so in Virginia. The preachers there do not yet know how to preach sanctification for want of experience. I stationed the preachers thus: Thomas Chew and the 2 Cromwells for Kent. For Dover, Petticord and Law. Rowe and J. White for Sussex. William Glendenning, Stephen Black, Joseph Wyatt for Kent in M.Y., and Hartley and Everett for Dorset. Tuesday, the 7th. I was closely engaged in reading a volume of Mr. Wesley's journal of above 300 pages. Ended it on Wednesday morning. I felt dejection of spirits for want of public exercise. I have had so much of this that within this 6 months I have traveled, according to my computations, 2,671 miles, yet am uneasy when still. I proposed meeting the children when I came again. I appointed a place for them to sit, and desired the parents to send a note with each, letting me know the temper and those vices to which the child might be most subject. I long to spend a few minutes every hour in prayer. I see a great need of living near to God. The people are so affectionate. Lord, humble me. Wednesday, the 8th. Rode to Purdins, calling at Caleb Furby's and Daniel James's. At Purdins lectured on 1 Thessalonians chapter 3, verse 6. Engaged the friends to subscribe 700 weight of pork towards the meeting house at Barrett's. I called at Combs's, and had a preaching there, although the master of the house differs from us in some points. While we are busy, others are not entirely quiet. Others, less in the habit of teaching by stated speaking, can yet disseminate their books. Thursday, the 9th, I came to my old lodgings at Thomas White's, met the preachers. We spoke further about the work of God. Friday, the 10th. This day I arranged my papers, containing a brief account of the beginning and progress of our divisions. It was transcribed into a book by Caleb Petticord. Saturday, the 11th. I wrote to Mr. Goh, Mr. Lynch, and Mr. Skinner. Today the quarterly meeting begins at Caroline. I am kept in faith and love to God and all mankind. William Glendenning has handed me a book written by Jeremiah Burroughs in the time of the Commonwealth upon heart divisions and the evil of the times. In this work I promise myself good arguments against our separating brethren. The Lord does greatly carry on his work, some little wildfire, a few disorderly walkers. Read a volume of Mr. Wesley's journal. Sunday, the 12th. I preached at E. White's on 1 John chapter 4, verses 14 through 18. I spoke on perfection strongly and clearly. Some strangers attended. The work goes on here, but although I want rest, there is no place for me to stay. There is too much company. The quarterly meeting at Kent in Maryland was large and powerful. There were 12 preachers present. I am kept in peace and soul, expecting my ministering brethren that we may consult about the work of God. Samuel Rowe is going to Sussex, one that has happily escaped the separating spirit and party in Virginia and the snares laid for his feet. And so also did poor William Spencer of late years. Eternal thanks to God. End of section 41. Recorded by David Baer.
Section 42 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 42. Monday, 13th. I read Mr. Wesley's journal. In the afternoon, the preachers came to consult further about the stationing. They all agreed to my first appointment, except one brother. He was unwilling to go back to Baltimore, although we had no one so well qualified. On Monday evening and Tuesday we met and conferred, when the judgment of the preachers prevailed against F. Garretson. We were blessed in prayer with each other. Our appointments were as follows: Kenton, Maryland, Glendenning, S. Black, Joseph Wyatt. Kent in Delaware, Thomas Chew, Joseph and James Cromwell. Sussex, S. Rowe, J. Martin, J. White. Dorset, Petticord. Tuesday, 14. We parted in peace, united in heart and in judgment, and abounding in love. Glory be to God. Wednesday, 15. I ended the reading of a volume of Mr. Wesley's journal, giving an account of the rent made by Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Bell. I read a part of what I had transcribed upon the art of preaching. At night I met the society, and found them more and more spiritual. Questioned closely. Permitted some to speak. It was a solemn time. Thursday morning we made our plans. Thursday, 16. I examined Joseph Everett as to his call and qualifications, his circumstances, and his knowing and loving the Methodist doctrine. He gave full satisfaction. We, however, left the matter in suspense until Caleb Petticord goes down, and we shall know from him what call there is in Dorset. Friday, 17. A day of fasting. We all parted after much business. S. Rowe went to Sussex, the 2 Cromwells for the circuit, Kent in Delaware. Petticord to Dorset. Myself to go through Kent and Sussex, then to the Jerseys, Philadelphia, and Chester. I wrote to Waters, Dudley, and Drabruller. Friday set out for Murderkill, stopping at Combs's that night. I spoke freely to the man upon his mysticism, and to the family about their souls. Saturday, 18. Rode on to the chapel. Joseph Cromwell met the people in class. I gave an exhortation, took down the names of the children, and spoke to some of them. I desired the preachers to meet the children when they came along. An important but much neglected duty. To the shame of ministers be it spoken. Sunday 19. We met at the chapel. My text, Psalm 78, 4-7. The people came in late. I was incommoded, but at last felt liberty. The serious parents were much affected. Joseph Cromwell exhorted. I met the society and gave a close exhortation. Settled the rules of the house and appointed stewards. Monday 20. I went to Purdon's, spoke from 1 Samuel 12, 23-25. I had a cloud over me all the time I was speaking, was severely tried. I was humbled and solemn. Tuesday 21. Rode to young Logwoods, spoke to about 100 people from 1 Chronicles 14:11. Was much blessed. Joseph Cromwell spoke much to purpose. I trust there will be a good work in this place. Rode to Richard Shaw's. I was kept in much confidence in prayer. My soul was much drawn out after these people. My text here from Philippians 4:8. I had not much liberty. I met the society, exhorting them, and pressing them to close communion with each other, and reminding them of their obligations to us. They appeared deeply sensible of it with cries and tears. Brother Joseph Cromwell exhorted. My mind is kept very serene. Thursday 23. I am much given up to God. Joseph Cromwell parted from me to go into his circuit. Mr. Coleman came up with me from Virginia, either to take charge of Dover School or to preach. He expressed great satisfaction in the people of these parts. I went to see Mr. Logwood. I have been waiting some time for his coming to the Lord. He hath long stood it out, but I believe he is now deeply engaged, and so are almost all the adults of his family. I met a man who took occasion to abuse me as ringleader of sedition with many hard sayings. He was in his cups. I pitied, forgave, and prayed for him. Friday 24. I rode 10 miles to Mr. Boyer's and preached on Philippians 3:4. Had liberty, and the people were affected. Mr. Coleman exhorted. I spoke to the society, addressing them with respect to the rules and their loose walk. Answered a very affectionate letter from John Finney relative to the Union in Virginia. Saturday 25. We rode to Mr. McGaw's and had some talk with him about his undertaking a plan for the education of youth, John Coleman being proposed as his assistant. Sunday 26. I rode to Shaw's, preached with liberty to about 100 people, from 1 Chronicles 28:9. In the afternoon again, at Dover, preached on Ephesians 3:11. Had some liberty and spoke searchingly. But this people will, and they will not. They will in appearance be religious, but not in heart. Monday 27. I rode down to Jones's and preached from Proverbs 1:24-26. I had life, and some appearance of effect produced. In the afternoon, Mr. McGaw preached an excellent sermon on, When Christ who is our life shall appear, then shall we also appear with him in glory. Tuesday 28. I preached at Joseph Wyatt's on these words, If any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. Had not much liberty. I met the society. Many spake of the goodness of God. I went to lodge with Mr. Smith, a strong churchman. I am kept in faith. Thursday 30. I have peace of mind and the love of God. I preached at Liverson's on Proverbs 28:13-14. Had divine help. I found some simple-hearted people here, but very ignorant of true religion. I met class and reproved 2 disorderly walkers. I hope they will reform. I rode to Mr. Cook's, who desired my company. I talked and prayed with him, and proceeded on to the crossroads. I here met many of my friends, among about 300 attentive people, to whom I spoke upon Matthew 3:7-10. I hope good will be done here. I rode to Blackstown, where I met about 130 people, and spoke on Take Heed to Yourselves. Some of them were greatly engaged. Louis Alfrey has been made a blessing to these people. Their number is increased, and they purpose building a chapel. Friday, December 1. I rode to Scottons. Here they have been disappointed in preaching, having had but 2 sermons this last quarter. The consequence was that they did not attend. They are not as steady as they should be. The day I rode to Shaw's being damp, I caught cold. I have suffered loss in my mind. Saturday, 2. Rode to Fatad's, and although it snowed, there came together about 30 people. Preaching was a blessing to them. Sunday, 3. Rode to the chapel. The weather was so bad that not more than 30 people attended. Having a sore throat, I spoke with difficulty. After meeting, I went to Mr. Emery's. Monday, I was bled. I rode to Black's, but found myself unfit to speak. Leaving Mr. Coleman, I went on to Black's, fearing my throat would be worse. I was afflicted. A useful letter from my trusty friend Robert Furness came to me. I have also received one from Petticord, giving an account of the work in Dorset. Wednesday, 6. Rode 12 miles to Jarrett's to preach the funeral of Edward Collins. For about 18 months past he has attended our preaching, was convinced of sin, but had never joined us. In death was blessed with the peace of God, departing in the faith. I spoke on these words of Ecclesiastes 9:10. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. I was ill able to speak on account of my throat, but was blessed. The people, among whom were some strangers, hearkened diligently. I have been in greater heaviness lately than for some months past. My soul is much humbled. Thursday, 7. This is a day appointed for prayer and thanksgiving by the government. I intend to improve it for the church and states. Oh, what cause of thankfulness have we that there has not been a famine of bread and water, and the word of God, that every place has not been deluged in blood. And what cause to praise God, that hundreds have been brought to the Lord, year after year, in these times of trouble. Friday, 8. Was under dejection. Read 30 chapters of Isaiah. Rode to Dill's, had about 40 people, was much led out to speak to the poor. Fasted and intended to spend a great part of the night in prayer, but I felt weak through want of rest. I spent better than an hour in fervent prayer and was much blessed, having my soul divinely filled with love when I lay down. Rose about 5 o'clock in better health. Passed some time in fervent prayer for the whole work, the preachers and people. Thomas Haskins is a young man of learning, and has been studying the law. Like William Spencer, he has given it up for grace and divinity. Glory be to God. I believe the Lord has called Thomas Haskins for a preacher. He was convinced in Dover some months ago. Saturday, 9. I praise my God. I have great peace of soul. Sunday, 10. I went to Mr. Thorne's church and heard Mr. Thorne. He preached a good sermon on the Passion of our Lord, on whom having not seen ye love. The people seemed very solemn. I preached at Edward White's, was much assisted in speaking on Happy art thou, O Israel. These people do grow in grace. 4 or 5 of them profess sanctification. This I know, that they are very spiritual. Monday, 11. I have faith, and am kept in life and the spirit of prayer. Tuesday, 12. I rode to K and performed the funeral rite over a child. In exhortation, I endeavored to enforce the necessity of a strict and pious education. The people were much moved, and I felt some hope that notwithstanding we have been greatly discouraged here in times past, this swamp will bring forth some fruit of 3 years' labor. Wednesday, 13. I visited S. White. She is near her end, possessing calm and solid peace, and sweetly resigned to the will of God. Preached at I. Layton's, called to warn my brethren against the poisonous and false principles of opposing sectarists. I was doing only what it was my bounden duty to do, and, indeed, acting on the defensive. Saturday 16. My soul is kept in constant peace and love to God. Sunday 17. Preached at JT's on "Oh, that there were such a heart in them," etc. Deuteronomy 5:29. The congregation was larger, and there was more of the power of God among them than I have ever known at this place. Tuesday 19. Rose at 5. My soul stayed upon God. Preached at M.W.'s on the prayer of Jabez to a small, inattentive congregation. Wednesday 20. I preached to a faithful people at T. Layton's on Matthew 3:9-10. The Methodists, blessed be God, do grow as well as the wicked. Their little stock increases. I am pleased with their temporal, and rejoice in their spiritual prosperity. Saturday 23. I attended the funeral of E.T., a man that had been convinced of sin many years ago, but had lost his convictions. About a 12-month past, God made use of the Methodists to reach his heart again. He sought the Lord, joined our society, and at the last quarterly meeting appeared to be a very happy man. He was poor, persecuted by his wife, children, and family. He was so hardly treated that scarcely could he live with them. He was sensible of his death, and died in peace. Sunday 24. I received a letter from F. Garretson and another from T.S.C., who promised me their filial obedience in the gospel. On the same day, a letter from W.G.G., who is well satisfied with his station, and mentions a letter from R.L. Cole, who says, "The jarring string is broken, and those who were friends at first are friends at last, in Virginia." I rejoiced for the consolation, and many more will rejoice with me. Tuesday 26. I preached to an unaffected people at J.E.'s on Matthew 3:17. My soul is stayed upon God, and kept in peace. I rise early and spend my usual time in prayer, and remember my dear friends before God. Thursday 28. Wrote to C.T. to take S. Rowe's place, while he goes down to the eastern shore of Virginia. I believe God has a work for us to do there. Friday 29. I rode to I.B.'s, where there had been a work breaking out. But so harassed are the people by opposers and their contrary principles, that I fear no lasting good will be done. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. From B's I went to Moore's, and met with a people I had not seen for more than 9 months. We mutually rejoiced to see each other. Blessed be God, my soul is kept in peace. Broad Creek, Saturday 30. While I was preaching, I was seized with a putrid sore throat. The attack was violent. Sabbath day I took physic and applied 2 blisters that drew kindly. Afterward put one on the back of my neck and another behind the ear. Had some blood taken from the arm and some from the tongue, and it pleased kind Providence to relieve me sooner than I expected. I desire to give thanks to God for patience and resignation. January 1 through 4, 1781. Pain, pain, pain. 5th, found myself considerably amended, so that I sat up and did a little business. Sunday 7. The weather was rainy, so I stayed in the house. This is the 2nd dumb Sabbath I have had. To this I could not submit were I not infirm. Wednesday 10. I rose with a sense of God upon my heart. I preached to many people at G. Moore's on the great salvation. My hearers appeared to be very stupid. The family where I lodged was a prayerless family, and if ministers, so called, can themselves visit without calling the household together for that purpose, it is not to be wondered at that there are so many without family prayer, lying in bed till sunrise, and drinking a dram after they are up, are, perhaps, the circumstances most prominently remembered of their clerical guests. Thursday 11. Preached in Quakertown. From thence, being invited and pressed by Mr. T. Rodney, I went to Lewistown. Found the courthouse crowded, to whom I preached on 2 Corinthians 5, 13 through 15. Lord's Day 14. Being rainy, we had only about 120 serious people at the place appointed. The people here are much more gentle than they were a 12-month past. We have a society of more than 20 members, some of whom have found the Lord. But I think, for ignorance of God and religion, the wilds and swamps of Delaware exceed most parts of America with which I have had any acquaintance. However, God is able of these stones to raise up children unto Abraham. Monday 15. Rose early, spent my usual time in retirement. Preached to about 150 people at S's. I find their prejudices abated, although the work on their hearts is not deep. My soul enjoys peace. I was led out in prayer for the whole work of God, the circuits and the preachers. This I do every morning as my first work. I have a sense of God on my heart, and am sensible of the danger of falling. And what good or harm may I do, as I am faithful or unfaithful? I have been in heaviness, but I trust I am kept from sin. Indeed, I believe Satan is doing all he can to discredit the work of God that is carried on through our instrumentality, because he envies our success. It appears to be high market day among every denomination of people. Availing themselves of the work, they are laboring to detach those who would be members from our society. Thursday 18. I called on the widow F., who had lately lost her husband. He was a constant hearer of us, and as constantly resisted the doctrine he heard, and could not bear the chapel so near him. He sickened and died in a short space. Was delirious most of the time he was ill. What was remarkable, and awfully so, was that his little son, of whom he was passionately fond, and on whom he frequently called in his delirium to go with him, went and hanged himself about the time his father died. They went into eternity nearly together, and were laid out and buried at the same time. This awful circumstance was the means of awakening a stubborn son, who is now seeking the Lord. How wonderful are the ways of God! He takes away a child to awaken a father, or removes a father to convince a child. Friday 19. I conversed with T.C., whom I visited under affliction about a year ago. He then had a humble confidence of his acceptance with God, and a firm persuasion that God would save him from all sin. In the course of his sickness, he became somewhat delirious, and yielded to a suggestion that it was all delusion. He began to set in order his temporal affairs, but in about 8 days there was a change in his disorder of body and mind. His confidence in God returned. He professed that God had saved him from all sin, and he appears to be always alive to God. Sunday 21. Mr. McGaw preached at Bannett's Chapel, and was assisted by Mr. Thorne in the administration of the Lord's Supper. It was a gracious time, and I hope it was not received in vain. Monday 22. On my way to Pease, I came on a race ground, where the sons of Belial had been practicing my horse. He ran away with me when he came to the end of the paths, but stopped, and I received no harm. I lifted my heart to God, and by the mercy of the Lord he stopped near a point of woods, which, had he entered, I might probably have lost my life. My heart was deeply humbled before the Lord, who preserved me from such imminent danger. Monday 29. I learned that about 6 or 7 years ago, B.S. was deeply awakened, and became a member of the Methodist Society. Some time after this, he lost his convictions and ran into sin. Last Christmas he was sitting up with a sick person, where were present 2 women who had lately been awakened through the instrumentality of L.A. They asked him what he thought of the Methodists. He, contrary to his better knowledge, answered, "They are all hypocrites." They asked him what he thought of L.A. and I.D. He spake against them as well the rest. "How then," rejoined they, "can they pray and exhort as they do, if they are such men as you say?" He told them he could pray like a minister himself when he was in society. Next day he set off to go home, which he never reached. He was taken ill, was bereft of his senses, and so he died. Dover, Sunday, February 4. I preached and had some of the council and members of assembly to hear me. I spoke plainly, intending my discourse as a vindication of the doctrine of the Methodists. Monday, 5. On my way to quarterly meeting, held at the Valley Preaching House, I called on His Excellency Governor Rodney to sign my certificate, which he did with great readiness and politeness. At the meeting we found some faithful souls, and the work revives among them. They were greatly led out to speak in the love feast, 6 or 7 standing up as witnesses of a present salvation from all sin. Pennsylvania, Saturday, 10. My soul enjoys peace, and I rejoice to hear that the work of God is deepening and widening in the Jerseys. My old friends here in Philadelphia appear loving to me, but they are not united as they ought to be. Tuesday, 13. After casting in my might, by saying and doing what I could in Philadelphia, I left my kind friends and set off for New Jersey. End of section 42. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 43 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 43. New Jersey, Wednesday, 14. I met with and heard B. Abbott. His words came with great power. Over in Chester, he informs me, 20 were renewed in love, and 8 on this side. The people fall to the ground under him, and sink into a passive state, helpless, stiff, motionless. He tried to attach himself to 2 other sects, but had such struggles within that he was forced back. The Lord would not let him be anything but a Methodist. Such is his account. He is a man of uncommon zeal, and, although his language has somewhat of incorrectness, of good utterance. Here, I find, remains the fruit of the labors of that now miserable man, A. Whitworth. How awful the thought that God should own a man and make him a blessing to many souls, and then lay him aside like a broken instrument. Yet so it was, because of his sin. May others take warning by his fall. Thursday, 15. I have found the Lord with me in an extraordinary manner ever since I left Delaware. Brother I.S. tells me there is daily a great turning to God in new places, and that the work of sanctification goes on in our old societies. Tuesday, 20. Rode to Penny Hill. Was much pleased with the simplicity of our old German mother Kay. She says she lived in blindness 50 years, and was at length brought to God by the means of Methodism. She is now rejoicing in the perfect love of God. Her children are coming home to the Lord, while she is preaching in her way to all she comes up with. Friday, March 2. My soul enjoys peace, and I have a little respite from the haste I have been in for some time past. Nevertheless, I have read the first and second volumes of Rollin's Ancient History, containing about 300 pages each, in about 2 weeks. We may justly admire the policy and the temperance of the Persians, and it is very satisfactory to find a more particular account corroborating the scripture history of the fulfillment of the prophecies concerning that great man Cyrus, called of God. Pennsylvania, Saturday, 3. Rode to Philadelphia, where I preached but twice. I met the society, which was made a blessing to some, and I am persuaded that my stay would be a means of the prosperity of the society here. But it is possible I may be more useful where I am going. Tuesday, 6. Read the 4th volume of Rollin's Ancient History. It contains the memorable life of Socrates, who was certainly a wise man. But, as the worthy historian remarks, there were many blemishes in his character. Saturday 10. Rode to French Creek and was kindly entertained by my much respected friends Mrs. G. Grace and her daughter Mrs. Potts and her granddaughter Martha Potts, afterward Mrs. Haskins, who lived and have since died in the Lord. Oh, may the unfeigned faith which was in them be also in their children and their grandchildren. Sunday 11. Preached to a small congregation. One of my hearers seemed desirous I should form an independent church. Wednesday 14. Rode 12 miles into the forest to preach to the remnant of poor Demors's flock. I, Demors, as well as S. Howe, died a martyr to labor and loud speaking. They were both disciples of good Mr. Evans. He preached the last day of his life. Afterwards, his people melted away for want of preaching and discipline. We have been sent for and owned and blessed among them. I have heard of a great work among the Germans towards Lancaster. Certain opposing sectarians hunt our preachers like partridges upon the mountains. They are trying to stop, but are going, I apprehend, the readiest way to establish us. God will stand by his people. Blessed be his name. My soul is kept in peace. Friday 16. I preached at the Valley Preaching House, and here I set my seal to what J.C. had done in expelling a member who had long been troublesome to the society. Monday 19. A letter from C.B.P. informs me that the work of the Lord prospers in Dorset. Glorious news this, at which my heart is greatly cheered. Dover, Saturday 24. I was much let out in speaking of Peter's fall at my favorite place. I am greatly comforted with the good news of Zion's prosperity. Upon a review of my travels, I find that, from the 1st of last May to this present date, I have traveled nearly or quite 4,000 miles. Tuesday 27. I resolve to spend an hour in enlarged prayer as soon as I rise in the morning, to retire again at 11, at 5, and at 8 o'clock, when in my power. Wednesday 28. My soul is comfortable. I daily find myself greatly humbled. Delaware, Tuesday, April 10. I preached the funeral sermon of J.B., a Freemason, a great sinner and an enemy to the Methodists, persecuting his wife and children for coming to hear them. When sick, he sent for the Methodists to pray for him, and promised to come and hear them if spared. Wednesday 11. Since I have been here, I am greatly kept from the fear of men, and unholy desires to please them. I feel as free in speaking to masters as to their servants. I trust the Lord will humble and save those people. Saturday 14. Our quarterly meeting began at the Forest Chapel. The congregation was large. I spoke first, and was followed by brothers C, R, C, and L. The people were quickened and appeared much alive to God. The next day, being Easter Sunday, our love feast began at 9, and public preaching at 11 o'clock. After meeting, we rode about 20 miles to Brother White's, where about 20 preachers met together to hold a conference. Thence I attended Kent Quarterly Meeting on the east shore of Maryland. Maryland, Friday 20. Crossed the Chesapeake and came to Mr. Goff's. Saturday I rode to Baltimore and preached on the Sabbath day. Tuesday 24. Our conference began in Baltimore, where several of the preachers attended from Virginia and North Carolina. All but one agreed to return to the old plan and give up the administration of the ordinances. Our troubles now seem over from that quarter, and there appears to be a considerable change in the preachers from north to south. All was conducted in peace and love. Monday 30. I am relieved in mind relative to my visiting Virginia, and my soul is kept in peace, whilst I feel power to trust the Lord with my all. Tuesday, May 1. Wrote to my father and Mr. Wesley. Monday, 7. I employed this day in visiting my friends. Tuesday, 8. I was preparing to set off to Virginia, but my horse failed. I hardly know how to proceed. Providence seems dark. I doubt if I can ride on horseback, and yet I am unwilling to give up my visit to the South. Thursday, 10. I set off in the hope that the Lord will bless and keep me for his own cause and glory. Saturday, 12. Reached Mr. Adams's about 8 o'clock at night. I always come to this house weary, but generally get my body and soul refreshed. I missed my watch, but found it again at the door where I had alighted. My horse had trodden it and bruised the case, and not broken the crystal, without otherwise injuring it. Sunday, 13. Preached at the chapel. Afterward Harry, a black man, spoke on the barren fig tree. This circumstance was new, and the white people looked on with attention. Thursday, 17. I had uncommon liberty in preaching in the courthouse in Leesburg. I see the need of a preacher's being well acquainted with his Bible, and yet not to think so. The Word of God is one grand dispensatory of soul diseases in every case of spiritual malady. I bless the Lord for health and peace. My soul was much drawn after God, and melted in family and private prayer. Virginia, May 21, 1781. I preached in the afternoon at P.H.'s and had liberty in urging purity of heart. Harry spoke to the Negroes, some of whom came a great distance to hear him. Certain sectarians are greatly displeased with him, because he tells them they may fall from grace, and that they must be holy. Tuesday, 22. We set off for Rectortown, being informed it was about 22 miles. We found it nearer 30. I reached there, weary and dispirited, about 2:30 o'clock. I spoke for an hour with great assistance, both loud and clear, to an apparently unconcerned people. I have been kept back by the rain, the waters, etc., so as not to reach John Heights until Saturday evening. Sunday, 27. Had about 200 people to hear. The society here are not united in love. There is a consequent falling away among them. Monday, 28. I found my heart deeply engaged with God on my way to J Heights. Oh, what fellowship have I with God as I ride along! My soul is filled with love, and I witness that the Lord can keep me alive in the day of famine. Tuesday, 29. Felt solemn and much tempted. The Lord help his poor servant from day to day, from hour to hour, and from moment to moment. Alas, what a dearth of religion is here! My God, help us to go on under these difficulties. Here Brother C. was once taken up by T.H., a man of property. He lived about 1 year afterward, and languished out his life. It may be he sinned the sin unto death, but there was hope in his end. He spoke to all around him, exhorting them to repent. Whether he was judicially visited, I know not. But I do not recollect an instance of one preacher that has been thus treated, that something distressing has not followed his persecutors. It may not be for the preacher's holiness, but rather the cause of God which the Eternal vindicates. I have had great conflicts of mind for some time past. I believe Satan has been hard at work, and has painted every possible danger he can to my imagination. Thursday, 31. My soul enjoyed peace. I was blessed in reading the 37th Psalm, and was also comforted in reading a few pages of Bishop Hopkins on the words, "Count it all joy when ye fall into divers temptations." Saturday, June 2. Preached at Martinsburg. Afterward returned to Brother Bruce's. He is a lily among the thorns. Sunday, 3. Preached to about 150 serious people, and was blessed in meeting class. Monday 4. I preached to a few lifeless people at Stroud's. I find myself given to God in prayer, and am not peculiarly exercised, yet my spirits feel depression. Tuesday 5. Had a rough ride over hills and dales to Guests. Here Brother Pigman met me, and gave an agreeable account of the work on the south branch of Potomac. I am kept in peace, and greatly pleased I am to get into the woods, where, although alone, I have blessed company, and sometimes think, who so happy as myself? Wednesday 6. We had 12 miles to ours along a bushy, hilly road. A poor woman with a little horse, without a saddle, outwent us up and down the hills, and when she came to the place appointed, the Lord met with and blessed her soul. Thursday 7. I set out for the south branch of Potomac, a country of mountains and natural curiosities. Blessed be God for health and peace. The enemy strives against me, but I look to God from hour to hour. We found some difficulty in crossing Great Capon River. 3 men very kindly carried us over in a canoe, and afterward rode our horses over the stream, without fee or reward. About 5 o'clock we reached W.R.'s. I laid me down to rest on a chest, and using my clothes for covering, slept pretty well. Here I found need of patience. Friday 8. Not being able to cross the south branch, we had to bear a way through the mountains, and to go up one of about 200 yards elevation. In some places the breaks in the slate served for steps. In other parts of the ascent there were none. We at length reached the place appointed, and preached to about 20, as I think, prayerless people on Isaiah 55, 6, 7. I hope some felt the word. Sunday 10. I preached at 11 o'clock to about 200 people with a degree of freedom. I then rode to R. Williams's. On my way I had a view of a hanging rock that appears like a castle wall, about 300 feet high, and looks as if it had been built with square slate stones. At first glance a traveler would be ready to fear it would fall on him. I had about 300 people, but there were so many wicked whiskey drinkers, who brought with them so much of the power of the devil, that I had but little satisfaction in preaching. Monday 11. I rose at 5 o'clock, with a determination to live nearer to God. Here are a few believers groaning for full redemption, but many more are dying through controversy and for the want of urgent exhortation to purity of heart. It is hard for those to preach this doctrine who have not experimentally attained it, or who are not striving with all their hearts to possess it. From Williams's I crossed the south branch and went to Patterson Creek. I came to a Dutch settlement. The people love preaching, but do not understand class meeting, because they are not enough conversant with the English tongue. And we cannot all do as J. Haggerty and H. Widener, who speak both languages. Could we get a Dutch preacher or two to travel with us, I am persuaded we should have a good work among the Dutch. I love these people. They are kind in their way. We have many trials and threatenings, but God is with us. I have lately been reading Fletcher's Checks, and they have been greatly blessed to me. However he may be now treated, and his works held in light estimation, ages to come will bless God for his writings, as I have done for those of Baxter and other ancient divines. I am now in a land of valleys and mountains, about 10 or 15 miles from the foot of the Allegheny, a mountain that, at this part of it, is 2 days' journey across. Thither some of our preachers are going to seek the outcasts of the people. Blessed be God, I am kept in constant peace and love, and am not so subject to dejection as in times past. Sunday 17. My soul enjoyed great peace in family and private prayer. There is much talk about some of our preachers being taken up. I have no fears from that quarter. Monday 18. I was led to wonder at myself when I considered the fatigue I went through. Traveling in the rain, sleeping without beds, etc., and in the midst of all I am kept in health. This confirms me in the persuasion that I am about the work I am called to, and the Lord gives me strength according to my day. So let thy work spread, blessed Jesus, and let not thy servants labor in vain. Wednesday 20. We had hard work crossing the Fork Mountain, being sometimes obliged to walk where it was too steep to ride. I was much blessed in speaking to about 90 Dutch folks who appeared to feel the word. Here is a spring remarkable for its depth, and the quantity of water it discharges sufficient for a mill within 200 yards from the source, which sometimes in freshets throws its massive waters considerably above the ordinary level of the surface. It does not appear that I do any great good, yet I am constantly happy and measurably holy. I bless the Lord for this. Thursday 21. Last evening I rode 1.5 miles to see some of the greatest natural curiosities my eyes ever beheld. They were 2 caves, about 200 yards from each other. Their entrances were, as in similar cases, narrow and descending, gradually widening towards the interior and opening into lofty chambers, supported to appearance by basaltic pillars. In one of these I sung, "Still out of the deepest abyss." The sound was wonderful. There were stalactites resembling the pipes of an organ, which, when our old guide, Father Ellsworth, struck with a stick, emitted a melodious sound, with variations according to their size. Walls like our old churches, resemblances to the towers adjoining their belfries, and the natural gallery which we ascended with difficulty. All to me was new, solemn, and awfully grand. There were parts which we did not explore, so deep, so damp, and near night. I came away filled with wonder, with humble praise and adoration. In journeying through this mountainous district I have been greatly blessed, my soul enjoying constant peace. I find a few humble, happy souls in my course, and although present appearances are gloomy, I have no doubt but that there will be a glorious gospel day in this and every other part of America. There are but 2 men in the society at Lost River able to bear arms. They were both drafted to go into the army. I gave them what comfort I could and prayed for them. Saturday 30. I got alone into a barn to read and pray. The people here appear unengaged. The preaching of unconditional election and its usual attendant, antinomianism, seems to have hardened their hearts. Sunday, July 1. More people attended preaching than I expected. I had some liberty in speaking, but no great fervor. Neither seemed there much effect produced. I retired to read and pray in the woods, the houses being small, and the families large. Friday 13. For some days past my congregations have not been very large, which is in part owing to the harvest home. I fasted from yesterday noon until 4 o'clock today. Though much tempted, I have been blessed. I have kept close today, and have read 200 pages of Baxter's Saints' Rest. Surely this is a most valuable book, a book I should like to read once a quarter. Monday 16. We set out through the mountains for quarterly meeting. It was a very warm day, and part of our company stopped after 30 miles traveling. Brother William Partridge and myself kept on until night overtook us in the mountain, among rocks and woods, and dangers on all sides surrounding us. We concluded it most safe to secure our horses and quietly await the return of day. So we lay down and slept among the rocks, although much annoyed by the gnats. Next day I met with several preachers with whom I spent some time in conversation about the work of God. At 12 o'clock the people at Perils met, and we all exhorted. Friday 20. I had some liberty on 2 Corinthians 6:2. I have been obliged to sleep on the floor every night since I slept in the mountains. Yesterday I rode 27 miles, and today 30. Saturday 21. I adore the goodness of God that I am kept in health, and I may wonder at myself that it is thus, when I consider how rough the fare is in this roughest of circuits. I feel thankful to God for sending such plenty for man and beast, and for the fine season to gather it, which, considering how many men are called away to the armies, is a great mercy. Tuesday, 24. I had some leisure for reading my Bible, which I have had little time for of late. I thank the Lord for peace, power, love, and a fervent spirit. Monday, 30. Attended a quarterly meeting at Leesburg. I gave a brief account of the Methodists, who and what they were, and repelled some charges brought against them here. At 12 o'clock, Brother Ellis preached a solid, good sermon on "He that hath this hope in him purifieth himself as he is pure." Maryland, Tuesday, August 7. Our quarterly meeting began at Charles Penn's near Seneca. On Wednesday, many gave testimony to the goodness of God in the love feast. I preached a long sermon to many people assembled in a barn. The weather was very warm and trying to me, but if good is done, all is well. I hear the work of the Lord greatly revives and spreads in Dorset. There is some opposition, but God is with the young preachers, who speak like old men. It appears as if the whole peninsula would be Christianized. Go on, gracious Lord, and let thy word o'er all prevail. I am kept by the power of God, and filled with comfort under all my trials. Sunday, 12. Was a damp, unwholesome day. At Micah Dorsey's, Elkridge, I was seized with all the symptoms of an inflammatory sore throat. I bled, took medicine, and applied blisters. But the disease was too violent to yield at once. Very high fever followed, and I suffered more than I can well express. I made use of poultice with better success. The gathering broke, and I found some relief. I praise God that His providence cast my lot among so kind a people. Food, lodging, a physician, Dr. Pugh, and whatever else was necessary, was not withheld. I am sensible I am not so humble as I should be, and it may be I am in danger of forming improper estimates of my importance among preachers and people. Were this disposition indulged, God might justly cut me off. Monday, 20. I set out on my way in great weakness of body, but I could not be satisfied to be at rest while able to travel. I stopped a while at Dr. Pugh's, and came in the evening to my old friend Thomas Cromwell's. Sunday, 26. I had a warm ride of 15 miles to G's, where I spoke with liberty to the poor, simple-hearted people. My body is weak, but my mind is kept in peace. I desire to trust to God with body and soul. It is now near 4 years since I was in these parts. In times past I labored much here. Preached at Fells Point on Deuteronomy 33:29, with a good degree of freedom, and in town at 5:30 o'clock. I trust the people felt, and I hope they will remember it. Spent Wednesday and Thursday in writing. I still find my soul kept in peace, and I daily feel a deeper sense of God and a greater concern for the prosperity of His work. Yet I have no distressing thought about it, being able to trust God with His own cause. End of section 43. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 44 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 44. Friday, 31. I received a packet of letters from the Peninsula, by which I learn that the work of God still prospers there, that persecution, as a necessary consequence, rages with great violence, and that 2 or 3 of the preachers are unable to preach through weakness of body. Monday, September 3. I visited the Bush Chapel. The people here once left us to follow another. Time was when the labors of their leader were made a blessing to them. But pride is a busy sin. He is now no more. Upon the whole, I am inclined to think the Lord took him away in judgment, because he was in a way to do hurt to his cause, and that he saved him in mercy, because from his deathbed conversation he appears to have had hope in his end. Wednesday, 5. I preached to about 300 people at Deer Creek with a good degree of freedom, and rejoiced to find that my old friends continued faithful. Sunday, 9. After riding 20 miles, I preached at Jones's on the Manor, to about 600 people, with great liberty. The audience were still and attentive. Mr. Goff spoke after me. Monday, 10. I learned that the Lord is reviving his work on the Eastern Shore, more or less, in every circuit. The wicked persecute, and Satan rages in Dorset, but God will carry on his own work and maintain his own cause. Tuesday, 11. My soul enjoys great nearness to God in private, and more fervor of spirit than I have known for some years. I also feel a greater care for the circuit preachers, and for the work of God in general. I spent part of my time in marking Baxter's cure for church divisions through. I have little leisure for anything but prayer, seldom more than 2 hours in the day, and that space I wish to spend in retired meditation and prayer. Riding, preaching, class meeting, leaves but little for reading or writing, and not always enough for prayer. Something might be gained could I pore over a book on horseback, as Mr. Wesley does in England, but this our roads forbid. Saturday, 22. Spoke in a barn, a cold place, and cold people. Here I met with T. Stevens, who heard me, and Mr. M. of Stroud in England. His wife was then a member with us. He has rambled until the Lord has also found him out. Pennsylvania, Tuesday, 25. Rode to York. I was met by Mr. Rankle, who was once a Methodist, but now a German Presbyterian minister. Mr. R. and Mr. Wagner appear as if they wish to be friendly, but they fear us, lest we should get the good will of the people, and we should join them to our societies. Sunday, 30. Under great weakness of body. Wednesday, October 3. I began to amend. I am kindly and comfortably entertained by Mrs. Grace, an old disciple. First awakened by Mr. Whitefield, afterward convinced by reading Mr. Wesley's sermon on falling from grace, and now a fast friend and member of our society. Sunday, 7. Preached at the Valley Preaching House on the Great Salvation to an attentive people, with some animation. From thence we rode to Benson's preaching house, where there was a great gathering of people, like a quarterly meeting. It is with difficulty I observe my morning and evening hour of retirement. I am, however, kept in constant peace. Tuesday, 9. I preached at E. Jones's to about 100 people. Here I met with J.R.S., mischievous and disappointed. Having separated himself, he charges us with casting him off, and spares not his secret abuse on conference and preachers. Fallen, deceitful, self-deceiving man, I leave thee to God and thy own conscience. Friday, 12. Came to Philadelphia, found the people serious, loving, and lively. The society here appears to be in a better state than they have been in since the British Army was here. Sunday, 14. I had some comfortable sensations in speaking on John 3:14. Our congregations are large, and I hope for a revival of the work amongst us. I heard 2 good sermons at St. George's. I gave them a plain discourse at night at St. George's on 1 John 1:8-9. Tuesday, 16. I enjoy peace, but I soon grow tired of the city. There is a deepening of the work in some souls, but I fear the religion of others evaporates in talk. Thursday, 18. I left the city of Philadelphia. In the evening I visited a German woman in distress for her soul. We spent an hour in prayer, and God set her at liberty. Next day I returned to the city, and on Sabbath day, the 21st, we had a love feast. I attended the Episcopal Church twice. Our own house was crowded. The work of God appears still to revive amongst us, and I trust the society increases in grace as well as in numbers. Among too many of the citizens, the spirit of politics has, in whole or in part, eaten out the spirit of religion. We have come to a conclusion to print the 4 volumes of Mr. Wesley's sermons. Thursday, 25. Attended the quarterly meeting at Cloud's Chapel. I found myself sweetly united to preachers and people. James Barton, a public speaker among friends, bore his testimony that God was amongst us. Saturday, 27. My intervals of time are employed in marking Baxter's Cure for Church Divisions for abridgment, which may some day see the light. My soul is drawn out to God to know whether I ought to go to Virginia this winter, in order, if possible, to prevent the spreading of the fire of division. I do not look for impulses or revelations. The voice of my brethren and concurrent circumstances will determine me in this matter. Harry seems to be unwilling to go with me. I fear his speaking so much to white people in the city has been or will be injurious. He has been flattered and may be ruined. Delaware, Wilmington, Sunday 28. I made an application to a discourse delivered by another. At Newcastle many attended the word, while I enlarged on Matthew 7:7. Saturday, November 3. We had 12 preachers and about 1,000 people at quarterly meeting. This evening our quarterly meeting conference began. We scrutinized and dealt with fidelity one with the other. Nothing would satisfy the preachers but my consenting to go to Virginia. There appear at times to be great movings among the people, but there seems to be a slackness of discipline among the preachers and them. This evil must be cured, or the work will be injured. Monday, 12. For some days past I have been engaged in troublesome business. Saturday, 17. I am agitated in my mind. I want to be gone, for I am persuaded my call for the present is to the south. I have often observed, as others doubtless have, who have been similarly circumstanced, that the peace of mind which the preparations for a journey necessarily disturb returns to the traveler on his way. Thursday, 22. I set out for Virginia. My horse gave me the slip, so that I got no farther than Dover by Sunday. Saturday, December 1. I have attended my appointments on the way, and am now as far as my old friend Mr. Robert Thompson's in Bohemia. My mind has been kept in peace ever since I left Brother White's. I felt the pain of parting with him at Dover. He has the most real affection for me of any man I ever met with. The Lord show kindness to him and his, for all their kindness shown to me. Maryland, Sunday 2. I preached at R. Thompson's, and in the evening visited his brother E. Thompson, who was very sick. Monday 3. Crossed the Susquehanna and came to I.D.'s. Thursday 6. Came to Baltimore. Here I received letters from Virginia, by which I learned that affairs are not so bad in Virginia as I feared. A few of the local preachers have made some stir, and the traveling preachers have withdrawn from them and their adherents. I have spent some time in Baltimore with satisfaction, and could freely stay longer. But there may be danger in these trading towns, and my way south seems to be open. Monday 17. Set out for Virginia. Virginia, Wednesday 19. Preached in Leesburg. From thence I traveled and preached through Hanover and Gloucester circuits. I find the spirit of party among some of the people. The local preachers tell them of the ordinances, and they catch at them like fish at a bait. But when they are informed that they will have to give up the traveling preachers, I apprehend they will not be so fond of their new plan. And if I judge right, the last struggle of a yielding party will be made at the approaching conference to be held at the Mannequin Town. Saturday, 29. Rode to Stedham's in Gloucester Circuit. This man was once famous for racing. He is now a servant of the Lord Jesus Christ. The old man wept when I described the tenderness of a soul when first united to Christ. He was awakened by the instrumentality of Mr. Jarrett, and I am persuaded there have been more souls convinced by his ministry than by that of any other man in Virginia. Tuesday, January 1, 1782. Having preached several times in the neighborhood of the old church, to very unfeeling congregations, I rode to Dudley's Ferry in order to cross York River, but was disappointed, the boat being on the opposite side. We returned to the Widow C.'s, being unwilling to stay at the tavern, and had a congregation of 60 or 70 people. We then rode about 5 miles to a ferry, and passed over immediately. Arrived at the other side, we found the smallpox and camp fever raging, and heard of several poor creatures, white and black, that had died on the road. Ah, we little know what belongs to war, with all its train of evils. Churches converted into hospitals and barracks, houses pillaged or burnt, which last has been the sad fate of the palace at Williamsburg. I met with 5 or 6 faithful souls on our fast day, and the Lord was present with us. There is considerable distress amongst our societies, caused by some of the local preachers, who are not satisfied unless they administer the ordinances without order or ordination, and the whole circuit appears to be more or less tinctured with their spirit. Tuesday, 8. I rode to Mr. Jarrett's and found him, as usual, quite friendly. Wednesday, 9. I rested with Mr. Jarrett. Thursday, 10. Brothers M. and F. met me at White Oak Chapel, where A.C., one of our young preachers, was baptized by Mr. Jarrett. We spent the evening comfortably. I find the party men among our societies grow weak, and I am persuaded this division will cause the sincere, among preachers and people, to cleave closer to doctrine and discipline, and may be the means of purging our societies of those who are corrupt in their principles. Saturday, 12. I preached at Captain Smith's. The matter was good, but I had not much liberty in speaking. I feel that talking about anything but the things of God is improper for me, and out of my line. I am not so full and flaming with the love of God as I was some time ago. I feel resolved, through grace, to keep near to God at all times. Oh, how many things are lawful in themselves that yet are not expedient, and damp the pure life of God in the soul. I have these words often in my mind. The children which thou shalt have after thou hast lost the other shall say again in thine ears, the place is too strait for me. Give place to me that I may dwell. Tuesday, 15. Preached at Ellis's Chapel to a simple, loving people. Wednesday, 16. I preached at the Widow King's. About 18 months ago I preached in this neighborhood, and then thought the people dead with a witness, all except one poor old Englishman. Now there are a few faithful souls. Sunday, 20. I preached at the great preaching house in Nansemond with uncommon openings in my mind. About 20 months past I preached here, and was then in hopes of a revival, but evil speaking and other things have prevented. How do unskilful surgeons often put their patients to pain without profit? Tuesday, 22. I preached at Brother Moss's, a place the circuit preachers had quitted because there were no hearers. This good purpose my traveling answers, to get a few to hear me who will not come to hear others. Wednesday, 23. At Lane's Chapel I enlarged on 2 Corinthians 7:1, and found it was what the brethren wanted. They are a loving people, and may rank with any of our North Country Methodists. My soul is refreshed, and I bless the Lord for what he has done for this society. My friend W., who was fond of our preaching, and rode 30 miles with me in my last visit here, is gone into quietism, and would not come to hear. How changeable a creature is man. This was a day of fasting and humiliation with me. In describing the filthiness of the flesh, I treated on those sins that are in the flesh, and committed by the members of the body, the filthiness of the spirit, those sins to which devils are subject, such as pride, envy, self-will, bitterness, etc. To cleanse ourselves from these, every mean of self-denial and spiritual mortification is necessary. It must be sought by faith, and expected as a present salvation. Thursday, 24. God is with me, and has all my heart. I am not sensible of anything contrary to humble, thankful, constant love to God, pitying love to poor sinners, and melting, sympathetic love for the dear ministers and people of God wherever I meet them. I found great fellowship with the pious family of Davis, especially with Henry Davis, who I trust is an Israelite indeed, in whom there is no guile. I had about 50 hearers at blank, among whom were some high Calvinists. Mr. M. took my text to preach from "The grace of God that bringeth salvation hath appeared unto all men." Friday, 25. I had a comfortable meeting with my old friends at R. Jones's, and trust the word was felt among the people. Saturday, 26. I had a large congregation at Richardson's, where the Lord has lately been at work. I met a class and found many earnest seekers of salvation. The poor mourners came again at night, to whom I applied Hezekiah's experience, at which all appeared deeply affected. They wept, talked together, and seemed loath to leave the place. Sunday, 27. I had a large, solemn congregation at Mabry's chapel. I trust the work revives in the souls of these people. I lodged with my old friend I. Mabry, who gave me the following account of the death of his daughter, F. Mabry, who for some years past appeared to live the life of faith. In August last she was taken ill. When at the point of death, the Lord cut short his work in her soul, cleansing her heart. She testified what God had done for her with great power, her language surprising all who were present. She appeared to be kept alive one whole day almost miraculously. Her father said he thought the power of God was so strongly upon her that she could not die. Tuesday, 29. I rode to Rose's Creek. This is the coldest day I have yet felt in Virginia. Mr. Blank, who had lately lost his wife, desired me to preach in his house, which I did to about 50 people. I spent the evening with F.G.N. and E.M.N. at T. Rivers's. Wednesday, 30. I saw Brother E. Dromgoole. He is very weak in body, but steady to old Methodism. I feel a great desire that he may travel again. Thursday, 31. I preached at Wolsey's barn on "Where is the blessedness ye spake of?" From thence rode to O. Myrick's. North Carolina, Friday, February 1. Brother S. Yeargin gave me an account of a light his former wife saw, whilst at prayer one day in a little thicket below the house. She said the light shone all around her, above the brightness of the sun. This remarkable circumstance she had resolved not to communicate, even to her husband. On more mature reflection, however, she thought it most proper to tell him. He observed to her, "Perhaps you will die soon. Are you willing?" "Yes," was her reply, but at the same time expressed her fears of a long illness, which, said she, will burden the family. Within 2 weeks from this she died. She was my kind nurse the last time I was in Virginia, and she is the third woman of my former kind friends that I have heard of who has died in the Lord during my absence. Blessed be the Lord for the great things he has done. After preaching to a few small congregations, on Thursday 7, I rode 16 miles, and preached to a large assemblage of people at I.T.'s on the Great Salvation. Though I am often in haste, and straitened for want of time, I have gone through Mr. Wesley's 3rd volume once, and am going through it again. I make it a rule to spend an hour, morning and evening, in meditation, and in prayer for all the circuits, societies, and preachers. I expect to see the work of God revive in these parts, so soon as the spirit of disputation is cast out. Blessed be God, I enjoy good health of body and peace of mind. I find no preaching does good, but that which properly presses the use of the means and urges holiness of heart. These points I am determined to keep close to in all my sermons. Virginia, Saturday 9. We rode 25 miles up MaryAnn, and missing our way, did not reach the place until 3 o'clock. The people, meantime, had waited for us, and I spoke to them on Luke 19:10. I trust not in vain. In this country I have to lodge half my nights in lofts, where light may be seen through 100 places, and it may be the cold wind at the same time blowing through as many. But through mercy I am kept from murmuring, and bear it with thankfulness, expecting ere long to have better entertainment, a heavenly and eternal rest. Monday 11. I rode to J. Martin's Briery Creek, and preached to nearly 100 people from Acts 26:18. After preaching I had some conversation with Mr. M. Roberts, who was formerly a clergyman of the Episcopal Church, but he is now set out on an independent plan. Although he has his peculiarities, I admire his candor as a Christian. His plan may fail, and his zeal may cool, if indeed that is not already observable. Mr. M. charged Mr. Whatley with inconsistency in some things, and disapproved of his sending what preachers he thought fit to any place or people. I observed in reply that Mr. Whatley did nothing without consulting the preachers, that he was no spiritual tyrant. Mr. M. took care to let me know that he did not believe that anyone could finally fall from grace. I felt great love to the man, and was pained that we had to agree to disagree. Tuesday 12. We rode to solid Robert Martin's on Appomattox River. Brother Martin appears to be a man of piety, a professor of sanctification. He informed me of the remarkable conversion of Captain Wood, an officer of the Continental Line. He was taken at the capture of Charlestown by the British. Obtaining a parole, he returned home to Prince Edward. Here it was that he was convinced of sin. While laboring under deep distress of soul, he made frequent attempts to destroy himself, and would suffer no one to come near him but Brother M. At length the Lord set him at liberty, and he is now a serious man, and appears to be much devoted to God. Wednesday 13. I preached at S. Jones's, and was much led out on Romans 13:11. I enjoy peace from morning to night. Was it only for what I feel that I traveled and preached, my labors to myself would not be lost, but I shall do good. God will not suffer the word he gives me to fall to the ground. It will be blessed to preachers and people. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me, forever and ever. Saturday and Sunday, 16-17. Preached at Colonel Bedford's in Charlotte County. Many appeared to be quickened and restored to the grace of God. Monday 18. Preached with pleasure and delight at Mr. Almond's on the Almost Christian. While Brother Ellis was exhorting, the congregation was alarmed with the cry of fire, which had kindled in a house adjoining. Willing hearts and ready hands sufficed to save the furniture and almost every article of value from the destructive flames. But the house that first took fire, and the dwelling house, with a connecting piazza, were consumed. We left this scene of awful solemnity and alarm, and rode to Brother Crowder's for our dinners, which we needed, having ridden 25 miles since we took any refreshment. Tuesday 19. I preached to a mixed multitude, with great comfort, on Colossians 1:27-28, and hope the people will remember it. I praise the Lord for uninterrupted communion with him. End of section 44. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 45 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 45. North Carolina, Wednesday 20. I crossed the Dan and Stanton rivers and came to C.S., poor and worthy people. The woman professes sanctification, and the man appears to be much given up to God. I had uncommon enlargement of spirit in speaking on Mark 11:24. Thursday 21. I am filled with love from day to day. Oh, bless the Lord for the constant communion I enjoy with him. Sanctification is the doctrine which is most wanted to be preached among the people here, whom the more I know, the more I love. Antinomians are laboring to spread their tenets among them, but they will give way, as holiness of heart and life is pointedly enforced and pressed home upon their consciences. This is the best antidote to the poison. Sunday 24. I always find the Lord present when I go to the throne of grace. Oh, that the Lord may keep me from moment to moment. I received a letter from J.W., a faithful youth, that bids fair to make a great man of God, and a useful preacher of the gospel. I began to fear I should have no one to travel with me, and pilot me in this strange land, when providentially Brother J.C. met me. I find my greatest trials to arise from taking thought. It is by this Satan tries to come in. It is my constitutional weakness to be gloomy and dejected. The work of God puts life into me. And why despond? The land is before us, and nothing can hurt us but divisions among ourselves. Virginia. I preached the funeral sermon of Philip Adams, one of our preachers. He died last March. This duty I performed the more cheerfully, believing that such would have been his choice had I been within reach at the time of his death. My subject was 1 Kings 13:30. P.A. was a man of grace, and his gifts increased. He was steady and closely attached to the doctrine and discipline of the Methodists. He died happy in the Lord, and I doubt not but that he has gone where the wicked cease from troubling, and the weary are at rest. North Carolina, Sunday, March 3. I preached the funeral sermon of Mrs. Harrison, the wife of T. Harrison, on Dan River. Although there was snow on the ground, many people attended, to whom I spoke on 1 Corinthians 15:57-58. Mr. H. appears to be deeply distressed at the loss of his wife. I hope it will terminate in a concern for his own soul. He offered me a large reward for my services. Money is not my object. I have great affection for C. Keenan, one of the most sensible Calvinists in these parts. He acknowledges he found his religion among the Methodists. His system he borrowed from Whittius. Fletcher has cured him of the disease of disputation. He reads him with delight even while he is prostrating the pillars against which he leans. Tuesday 5. I enjoy great peace. My soul resteth in God from day to day, and from moment to moment. Saturday 9. I have had hard work, but the Lord supports me, and daily keeps me in his love. This bears up my spirit under all the usage and fatigues I undergo. Notice is taken here of a preacher's words and actions. We must therefore be cautious, and not lay a stumbling block before the weak. It is my duty to labor for God and souls without a complaining word. Tuesday 12. I have been much tried this day 2 various ways. I feel myself greatly humbled. This morning I poured out my soul to God in the granary, and was refreshed in my spirit. When we came to New Hope Creek, we could not ford it, so I crossed on a log. Hitherto the Lord has helped me. I would not live always, neither would of choice know what is before me. Sunday 17. I preached with great liberty to a solemn, attentive people. I met society, and the people spoke freely. I am willing to travel and preach as long as I live, and I hope I shall not live long after I am unable to travel. I obtained the promise of brothers P. Bruce and O'Kelly to join heartily in our connection. I feel much let out in spirit for the preachers who are to meet in conference, that we may all be united together in love and peace, and firm resolves to carry on the work which God hath called us to. Sunday 24. At Kimbrough I preached to a large congregation, but I am afraid the word preached will not profit them. I spoke warmly for about an hour. There came on a rain, and the people appeared to be more afraid of their saddles being wet than their souls being lost. Wednesday, 27. I preached to about 100 people at the Tabernacle on Deuteronomy 33:29. I trust there is more of the life of God here now than when I was here last. Thursday, 28. I felt much this day from the coldness of the weather, but no matter. Brother Ogburn met me again. I am generally blessed with the preachers. When one leaves me, another meets me, and my soul enjoys God as a satisfying portion. Sunday, April 7. I preached at Roanoke Chapel on I have somewhat against thee, because thou hast left thy first love, etc. It may be for the last time. I hasted on to preach a funeral sermon at Brother John Seward's at the interment of a young woman who had been a member of our society about 5 years. She died suddenly, and I trust rests from her labors. Friday, 12. I preached at the Widow F.S. on Work Out Your Own Salvation with Fear and Trembling. We rode to J. Keese's to be ready for quarterly meeting, to be held next day at White Oak Chapel. Saturday, 13. We met Mr. Jarrett, but he had such a cold he refused to preach. I spoke on The Children Thou Shalt Have After Thou Hast Lost Thy Others, etc. We had a love feast at 4 o'clock in the evening. It was truly a gracious season. Many spoke freely and feelingly of the goodness of God. Sunday, 14. I preached at the chapel, and we then went to church. I read the lessons of Mr. Jarrett, who preached a great sermon on union and love from the 123rd Psalm. We received the sacrament, and afterward went home with Mr. Jarrett, that we might accompany him to our conference. I have been much tried, inwardly and outwardly. I have been deeply and solemnly engaged in public, in families, and more especially in private, for a blessing on the people, and for union and strength among the preachers at our approaching conference. Tuesday, 16. We set out, and on the next day, 17th, reached Ellis's, at whose house we held a conference. The people flocked together for preaching. Mr. Jarrett gave us a profitable discourse on the 14th chapter of Hosea. In the evening, the preachers met in conference. As there had been much distress felt by those of them of Virginia, relative to the administration of the ordinances, I proposed to such as were so disposed to enter into a written agreement to cleave to the old plan in which we had been so greatly blessed, that we might have the greater confidence in each other, and know on whom to depend. This instrument was signed by the greater part of the preachers without hesitation. Next morning I preached on Philippians 2, 1-5. I had liberty, and it pleased God to set it home. One of the preachers, James Haw, who had his difficulties, was delivered from them all. And with the exception of one, all the signatures of the preachers present were obtained. We received 7 into connection, and 4 remained on trial. At noon, Mr. Jarrett spoke on the union of the attributes. Friday, 19. We amicably settled our business and closed our conference. Mr. Jarrett preached on A man shall be as a hiding place from the wind, and a covert from the tempest, etc. We had a love feast. The power of God was manifested in a most extraordinary manner. Preachers and people wept, believed, loved, and obeyed. Saturday, 20. We rode upwards of 30 miles to Captain Smith's without eating or drinking. Sunday, 21. Held quarterly meeting at Boisseau's chapel. The glory is strangely departed here. I preached with liberty on They that sow in tears shall reap in joy. From thence I hasted to Mr. Jarrett's barn, where the people were waiting, to whom I enlarged on James 4, 7-10. Mr. Jarrett seemed all life, and determined to spend himself in the work of God, and visit what circuits he could. I am persuaded the separation of some from our original plan about the ordinances will, upon the whole, have a tendency to unite the body together, and to make preachers and people abide wherein they are called. I feel abundant cause to praise God for what he has done. Monday, 22. I rode 30 miles to Brother Finney's in Amelia without any refreshment. I have constant peace, and my soul enjoys more calm than heretofore. Some pain, indeed, was felt in parting with my Virginia brethren, as though I had left something valuable behind me. Thursday, 25. I rode 43 miles in order to reach Fluvanna Circuit, and next day preached at the Broken-Backed Church. Tuesday, 30. Rode to Dr. Hopkins's and preached with liberty from Psalm 145, 17 through 19. I hope our meeting was not in vain. Lord, preach thy word by thy Holy Spirit. Let me not travel and spend my strength for naught, and thine shall be the glory. Lord's Day, May 5. I preached with freedom on the parable of the sower at Brother H. Fry's in Culpeper County. He professeth sanctification. I find many of the people and some of the local preachers quite warm about the ordinances, on which subject there is much disputation. Blessed be God. In the midst of it all I have quiet and patience, and hope shortly to get into a more peaceable clime. My face is to the north. Friday, 10. I preached at Culpeper Courthouse. The people were serious and attentive. Here I heard the good news that Britain had acknowledged the independence for which America has been contending. May it be so. The Lord does what to him seemeth good. Wednesday, 15. Our quarterly meeting began in Fairfax Circuit. I preached with but little consolation to my own soul. Next day there was some move in the love feast. One sinner brought under conviction, and one backslider reclaimed. Friday, 17. I set out with Brother G., who has given up his separating plan. The Lord has conquered him, and I hope that all who are worthy will return. Maryland, Monday, 20. A few of us began conference in Baltimore. Next day we had a full meeting. The preachers all signed the agreement proposed at the Virginia Conference, and there was a unanimous resolve to adhere to the old Methodist plan. We spent most of the day in examining the preachers. We had regular daily preaching. Monday, Brother Ellis preached. On Tuesday, I spoke on 1 Timothy 4:12. Wednesday, 22. We had many things before us. Our printing plan was suspended for the present for want of funds. Friday, 24. Was set apart for fasting and prayer. We had a love feast, the Lord was present, and all was well. The preachers in general were satisfied. I found myself burdened with labors and cares. We have now 59 traveling preachers, and 11,785 in society. Our young men are serious, and their gifts are enlarged. Saturday, 25. Rode to Brother Lynch's to get quiet and rest after so much haste and bustle and business. I want to be retired, to answer my letters. I feel a great necessity of being more than ever given up to God. I hope he will yet do great things for us this year. Saturday, June 1. I spent a considerable part of this week at Mr. Goff's, in answering letters, in reading and retirement. I now return to Baltimore under a deep sense of the goodness of God. Monday, 3. Set out for Calvert, preached on the way at West River. I spoke to about 100 poor people, whom I exhorted to seek that they might find. After dinner I retired and sat down on a log beside the water for nearly 2 hours, and had sweet communion with God. It is not the place, nor the posture of the body, that constitutes the real worshipper. Yet, at proper times and convenient places, it is good to kneel before the Lord our Maker. We came to Herring Bay, and thence went to a place formerly called Hell Corner, and thus named because of the desperate wickedness of the people. Yet even here hath God brought many poor souls to the knowledge of himself. Thursday, 6. Rose at 4 o'clock and spent an hour in private. Rode through the heat 16 miles to Childs's barn, where I spoke on 2 Corinthians 4:16. and where God has already wrought on the hearts of many, bringing them to the knowledge of the truth. Friday 7. We have a pleasant rain after great heat and drought, for which we have cause to praise God. Saturday 8. There was an extraordinary hail near this place a few days ago. Sunday 9. Rose in peace. My soul is solidly given up to God, although I am sorely tempted. Friday 14. I had many of the rich to hear, to whom I spoke on John 7:17. In the course of my preaching, I was led to strike at deism. I learned afterward that Dr. Blank, a professed deist, was present. I love these poor people, and I believe some of them love me. I hope the time to favor them will yet come. Virginia, Saturday 22. I preached at Leesburg and again on Sunday afternoon. I fear to little purpose. God be merciful to these people. I must now retire. My morning and evening hour is as my daily bread. Wednesday 26. Rode to S's under the Blue Ridge. Neither the place comfortable nor the people lively. I believe but few of the hearers understood me. I have read the lives of Mr. Gilpin and Mr. Latimer, and took good heed of the life of Mr. B. I admire their spirit, writing, and speaking. There is something in them all so methodistical. I find it difficult to get time, strength, and place for retirement. Nevertheless, I do not neglect it. From S's we crossed the ridge to Heights, where we rested and were comforted. We crossed the mountain at the Gap, near my bed where I slept last summer, and riding up the North River made our journey near 20 miles. When we came there, we found that the people had gone to bury our old friend S, so that we had 7 miles farther to go. Arriving, we found them handing about their stink pots of mulled whiskey. We have not unfrequently to lodge in the same room with the family, the houses having but the one room, so that necessity compels us to seek retirement in the woods. This, with the nightly disagreeables of bugs to annoy us, shows the necessity of crying to the Lord for patience. In the midst of all, I thank God, I enjoy peace of mind. Oh, how many thousands of poor souls have we to seek out in the wilds of America, who are but one remove from the Indians in the comforts of civilized society, and considering that they have the Bible in their hands, comparatively worse in their morals than the savages themselves. The want of religion among them arises, I apprehend, from the badness of their own hearts, and from their hearing corrupt doctrines. Saturday, July 6. We crossed the great mountain, and being obliged to walk down its opposite side, I was much fatigued. Arriving at the Widow George's, I preached on My spirit shall not always strive with man. I had been sorely tried in body and mind. I now spoke with delight. Sunday 7. In recrossing the mountain on my way to Mill Creek, I was obliged to walk up and down its sides, and was greatly tired. I delivered a short discourse, with pleasure, to about 300 people. Afterward, Brother Haggerty spoke to them. It rained before and after preaching, but held up while we worshipped by the side of the stream, for want of a house. After preaching, we rode to the branch, making a Sabbath day's journey of nearly 40 miles. Monday 8. I am sick and weary. Ah, how few are there who would not choose strangling rather than life and the labors we undergo, and the hardships and privations we are compelled to submit to. Blessed be God, we have hope beyond the grave. Thursday 11. At Patterson Creek I struck at the root of antinomianism while speaking at Jones's. Certain sectarians were not well pleased at this. Once in Christ and always safe. This is a favorite morsel to some. Friday 12. Rode to the North Branch, crossed the Knobbly Mountain. At its foot we stopped, ate a little bread, drank fine water, prayed, and then went forward to Cresseps. I was pretty plain on Isaiah 55:6-7. Here Colonel Barrett met me, and conducted me 2 miles up the Allegheny. We were riding until near 10 o'clock. The road was dreary, and the night was dark. I wanted rest and found it. We had nearly 200 people to hear in this newly settled country. They were attentive, and I hope God will do something for them. After preaching on John 7:17, we set out on our return. I was much fatigued, and it rained hard. My poor horse, too, was so weak from the want of proper food that he fell down with me twice. This hurt my feelings exceedingly, more than any circumstance I met with in all my journey. Sunday 14. Was rainy, however it cleared away time enough to get to Williams's on the South Branch. Brother Haggerty preached an excellent discourse on "He would have all men to be saved, and come to the knowledge of the truth," after which I spoke about 40 minutes on Proverbs 1:23-25. I am not so pious as I want to be. I pray much, but I do not watch and pray enough. In the course of the labors of the day, I purpose to do it more. Since Thursday, we have ridden 60 miles along incredibly bad roads, and our fare was not excellent. Oh, what pay would induce a man to go through wet and dry, and fatigue and suffering, as we do? Souls are our hire. Tuesday 16. We proceeded along to Great and Little Capon, over rough and stony roads. Wednesday 17. We went on through devious roads and arrived at Guess's. Here I set on a scheme to prevent my horse from falling lame, that had yesterday lost a shoe. It was to bind round his foot a piece of the neck of a bull's hide. My contrivance answered the purpose well. Thursday 18. I preached at Stephen Harlan's under the spreading trees on David's charge to Solomon. Thence rode on to Boydstone's, where we stayed one day, which afforded us the first leisure time since Monday morning we have had to sit down and write. I am at times greatly concerned that there are no visible movings and instantaneous conversions among the people. Saturday 20. Preached at Shepherdstown to about 200 people. From thence, crossing the Potomac, came to Woods. Maryland, Sunday 21. I preached to a large congregation of poor sinners who appeared hard and ignorant. We went forward to Fredericktown, where I arrived much fatigued and unwell. Yet I preached in the courthouse at 6 o'clock on Luke 19:41-42. Saturday 27. Being unwell, I declined going to Baltimore, and went to Perry Hall, where I found my dear friend Thomas White. On the Sabbath day we read prayers in the family, and I preached in the afternoon on 2 Chronicles 32:24-25. Monday 29. Closely employed in answering letters from various parts. I find it hard to keep the power of religion, yet I feel that my soul is stayed upon God. I want to be moving on. If I rest a few days, I am tried. Blessed be God, who thus embitters inactive quiescence to me. I am impelled forward by my desires of comfort for myself, and sincere wishes to be useful to the church, and to the world of sinners. Thursday, August 1. Preached at the Fork Preaching House to about 100 people. Pennsylvania, Monday 12. Rode to Little York and dined with Mr. Otterbein and Mr. Magner. I had many hearers in the German schoolhouse. This is a day which I ought to remember with gratitude. I borrowed a young mare, and as I rode along with my hands in my pockets, she blundered and fell. In the scuffle I had thoughts of throwing myself off, but did not. After some time she recovered, and I praised the Lord who had preserved me in such imminent danger. Monday 19. I see God will work among Mennonists, Dunkers, Presbyterians, Lutherans, Episcopalians, Dutch, English, no matter. The cause belongs to God. Sunday 25. Rode 10 miles to Benson's preaching house, where there were, I suppose, nearly 400 hearers collected. After preaching here at 10 o'clock, I rode 6 miles farther and preached to about 500 people at the Valley Preaching House. Tuesday 27. After preaching to a small congregation of unengaged hearers, we rode to Philadelphia. What a noisy, disagreeable place! Oh, for something of that simplicity which dwelt among the dwellers in tents! But the souls of the people are precious. End of section 45. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 46 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 46. Sunday, September 1. We had a solemn melting season at the love feast in the morning, most of the society present. We afterward went to St. Paul's, heard a sermon preached by Mr. McGaw, and received the sacrament. Monday, 2. Met the leaders and stewards to look into the temporal affairs of the society. After dinner we rode to Burlington, 19 miles, and preached on "My spirit shall not always strive with man." Jersey, Tuesday, 3. Rode to Trenton, the town in a great bustle with the court and the French troops. My subject was the Syrophoenician woman. The congregation was large and serious. Ah, poor gospel-hardened Trenton! But a few have been converted of late. Thursday, 5. I spoke with plainness to a multitude of people at Egbert's. Some probably came to see us taken up by the magistracy. At night a drunken man applied to have his wife's name blotted from the class paper. Anon came 2 more to demand our passes. We were threatened with desperate work in the morning, an attack on the road. We saw neither harm nor them. In Germantown there came a gentleman of the committee and examined our passes. He treated us with great politeness, and told us what the law required. Brother Tunnill's pass was pronounced valid, but mine was not, because I had not the signatures of the proper authorities in the counties through which I had traveled. I pleaded ignorance of the necessity of this. Here appeared to be the secret. The mob had been after Brother Everett with clubs, and it was supposed under the connivance of their superiors. They found, however, that he was qualified according to law. The work of God prospers, and, it is possible, this is the real cause of offense to unfriendly ministers. Saturday, 7. Rested from public labors, and spent some time in reading and writing. Sunday, 8. Preached to a very gay congregation, consisting of 400 or 500 people. There appears to be a prospect of good among them. The priests of all denominations, Dutch and English, appear to be much alarmed at our success. Some oppose openly, others more secretly. The Episcopal ministers are the most quiet, and some of these are friendly. Saturday, 14. I came to New Mills after preaching at H's and Penny Hill. I passed through Monmouth and Upper and Lower Freehold. Here lived that old saint of God, William Tennant, who went to his reward a few years ago. Pennsylvania, Monday, 16. After preaching at Mount Holly to a crowded congregation, I rode, very unwell and under deep exercises of mind, to Philadelphia, 20 miles. I have preached 17 times and ridden above 200 miles in the last 2 weeks. I think God will do great things in the Jerseys. The prospect is pleasing, east and west. Saturday, 21. I received 2 letters from Virginia which gave me great consolation. The divisions there are much abated. The work revives. The preachers are in health and well received. Sunday, 22. After preaching on the Christian graces, I visited Mr. M.W., who opened himself to me on matters of religion with freedom. I went to St. Paul's, and to my great surprise, in comes my old friend Barton. He was brought up a churchman, and was awakened without human means. Observing that ministers and members in that church were dead and careless, and finding some living testimonies among friends, he was induced to join them, and thus adhered for 20 years, becoming a public speaker among them. He is now jealous for the Lord's ordinances. He says he could never fully give them up, and must now come to the Methodists. Monday, 23. I began begging for the society that we might, if possible, relieve our preaching house from the encumbrance of ground rent. I soon got about £270 subscribed. Tuesday, 24. I think the Pennsylvanians are, in general, as ignorant of real religion as any people I have been amongst. When the power is lost where the forms were never cherished, the downright ignorance of the heathen, who have only heard of Christ, is the necessary consequence. Delaware, Saturday 28. Preached in Thoroughfare Neck, 20 miles, and then returned to Wyatt's and preached with liberty. Thence I hastened on to Dover, and at 6 o'clock delivered my third discourse, making a journey of 40 miles. We know not what we can do until we try. Sunday, October 6. I preached in White's new chapel for the first time. It is one of the neatest country chapels the Methodists have on the whole continent. My subject was Haggai 2:9. In this place will I give peace. Tuesday, 22. I have had large congregations in several counties of the states of Delaware and Maryland, and have been humbled before the Lord that so many people should come to hear such a poor worm as I am. If any good has been done by my poor labors, to God the Lord be all the glory. I am this day in Dorset Circuit, and have preached for the first time to about 300 hearers. Saturday, 26. Quarterly meeting at Thomas Avery's. The first day had about 500 people, though rainy, and I had life and light and liberty in speaking to them. Lord's Day 27. We met at 7 o'clock. The people spoke with great life and simplicity. At noon it was supposed there were not less than 1,200 people, to whom I spoke with divine aid from the latter part of the 8th chapter of Mark's Gospel. Attended quarterly meeting at Barrett's chapel. I was greatly afflicted in mind. I could not accomplish my plan, to send preachers to the backwoods, where they are greatly wanting. I have been counseled not to leave the peninsula. This advice I shall not follow. Saturday, November 16. I have been employed in making large extracts from Baxter and Burroughs on church divisions. I think every minister and Christian ought to read these works. Monday, December 2. My soul is kept in constant peace, and shall make her boast in the Lord under all her trials. Virginia, Sunday, 8. Preached to a wild, hardened people at the old church, in King and Queen County. In the evening spoke at Stedman's. My spirit has been clothed in sackcloth since my coming into this state. My hopes begin to revive. Wednesday, 11. I rode to Williamsburg, formerly the seat of government, but now removed to Richmond. Thus the worldly glory is departed from it. As to divine glory, it never had any. I preached in James City Courthouse. The place has suffered and is suffering. The palace, the barracks, and some good dwelling houses burnt. The Capitol is no great building and is going to ruin. The exterior of the college not splendid, and but few students. The Bedlam House is desolate, but whether because none are insane, or all are equally mad, it might perhaps be difficult to tell. Sunday, 22. We had a solemn time at the great preaching house in Nansemond County. Tuesday, 24. I rode through Suffolk. Alas, for these Oliverian times! Most of the houses here, except the church, are destroyed, or more or less injured. New Year's Day, 1783. I have passed through Gates, Hartford, Bertie, and Northampton counties, in North Carolina. I am now in Southampton County, in Virginia, and have this day preached in St. Paul's. Monday, 6. After preaching at H.C.'s, we rode 20 miles to Greaves's, where I met with Mr. Jarrett. On Tuesday he preached for me at R. Jones's. I exhorted. The meeting was lively. Tuesday, 14. Wolsey's barn, cold day, cold house, cold people. There has been preaching here for 7 years past, yet the society declines. Friday, 24. At Brother Holmes's in Mecklenburg County. My soul mourns for the deadness of the people in our old circuits. We have great calls to South Carolina and Georgia. Monday, 27. I preached, and the people seemed attentive. At present there is a good prospect of success. Saturday, February 1. Our quarterly meeting began in Mecklenburg Circuit. I hope God will favor us and revive his work here. Sunday, 2. I was very unwell. Brother Blank held a love feast. At noon I was much let out on Mark 8:4. I am quite dissipated with company and greatly desire retirement. Tuesday, 4. I offended some at Colonel Bedford's. They could not bear the thoughts of a possibility of falling from grace. Friday, 7. Being unable to reach the quarterly meeting at Henley's, I consented to preach at Brother Crowder's. God is my hope and my help at all times. My soul is kept in peace, and oh that I could yet sink deeper into God from day to day. Sunday, 9. Rose with a sense of the divine presence. I am greatly blessed in reading the latter part of Jeremiah's Lamentations and Ezekiel's prophecy. I discover how the prophets, who spoke in different ages and places of the kingdom of God, accord in sentiment and language. So it is now with the preachers of the gospel. I had great comfort in preaching at noon, and so I always have after severe trials. Monday, 10. Being disappointed in crossing Roanoke on Saturday, we tried again this morning, and getting into Pittsylvania Circuit, after riding about 40 miles, reached Brother Martin's. I felt weary more than I have done for months past. Thursday, 13. Rode 25 miles, but my horse failing, bad fare and no fodder for him, we did not get in until 2 o'clock. The people, however, had waited. I was much let out in speaking, although very unwell from fasting, walking, and the exercise of my mind. North Carolina, Monday, 17. We proceeded to the Yadkin Circuit. It is well we are on this side the Dan River. The late rains might else have prevented our going on for a season. On our route we passed through Salem, a Moravian town, well built after the German manner. Everyone appeared to be in business. We lodged at Mr. Thompson's, a settler on the Moravian lands, which is a tract of 16 miles square. Neither was the cabin comfortable or our host pleasing. Sunday, March 2. Came to Short's, and preached to a number of people who appeared solemn, while I enforced, "My spirit shall not always strive with man." We rode on to L's, lodged in a cabin, but the bed was clean. Monday, 3. Cold as it was, we rode from Guilford to Caswell County, a distance of 20 miles, and met with a considerable congregation, among whom were a few warm-hearted people. I hope the Lord will work here. Here was a cabin with one room, a barn, and stables. I have little time to write or place to read. The barn is my closet for prayer. Friday, 7. I had a large congregation at Hillsborough, and there was more attention and solemnity observable than formerly. I visited 3 young men who are to die shortly. They wept while I talked and prayed with them. I walked to the church. It was once an elegant building, and still makes a good appearance at a distance, but within it is in ruins. The calamities and destructive waste of war have been severely felt in these parts. Tuesday, 11. Preached at Wims's to about 30 people, 1 or 2 faithful souls among them. The son of Mr. Wims has been cured of a confirmed dropsy by the recipe of Mr. P. of Brunswick, Virginia, who has thought proper to keep his remedy secret. Would it be a wonder if God should render it unsuccessful, or that some judicial dispensation should light on those who will not make generally known a discovery so useful? Oh, what a distressed people have they been in these parts during the late contest! To the fightings without were added all the horrors of a civil war within. Poor brother B.T. was twice robbed and escaped with his life. Saturday, 15. Preached to some Calvinistic professors and sinners. The people are very careless, and professors are unfaithful. What have I suffered on account of these things? Rode 28 miles to H's. Oh, how this family is changed for the worse! Black and white now wicked. We got our horses and took our leave about an hour by sun, and came to Sister Kembrow's, where we found the family at prayer. We were wonderfully directed along a road I had never but once before trod. Here my soul is blessed, my burden is gone. Saturday, 22. I preached to a poor unfeeling people at a place the circuit preachers had left. We were fortunate enough to eat about 11 o'clock. We got nothing more until about that hour next day. We pushed on to get to M's, arrived there at 8 o'clock at night. There was no fodder, no supper, no prayer. Next morning we started at sunrise, and with difficulty getting over the river, came to Winstead's about 10 o'clock. Here we breakfasted. Sunday, 23. I have peace. I was close and fervent in speaking at the Widow T's. Hard times. We can scarcely get food for man or beast. Wednesday, 26. I spoke at G. Hill's to a proud and prayerless people, many of whom were backsliders. Friday, 28. By getting my feet damp, I have taken cold, and have had a return of my old complaint, an inflammation in my mouth and throat. I could not eat flesh, and have little else to eat. Saturday, 29. My throat growing worse, I was bled in the arm and tongue, which gave me some relief. Monday, 31. Preached at T's and P's with some fervency. The work revives. While I am enabled to praise God for health and peace, I lament that I am too apt to catch the spirit of the people I am among. I want to be more habitually serious. Saturday, April 5. I heard the news that peace was confirmed between England and America. I had various exercises of mind on the occasion. It may cause great changes to take place amongst us, some for the better and some for the worse. It may make against the work of God. Our preachers will be far more likely to settle in the world, and our people, by getting into trade and acquiring wealth, may drink into its spirit. Believing the report to be true, I took some notice of it while I treated on Acts 10:36 at Brother Clayton's, near Halifax, where they were firing their cannons and rejoicing in their way on the occasion. This day I prevailed with Brother Dickens to go to New York, where I expect him to be far more useful than in his present station. Virginia, Thursday, 17. Quarterly meeting at White Oak Chapel. Next day, Good Friday, Mr. Jarrett preached and administered the sacrament. After I had preached on Peter 3:18, I, Cromwell, spake very pointedly at C's, an apostate. He came with great assurance to the door, as if he had a mind to say or do something. But I.C. called him factor for the devil, full of all subtlety, and maintained his ground. Monday, 21. Set out for Buckingham to visit some who have been separated from us on account of ordinances, and my spirit was refreshed among them. Preached at Brother B's to a kind and tender people. Brother A of this neighborhood had a child of 10 years of age that found the Lord in a gust of thunder and lightning, and straightway preached to all the family. At the same time, a poor backslider was cut to the heart. He thought himself to be dying, and cried out against the doctrine of not falling from grace as the means of his fall, and warned those about him of those destructive principles. After long rides through Fluvanna and Orange circuits, I came to Petersburg on Monday, the 5th of May, and the next day to Ellis's chapel. Wednesday, 7. Our conference began at this place. Some young laborers were taken in to assist in spreading the gospel, which greatly prospers in the North. We all agreed in the spirit of African liberty, and strong testimonies were borne in its favor in our love feast. Our affairs were conducted in love. From Petersburg I proceeded northward. Thursday, 22. I enlarged on the 14th chapter of Hosea at Adams's church, and fear the subject was nearly descriptive of the state of the people. Maryland. On my way to Baltimore, I dined at Colonel Dorsey's. Here I gave an exhortation. After reading the burial service over a child, I proceeded on to Baltimore. Sunday, 25. Preached at Town and Point, and was assisted to be searching. Tuesday, 27. We began our conference with what preachers were present. On Wednesday we had a full assembly, which lasted until Friday. We had a love feast and parted in peace. Monday, June 2. Preached at Cromwell's on my way to Calvert. Thence rode on through dust and heat to W's. I found my old friends tender. Here was a young woman in deep distress of mind, occasioned by the flight of a whippoorwill close to her, which strangely led her to fear her end was nigh. Rode to Mrs. Henellis's. A few poor people and Negroes, and the minister Mr. Gates from Annapolis attended. I was as close as I could well be. Mr. G. and myself had some talk on religion. He is a polite man. I went alone to the silent woods, and my soul was much melted in prayer, entreating the Lord to go with me and preserve me through all my weary journeys. I had the pleasure of receiving a letter, with a sermon, from Mr. Ogden, a man of piety, who I trust will be of great service to the Methodist societies and the cause of God in general. Friday, 6. I rode to Childs's, was close and pointed. Poor C. was very kind. I admire the piety, prudence, and good sense of the Mrs. Childs. Since they have experienced religion, none of the great will employ them. Their patrons, alarmed at the deep and gracious impressions apparent on the young minds of some of the scholars, withdraw their children at once. Sunday, 8. I have been well exercised, although I am not so weary as I expected. I have preached 3 times, and the weather is very warm. I believe the more we do, the more we shall be enabled to do for God and for our souls. I visited Sister R.Y., sick of the putrid fever. I prayed with her, and trusted God with my safety from infection. I went to I. Worthington's, but I beheld such cruelty to a Negro that I could not feel free to stay. I called for my horse, delivered my own soul, and departed. Sunday, 15. Rode to Bennett's Chapel, a pretty octagon house built of logs. There was an insensible but attentive people. I hope the time to favor them will come. I had a comfortable time at I. Wilson's. They were kind beyond measure. I visited the old gentleman, hoping he had done with disputation. The subject of slavery being introduced, he acknowledged the wrong done the blacks by taking them from their own country, but defended the right of holding them. Our talk had well nigh occasioned too much warmth. Virginia, Wednesday, 18. After preaching at Shepherdstown, I rode to Boydstown and rested one day. Saturday, 21. Preached to a few people in Winchester. For several days past I have had to ride the whole day, and to preach without eating, until 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, except a little biscuit. This is hard work for man and horse. This, however, is not the worst. Religion is greatly wanting in these parts. The inhabitants are much divided. Made up as they are of different nations, and speaking different languages, they agree in scarcely anything, except it be to sin against God. July, 13. Preached at I. Heights at 10, at W.H.'s at 12, and at W.'s at 4 o'clock. All these were funeral discourses. Rachel, S.Y., was a professor of religion. She dreamed that within 3 weeks she should die of the smallpox. She thought she heard something strike on the top of the house like the nailing up of a coffin. She took it as a warning, went to prayer, was exceedingly happy, sickened, and died triumphantly. Friday, 25. The weather has been uncommonly warm. I felt weak, yet spoke closely to a few people. Thence I rode to Pop's, where I fell sick, and became unfit for service. I went alone into the fields and poured out my soul to God. End of section 46. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 47 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 47. Pennsylvania, Saturday and Sunday, 26-27. Our quarterly meeting was held at Worley's near Little York. Many spoke in our love feast with great simplicity, and my spirit was refreshed among them. Thursday, 31. Preached at Martin Boehm's to many people. Saturday, August 2. Indisposed and dejected. This is a barren land of religion, yet fruitful for everything else. Monday, 4. Rose early to pour out my soul to God. I want to live to Him and for Him, to be holy in heart, in life, and in conversation. This is my mark, my prize, my all, to be in my measure like God. Tuesday, 5. I preached on it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Having lately heard of the death of Isaac Rawlings, and having had an intimate acquaintance with him for some years, I will here notice some of the circumstances of his life. He was born and brought up in Patapsco Neck, and when grown up was uncommonly wicked. The Methodists, about this time, coming into those parts, he professed conviction and conversion through their instrumentality. Some time after this he began to speak in public, roughly, but I believed in sincerity. I took notice of him, and appointed him to travel on the eastern shore. There he did some good and some harm. I then sent him to Pennsylvania. It was the same thing there. 8 years ago he was sent to Virginia. The first year he did much good. Refusing, however, to take his appointment from conference, he stayed about Brunswick, causing disaffection among the people, whence sprung disorder. Thence we removed him to Pennsylvania, where he was also useful. Here he would not long remain, but went off to James City. After a considerable time we received him again, although contrary to the advice of some who knew him better. About 2 years past, he was appointed to Pennsylvania. This appears to have placed him where he wished to be, and he presently set about making a party, enjoining secrecy upon his followers. After 1 quarter he left us, and set up for himself, and he and his few adherents took from us the forest chapel. He began now to be forsaken, and being too lazy to ride a circuit, took to baptizing and begging by way of subscription. There were many reports about him, which decency forbids to mention, which nevertheless were probably true. From these scandalous imputations on his character, he felt, it seems, the necessity of defending himself, and being at the Yellow Springs, he was for some hours employed in having his defense written. He did at times drink freely, but whether he was in liquor while there, I know not. So it was that, setting off on a mettlesome horse, he had not ridden many yards before he was thrown to the ground and died on the spot. I had said, I think he cannot stay long, because he did pervert the right ways of the Lord. To the Lord I leave him, desiring that his sad example may be a warning to me and all preachers of the gospel. Saturday, 9. Our quarterly meeting began in Philadelphia Circuit, and was well attended. Our love feast was spiritual, and many spoke feelingly of the goodness of God. From the quarterly meeting I went to Hoffman's in the valley, where they are building us a new stone chapel. I spoke to them on 2 Chronicles 15:17. Wednesday, 13. Preached at F's on my way, and in the evening reached the city of Philadelphia in lowness of spirits. Saturday, 16. Visited the sick, and was a little refreshed. I have constant peace with God, and my heart is dead to every unlawful pursuit. The city is all in motion, stores full of goods, great trade going on. All things prosper but religion. Sunday, 17. Was a melting time to me and many others at our love feast. Brother J.B. felt the power of God as soon as he came. He had been engaged some days before, and so had I. Oh, that all in the house had been so predisposed, surely it would have been a great time of the Lord's power. I preached on 2 Thessalonians 1:6-8, striking a side blow at the Universalist system. I made one of our sisters sick for a day. Friday, 22. I have ridden about 100 miles since I left Philadelphia, and preached 9 times. The weather is very warm, and the poor flesh complains. Yet I bless God for health to drag along while so many are seriously afflicted. My dear old friend Mrs. Maddox, aged 102 last May, went into eternity about a month ago. Monday, 25. Set out for New York. Arrived there, I found Brother Dickens preaching. New York, Wednesday, 27. I was close and searching. A few felt it. A little of the good old spirit yet prevails among these people. We had preaching generally morning and evening, and I trust the seed sown will not all be lost. Sunday, 31. In the evening I thought it necessary to put them on an examination whether they were Christians or not. I spoke on 2 Corinthians 13:15. I was very much let out. A power went forth, and I hope some real good was done. Monday, September 1. Left the city and spent some time at Mr. W.'s in reading the additional works of Mr. Fletcher. Wednesday, 3. My soul is serene. I find it expedient to spend an hour in prayer for myself alone, and an hour each morning and evening for all the preachers and people. New Jersey, Thursday, 11. At Mount Holly I had more people than I expected. On Friday I rode a long, barren way to the Forks of Egg Harbor. Sunday, 14. I injured myself by speaking too long and too loud. I rode 7 miles, got wet, had poor lodgings with plenty of mosquitoes. Next day, poorly as I was, I had to ride 17 miles, and spoke while I had a high fever on me. I laid me down on a plank. Hard lodging this for a sick man. Tuesday, 16. Rode 15 miles, could hardly preach. My subjects yesterday and today were Paul to Titus 2:2-12, and 1 Peter 4:18. Sunday, 21. I had a wild chase, first to New England town, but their minister had warned the people against hearing us. Thence to Cohansey. Here Mr. Van Tull had appointed to preach at the same hour, although my appointment had been given out some time before. Arriving, however, before him, I preached in the courthouse, and cleared out. Those who remained met with hard blows. Monday, 22. In the evening at Salem, a number of friends attended and were serious. Here a few of our scattered people have attempted to build a house of worship, but found themselves too weak to accomplish it. They applied to some of the people called Quakers for assistance, who subscribed liberally. The matter was talked over, as I am informed, at their quarterly meeting. When it was objected that we spoke for hire, it was answered, no, it was only for a passing support. So there was consent given that friends who were free to do it might give. Delaware. Passed through Philadelphia and came on Saturday the 27th to Dover, where I preached at 9 o'clock on the Sabbath day and at Barrett's Chapel at 3 o'clock. Thursday, October 2. I preached at Queen Anne's, where a considerable number attended, and where many profess religion. Friday, 3. Preached at A's in Kent County to a large company, and was much assisted. Of late I have been greatly subject to dejection and gloominess of mind, which I have been ready to attribute to excessive exercise and the drinking of tea and coffee. I mean to quit the use of these for a season, and see what effect this will produce. Maryland, Saturday, 11. I found some faithful people at Brother Hartley's in Talbot. Here I met with Brother G. and heard him speak with pleasure. We spent the evening together at Mr. Benson's in reading, conversation, and prayer. Sunday, 12. We had about 500 people at the Bayside. I find the prejudices of the people in Talbot grow weaker, and there is some revival of religion among them. I preached on Hebrews 3:12-14. One that was formerly full of pride and contempt for religion ran to the bed while I was speaking, and lay there till after sermon. She went home sick, I trust of a wounded conscience. I crossed the ferry to Cambridge. Wednesday 15. Met brothers Wyatt and Cole at IMK's, and our spirits were refreshed together. I am happy, though often something unwell. I have great liberty in preaching and in prayer. I feel nothing contrary to love to God and all mankind. Bless the Lord, O my soul. Thursday 23. I enjoy much peace with God, although I am left to serve alone. But God is with me. O healthful sickness, blessed pain, if the Lord supports. I am now beside the Chesapeake Bay. Here Calvert and Dorset lie opposite to each other. 8 years ago, when going down the bay, little thought I of the great things God was about to do for both shores. Saturday 25. Our quarterly meeting began at Cain's barn. Our love feast was large, powerful, and lively. We had very sensible tokens of the goodness of God. Here is a blessed work of God among a people who were once brutish and wicked. Tuesday 28. I had to hasten away to Phoebus's, 16 miles, to perform the funeral rites of W. Wright, a native of Ireland. He began to preach about 3 years ago. Last conference he was received as a traveling preacher and appointed to Annamessex Circuit, where he labored very faithfully. From the best accounts, we are warranted in believing that he died happy in God. We had a solemn time at our meeting, and I hope the impressions made will be lasting. I want to feel and live the holiness I preach to others, and this I might do were I more diligent in watchfulness and prayer. God will always help those who do all they can to help themselves. Sunday, November 2. There were few at Captain Downing's when I began to speak, but before I had done preaching we had a considerable company. Thence we returned to Melvin's, where I enforced Luke 11:13 to a few people. The word was made a blessing to the woman of the house, who went with us weeping to quarterly meeting. Our love feast was in life and power, although there were not so many and clear testimonies as in Dorset. Riding leisurely to Brother Farley's, I missed my road, and stopped at a poor man's house. So poor that the furniture within was not, perhaps, worth 20 shillings. The woman listened to me with great attention while I spoke to her about her soul. After praying with her and her children, I pursued my journey. I bless God I have seen so much of rough and smooth, that neither makes any impression on me. I know how to be abased and how to abound. Delaware. I spoke at Mr. Bassett's in Dover to many people, thence rode on to the crossroads. Here a design had been formed to prevent my preaching, and Mr. Bishop came, as I was told, to advise me to forbid resistance. Had he and another honestly discouraged those who had got together to interrupt preaching on a former occasion, resistance and forbearance would have been equally unnecessary. I rode on through the rain and darkness to Mr. Thompson's. Sunday 23. Preached on Romans 2, 8-10, with some openings. Tuesday 25. I visited some families, and my soul was grieved at the backslidings of some of my old friends. Oh, may the Lord reach their hearts. Made a short stay in Baltimore, and preached at Elk Ridge on my way to Virginia. When we reached the Potomac, Brother P.S. was unwilling to cross. So we stayed at the public house without fire, candle, or supper, and the host drunk. Next morning we crossed the river, and were kindly received at Brother Bushby's. Virginia, Friday, 28. Preached to a large congregation in the courthouse at Alexandria. On my way to Fredericksburg, I fell in with some gentlemen, and conversed with them on the subject of religion. They sought refuge in God's foreknowledge, and thence drew their proofs that their Creator would not eternally damn them. Sunday 30. Came to Collins's in Caroline County in time to escape the rain, but the people had no notice of my coming. I enjoy peace of soul. I seek nothing but God, and I feel uncommon tenderness for the people. Thursday, December 4. I preached to about 30 people at Old Father Stedman's in King and Queen County, Gloucester Circuit. Myself and the people were blessed in waiting on God. Sunday 7. I went to Williamsburg and found the people waiting. The key of the courthouse being lost or mislaid, I stood without, and was assisted on Acts 17:30-31. I feel some faith that God will call out a people in this place. Thursday 11. Went down to James River in hopes of getting an early passage across, but was detained till 12 o'clock. I spoke and prayed at Mrs. E.'s. Since I last prayed in her house, one of her children, a son, has died of a consumption. He would not allow himself to speak of worldly affairs on the Sabbath day. We have good cause to believe he died in the Lord. And doubtless there are hundreds whom we know not of, that thus go to God and rest from their labors. After being detained by a storm on Craney Island on Thursday, December 18, set out through a dripping rain for Portsmouth, and reached there about 1 o'clock. Saturday 20. I spent the evening at Colonel Williams's in Currituck County, North Carolina, in company with brothers Ivy, Baldwin, and Morris. The work revives, many are brought to God, and I am comforted. Sunday 21. I suppose we had 500 people at Cohenjock Chapel. Monday at White's and Tuesday at Winfield Courthouse, I presume we had 600 or 700 people, inattentive and wild enough. I had little faith and less liberty. From this neighborhood I went to Nixonton, where numbers also attended, but I spoke with little comfort to myself. Spirituous liquor is and will be a curse to this people. Wednesday 24. Set out in the rain to Hartford town. I spoke in a tavern. The people seemed wild and wicked altogether. I journeyed on through the damp weather and reached Pettigrew's about 6 o'clock. Here I received a letter from Mr. Wesley, in which he directs me to act as general assistant, and to receive no preachers from Europe that are not recommended by him, nor any in America, who will not submit to me, and to the minutes of the conference. I preached in Edenton to a gay, inattentive people. I was much pleased with Mr. Pettigrew. I heard him preach, and received the Lord's Supper at his hands. Thence I crossed the Chowan River and preached, journeying through Bertie, Hertford, and Northampton counties, to considerable congregations. Friday, January 2, 1784. Rode to Dr. P.'s. After preaching here, I saw Henry Metcalf, who travels through this circuit, a man of a sorrowful spirit, and under constant heaviness. Monday 5. A few met me at Northampton Courthouse. After preaching, we rode on through the rain to Brother Anthony Moore's, where I was warm, dry, and comfortable. North Carolina. I have read 2 volumes of sermons written by Mr. Knox of the West Indies. I am much pleased with his defense of revealed religion, and, indeed, through the whole work there is something sublime and spiritual, so Catholic too, and free from peculiar doctrines. I esteem him as one of the best writers amongst the Presbyterians I have yet met with. Sunday 11. I had 5 hearers beside the family. We then rode through rain and snow to Brother Seward's. Monday 12. On my way to I. Malone's, my horse fell on the ice and caught my leg under him. I had some bread in my greatcoat side pocket that was under me in my fall, which made it worse, and I hurt my knee too. I had presence of mind and prayed as I fell. The snow being deep saved me much from damage. I lament the love of the world, covetousness, and other evils that lie heavy on the Church of God. Tuesday 13. I preached. Thursday 15. After preaching at Easter's, I rode to Tignall Jones's. His wife has waded through deep waters. I have spent some time in Mecklenburg Circuit, but such has been the weather that I have had but few hearers. We tried to cross Stanton River at Owen's Ferry, but could not for the ice. We then had a long cold ride to Coles's Ferry, and here we got over. We lodged where we had nothing to eat or drink but a little toast and water. I went shaking to bed as if I had an ague on me. After riding some miles to Halifax Courthouse, about 10 o'clock in the morning, I had some coffee for my breakfast. Saturday, 31. Preached at a church and held a love feast. My toe, which has been inflamed for some time past, is now very troublesome. Sister Martin's kindness has been a plaster for all my sores. Thursday, February 5. Rode to Guilford quarterly meeting, thence 25 miles to Shorts, and thence to Medeiros. Here my toe became so bad I was obliged to halt. I applied different poultices to take out the inflammation. Wednesday, 11. I feel much better, and hope shortly to be able to go on the Lord's work again. This is my life, my all. During my confinement, I have been reading the sacred text. End of section 47. Recording by Brian Keenan.
Section 48 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 48. Lord's Day, 15. Lord, my soul thirsteth for holiness in myself and others. I find my heart led out in prayer for those I cannot preach to. The Lord is my witness, that if my whole body, yea, every hair of my head, could labour and suffer, they should freely be given up for God and souls. During my heavy affliction, I could scarcely have met with a greater disappointment than my being unable to go to the Yadkin, but it might not be to any great purpose, and Providence has hindered. By the help of a stick, I can now visit the barn and stable. The more I pray, Satan tempts the more. But this is according to custom. I hope to live the life of love and holiness below, triumphing over all my foes. Wednesday, 18. Being sent for, I went to Mr. B.'s on Dan River. I have been engaged in reading Baxter's Saints' Rest, and my soul was often drawn to God in secret prayer. Sunday, 22. Preached at the funeral of Absalom Bostwick's daughter. Monday, 23. Preached twice. Began to fear I should stop again. My foot swelled and my toe inflamed. Tuesday, 24. Rode 40 miles. Next day preached to 15 people. Thursday, 26. Rode to Hillsborough. The snow was deep, the street dirty, my horse sick, the people drinking and swearing. I endeavoured to preach on a man's gaining the whole world, etc. Friday, 27. Brothers Allen and J. Cromwell were with me. We took sweet counsel together and refreshed each other's bowels in the Lord. Thursday, March 4. Preached at Browder's, and then hasted to the widow Kemberer's. Here I was wonderfully entertained with a late publication by Silas Mercer, a Baptist preacher, in which he has anathematized the whole race of kings from Saul to George III. His is republicanism run mad. Why afraid of religious establishments in these days of enlightened liberty? Silas has beaten the Pope, who only on certain occasions, and for certain reasons, absolved subjects from allegiance to their sovereigns. And if the nations of Europe believed the sweeping doctrines of Silas, they would be right to decapitate every crowned head and destroy every existing form of church government. If plunging baptism is the only true ordinance, and there can be no true church without it, it is not quite clear that ever Christ had a church until the Baptists plunged for it. Sunday, 7. Although the day was unfavourable, many attended at Pope's Chapel, where I was wonderfully assisted and enabled to be close on 2 Corinthians 13:5, a favourite subject. We had a short, simple, living love feast. Monday, 8. I enlarged on Isaiah 55, 6, 7. At Pease Chapel. This neighbourhood has been poisoned by preaching antinomianism, but I hope it will yet come to something. Thursday, 11. After preaching at S's, we rode to Long's. I have had great times in Tar River Circuit. The congregations have been large and living, more so than in any circuit I have passed through since I crossed the Potomac. Wednesday, 17. I preached at Jones's Chapel, a better house than I expected to have seen built by the Methodists in North Carolina. We then rode 15 miles to W's, where we were kindly received and comfortably entertained. Thursday, April 1. After passing through Brunswick Circuit, I preached at Mr. Jarrett's barn. Mr. J. was very kind and the people very attentive. Virginia, Sunday, 4. Preached at Finney's old place, where I suppose there might be some that had hardly heard preaching since I was here last year. Thence I rode through Powhatan, Cumberland, and Buckingham counties, where there is poor encouragement for religion. O my Lord, arise for thine own glory, visit the people in mercy, and make known thy power in the salvation of poor sinners. We crossed James River in a canoe. Our horses by wading and swimming got over. I found some people of feeling at T. Keys, to whom I preached on John 3:19. Thence we rode the river 17 miles along a very rude, uneasy path to preach to 15 people. After getting a little cold bacon, we rode on to C's, where we fared better. Sunday, 11. Preached at G's Church to perhaps 500 people. From the church we rode on to Dr. Hopkins. I could not see. Feeling the hills and dales, we pushed on about 30 miles. We got in cold and fatigued about 11 o'clock. A drunken man we fell in with conducted us 4 or 5 miles. The labour of the day has been performed with little refreshment for either man or horse. Since yesterday week at noon, I have ridden 154 miles in this rough country. Arriving through the woods at Martin Keyes, I found a happy change since I was here last year. Bless the Lord! I will take it as an answer to prayer. Now the whole family are called together for worship. The man is seeking, the woman has found the Lord, and the children are serious. Saturday, 17. Quarterly meeting at Brother Fry's. A living power went through the people in our love feast. It was supposed the congregation consisted of nearly or quite 700 people. I hope the word was sealed to some hearts. I do not love, live, or labour as I desire. O my soul, stir up thyself to take hold of the Lord by diligence and faith every moment. Sunday, 25. I preached at the Manikin town on the Epistle to the Church at Smyrna. Monday, 26. Rode on to Walthills, and thence to Petersburg, where we found a house full at 6 o'clock. On Tuesday we reached Maybury's Chapel at quarterly meeting, just as preaching was over. Thursday, 29. Rode to Ellis Chapel in Sussex County, where we held our conference the 2 ensuing days. Brother O'Kelly gave us a good sermon. I keep under my body and bring it into subjection, etc. Mr. Jarrett gave us a good discourse on 1 Timothy 1:4. Our business was conducted with uncommon love and unity. From this conference I proceeded on and crossed James River on my way to the north, and was led to cry to God to go with us and meet us there. Thursday, May 20. Reached Baltimore about 7 o'clock. I have ridden about 50 miles today. In crossing the Potomac, when, about midway, we turned back to meet the stage, and I found Dr. Lusby. I learned by letter that my father and mother are yet alive. Tuesday, 25. Our conference began, all in peace. William Glendenning has been devising a plan to lay me aside, or at least to abridge my powers. Mr. Wesley's letter settled the point, and all was happy. The conference rose on Friday morning. I find the spirit and conversation of those I am among steal upon me. My soul is in travail to be holy in all manner of conversation and godliness. It is amazing to behold how the ice, coming down the Potomac, has swept the banks, cutting through large trees, removing rocks of incredible size, and smoothing the river banks, as though many hundreds of men had been employed for that purpose. I was solemn and blessed at Sharpsburg. A poor Irish woman, who had treated the Methodists ill, was convicted, and sent for me to pray with her. God grant that the impressions made may be lasting. From Sharpsburg I hastened on to Shepherdstown, where the Lord set home his word. Came to Sister Boydstone's, one of the kindest women in Virginia. Here all things were comfortable. I was sleepy, weary, and feeble, but my body and soul were refreshed. Thanks be to God for every friend. I covenanted with God to be more in prayer. My soul is humbled before the Lord. Thursday, June 17. Lord, strengthen my resolution to be thine in heart more and more. Make and keep me always watching unto prayer. I preached at Martinsburg to 100 people or more, and was led out while I enlarged on what is the Almighty that we should serve him, etc. Thence to Stroud's at 7 o'clock, and spoke with great plainness. The people stared upon us. Next morning we had all the workmen to prayer. The mother and 2 daughters appeared tender, and wept when we took our leave of them. Who knows what God may do for them? Sunday, 20. I attempted to preach at Newtown. I raged and threatened the people, and was afraid it was spleen. I found, however, that Mr. Otterbein, a worthy German minister, had done the same a little time before. Friday, 25. We had hard work in crossing a mountain 6 miles over, and it was still worse the next day in crossing the greater mountain. I found it very warm work, though stripped. We struggled along nevertheless, and met with about 400 people at Strader's, to whom I spoke on 2 Corinthians 13:5. I hope not in vain. While I was at prayer, a large limb fell from a sycamore tree in the midst of the people, yet not one received the least injury. Some thought it was a trick of the devil, and so indeed it might have been. Perhaps he wanted to kill another, who spoke after me with great power. Sunday, 27. At I was much tried in spirit, yet I was enabled to speak pure living truth on Titus 3:2-5 at 3 o'clock. I was assisted to speak feeling words to some souls at Van Mettu's, though in pain and weariness. Thence I hasted to preach at 6 o'clock at Hoffman's, a 3rd time this day, when I enlarged upon Job 21:15. About 10 o'clock at night I came to Brother Dew's, very weary, and lodged there. I hope this day's labour will be useful to my own soul and the souls of others. Virginia, Monday, 28. Preached twice. Speaker and hearers too dull. Alas! Tuesday, 29. Although my body is weak, my soul is filled with love to God. He is my portion. Wednesday, 30. I had freedom of spirit and utterance at J. Cressap's to a large congregation, and although still weak in body, I preached again at Barrett's in the evening. Thursday, July 1. We began to ascend the Alleghany, directing our course towards Redstone. We passed the little meadows, keeping the route of Braddock's Road for about 22 miles, along a rough pathway. Arriving at a small house and halting for the night, we had, literally, to lie as thick as 3 in a bed. My soul has peace. For 3 days I had a fever. The excessive labour I have undergone may have nourished it. When I rose yesterday morning, I was very unwell. After riding about 7 miles, I was taken with a trembling and profuse perspiration. I ate something and felt better, and my fever is now abated. My soul has been blessed in an uncommon degree, and thou, my soul, bless the Lord, and oh, that he may be pleased to make me a blessing to the people in this part of the world. Friday, 2. I was amongst a dull, kind people. I spoke closely, and perhaps laboured much in vain. Here are some of Looster's disciples. This man set up prayer meetings and preached for £25 per annum. He left his people because they would not increase his salary. Sunday, 4. At Cheat River we had a mixed congregation of sinners, Presbyterians, Baptists, and it may be, of saints. I had liberty and gave it to them as the Lord gave it to me, plain enough. After me, Brother Boehm spoke with life and power. I think God will bring a people to himself in this place. Blessed be the name of the Lord for a plentiful rain after a long drought. 3 thick, on the floor, such is our lodging. But no matter, God is with us. Labour is rest and pain is sweet, whilst thou, my God, art here. Pennsylvania, Wednesday, 7. We had nearly 700 people at Beeson Tower. They were, in general, serious and attentive. Thursday, 8. I preached at Dees to a wild people on Acts 13:26. Since last Friday we have ridden 160 or more miles on rough roads, through a rough country and with rough fare. I trust our labour will not all be lost. Tuesday, 13. I preached to many people at Old Town, where they abound in intemperance. Wednesday, 14. I preached at Bath. I was shut up. Maryland, Sunday, 18. I preached in the new market house at Fredericton. Many attended both from town and country. Wednesday, 21. We had many to hear at Winchester. They appeared to be orderly and solemn, and I hope it will appear that some were convicted. Sunday, 25. I preached at Reisterstown on "Take heed that the light which is in you be not darkness." Tuesday, 27. We had about 30 people and a poor time at Rock Chapel. We came to Squire M's, a kind, inquiring man, who received and entertained us hospitably. Saturday, 31. I praise God for health of body, peace of mind, and a desire to be holiness to the Lord. I am led into a deep and sweet union with God. My mind was solemn at the love feast, and the people appeared to be stirred up. I was very searching on Luke 18:11, and there was some move. Thence I hasted to Worley's, where I found about 150 people waiting for me. I want to be very spiritual. Seeing that it is by continual prayer alone this state is to be attained, I will endeavour to watch thereunto with all perseverance. Richard Williams, on the north branch of the Potomac, was taken prisoner by the Indians. It may be satisfactory to many to record in this journal his own account of the wonderful deliverances he experienced, and the extraordinary combinations of providences by which he was restored to his family. A few days before Braddock's defeat, 19 Indians beset the house, killed his father, his mother, and one of his brother's sons. Williams and his child they secured as prisoners and took them away to Fort Pitt, now Pittsburgh, tying his hands to a tree every night to prevent his escape. The child he fed with wild cherries or sois berries, but it was taken from him at the fort. On the day of Braddock's defeat, he was taken across the Ohio River and guarded to Detroit, where he found the garrison reduced to the extremity of eating horseflesh. After staying some time at Detroit, he made his escape, taking with him a Frenchman's gun and ammunition, and pushed homeward first by curve lines and then in a more straight direction. The Indians pursued and headed him, which obliged him to alter his course. Wading through a deep stream, the water went over his head and wet his powder. For 3 days he travelled on until, being pressed by hunger, he stopped to dry his wet powder, but on examination he found it all dissolved away. His next shift was to dig sarsaparilla for sustenance. He went on, and by good fortune found a fish which a bird had dropped, and ate that. Continuing on, he came to a large river, where he saw 2 canoe loads of Indians pass. From these he hid himself. The Indians being out of sight, he made a raft of 2 logs, and by this contrivance gained the opposite shore. After this he was 3 days without eating or drinking, and reduced to extreme suffering. He saw an Indian, and escaped him, and came to a stream of water of which he drank, and soon after a plum tree, some of the fruit of which he took along with him. The day following he fared something better, having found part of a fawn, which he roasted, picking the bones and the marrow, and carefully preserving the meat for future need. After all the venison was eaten, on each succeeding day, for 3 days, he found a squirrel. He afterwards caught and ate a polecat. At another time he saw a hawk fly up, and going to the spot, he found a wild turkey. Travelling on, he came to the Ohio and waded it. Near this place, an Indian threw a tomahawk at him. He tried to escape by climbing up a wild cherry tree, but found himself too weak, and he fell into the hands of 2 Frenchmen and 5 Indians, and thus found himself once more in the power of his enemies. With these he feigned derangement. They, however, took him along with them to Fort Pitt. On the way he tired, and they threatened to kill him. He told them he was willing to die. Arriving at the fort, an Indian charged him with being a prisoner from Detroit. He was forthwith put under a guard, and a council held in the French language to determine what was to be done with him. The sentence of the general was that he should be shot. To this some objected, saying that his spirit would haunt them if he was killed there, and advised his being taken to the island and buried in the sand. He was told that he should eat no more meat there, that the crickets should eat him. He behaved himself as though he understood nothing, they said, yet he knew the general purport of their conversation, although they spoke in French. He relates that one morning before day, while in the fort, he fell into a trance. He beheld spirits for his conductors, and lightning also. The guards being both asleep, he climbed up the high wall, and clambering over the spiked palisades, got out safe. Having still to pass the sentinels, and not knowing where they were placed, he was discovered just as the cock crew for day. The sentinels mistook him for a comrade, and let him pass. At this time he felt a conviction that his wife prayed for him, and this was communicated in an unusual manner. And she, during his absence, had great comfort, and an assurance that she should see her husband again. Escaping thus, he made the best of his way without interruption until the evening, when he heard a gunfire some distance behind him. Presently another. These were his pursuers, who had found his track in the woods. He strove to run, but he was too weak. Another gun, yet nigher to him, went off. He made what way his strength would allow, and when he came to places where he left no track, he made zigzag courses to deceive them, and give him time to get ahead. But there were so many of them, they would still discover his track again. Thus he struggled on, until 7 guns were fired, the last of which he supposes to have been within 200 or 300 yards from him. Now his heart began to fail, and he thought he was gone. Yet he resolved to labour onward as long as he had life. At the firing of the last gun, his pursuers crossed his track and got ahead of him. Taking advantage of this circumstance, he turned out of the path, letting the Indians who were behind tread in the footsteps of those before. Following the direction now taken, he had not gone far until he came to a path which led to a settlement of the whites. This he did not long keep, but going round the head of the ravine, laid himself down, concluding that, if his track was again discovered, he would be favoured by the darkness. The Indians did get his track twice, but never overtook him. He went on in the dark as well as he could, sometimes feeling the bushes with his hands. Among the rocks he often fell down from weakness. Having gained smoother ground, he stopped and lay down until day. His enemies, it seems, had not given up the pursuit. He had not long left his hard lodgings when he heard the report of 2 guns. But coming to a hill where no mark of a footstep could be traced, he steered his course for Bedford, and came on a trading path in which he kept. 5 days he lived on acorns. Afterward he found some wild cherries, but lo, while he was eating, up comes an Indian. The Indian asked him where he was going. He said, to the Delaware. The Indian then took him by the hand and gave a whoop, when presently others joined him. By these he was kept a prisoner for some time. He appeared bold, was active in cooking, and by his cleverness got the favour of the captain, who praised him and said he could do everything like an Indian. He had more than he needed to eat. The captain, however, was very careful to secure him every night by making him lie down in one corner. Here he drew a cord over some hoop poles and tied deer's hoofs to the end, so that if Williams pulled open the poles, they would rattle and the deer's hoofs would strike the captain's face. With these Indians, Williams stayed a long time. They went to war and left him to provide deer for the squaws. At last he found an opportunity of escaping, which he improved, and arrived safe at his own home. He is now a faithful man, his wife a pious woman, and they have preaching at the house. Our quarterly meeting in Philadelphia circuit began the 21st of July. I addressed the congregation on the epistle to the church of Sardis. We had a gracious time on Sunday, the 1st of August. At 4 o'clock I preached again in the Valley Church on Isaiah 66:1. Heaven is my throne and the earth my footstool. Monday, August 2. After preaching at Brother H's on Luke 11:13, I went to the city and preached to many people on 1 Peter 3:15. Friday, 6. I was blessed in preaching on Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. I was weak and faint from the extreme warmth of the weather. Sunday, 15. I was very weak and had to lie down on the floor. However, although faint, I was enabled to speak to nearly 1,000 people in Philadelphia. New Jersey, Monday, 16. Went to Burlington. Tuesday, 17. Went to Trenton. Although unwell and greatly oppressed by heat, I preached at both these places. Tuesday, 24. I rode to Mr. Ogden's. Next day I spoke, but with little freedom, to an attentive yet unfeeling audience in Sussex Courthouse. My host, who appears to be a man of liberal sentiments, entertained me kindly. I preached at Newmarket Plains to about 100 hearers. I spoke freely in vindication of Methodism. It was strange, for I knew not until afterward that there were present those who had come at no other time. New York, Friday, 27. We had a trying journey to New York, the weather being excessively warm. I found my old friends C and W. L. at Newark, who appeared pleased to see me. We took the stage and reached York about 8 o'clock. At York we found the people alive to God. There are about 100 in society, and, with those in Philadelphia, to my mind, appear more like Methodists than I have ever yet seen them. My first discourse was for the benefit of poor stragglers, who have not yet returned to the fold. The subject chosen was Revelations 3, 1-4. Sunday 29. In the evening I preached for the benefit of poor sinners on Job 21:15. Monday 30. My soul is alive to God. I visited, prayed, read, wrote, met the classes, and in the evening preached. I have found great consolation and fellowship in the classes. Monday, September 6. I took leave of my dear friends in New York. They showed their love in deed and in truth, liberally supplying me with what was necessary. On Tuesday, Brother Haggerty met me, and we rejoiced together. End of section 48.
Section 49 of the Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Davis. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 49. September 12th, 1784 to February 7th, 1785. New Jersey, Sunday the 12th. Preached at Penny Hill and afterward at New Mills. I have been kept in peace, but find my adversary is not dead. Neither am I out of the body, or what I may be, or must be, before I see the kingdom of God. O my soul, keep near to God, and always watch and pray. Monday the 13th. I was weak and feverish, sorely tempted, and much comforted. I walked over to John Budds, a son of affliction. We spoke of the dealings of God with our own souls, not in vain. We prayed and parted in love. Two things seemed to dim my prospects of heaven. In point of qualification, first, I do not speak enough of God, and secondly, I am not totally devoted to Him. Lord, help me come up to my duty. Sunday the 19th. I spoke at PC's and at Godfrey's in the evening. I cannot sufficiently praise God for health, while others are sick in almost every house. I have felt great nearness to God for a few days past. Tuesday the 21st. I was tried when I missed my way, but I was blessed in speaking to the people. It is a great time of sickness with the ague of fever. Thursday the 23rd. I found a dearth at Haddonfield. A poor sot came in and muttered a while. After meeting he acknowledged he was a sinner, and seemed sorry for his conduct, drunk as he was. Saturday the 25th. I was weary and faint as I journeyed towards Philadelphia. After preaching twice in the day, I was refreshed by a glass of wine and a piece of bread. Delaware, Saturday, October 2nd. I preached in our new chapel at Dover, in the state of Delaware, on faith, hope, charity. At Barnett's, I believed I was alarming on Isaiah 3:10 and 11. I was moved in the evening towards the boys to school at C's. I spoke till they wept aloud. O my God, their parents fear thee. Bring them home with them to thyself. Maryland, Thursday the 7th. I rode in the afternoon to Queen Anne's, visited and prayed with B. Ellis in affliction, and was persuaded God would spare him. Poor F. is overtaken by the adversary, and R. is going astray. Alas, how are the mighty fallen! Friday the 8th. Came to Angiers. Here they had the flux, but I did not feel free to leave the house until I had delivered my message. My testimony was low, but serious and weighty. Wednesday the 13th. At Hopper's, the congregation was large indeed. I was greatly at liberty, and I hoped the seed was not all lost. Here I met with Brother Gerritsen. All love and peace. Thursday, the 14th. I rode 20 miles to visit Kent Island for the first time. Here we had an unusual collection of people, and surely all was not in vain. We had a good time at Newcomb's. The Word of God was greatly triumphed over the prejudices of rich and poor. We went on to Cambridge. Here George, a poor Negro in our society, we found under sentence of death for theft committed before he became a Methodist. He appeared to be much given up to God. He was reprieved under the gallows. A merchant, who cursed the Negro for praying, died in horror. I pity the poor slaves. Oh, that God would look down on mercy and take their cause in hand. Wednesday, the 20th. I was distressed by the levity of some spirits. We had a long ride to Taylor's Island. We had a profitable season there, and next day, going 24 miles, to Todd's, I found a warm people indeed. I injured myself by speaking too loud. Saturday, the 23rd. Rode 30 miles to Mr. Airy's. Preaching by the way, he had a great time, multitudes attended. Dorset is now in peace, and the Furies are still. Sunday, the 24th. This day has been so much taken up that I had no time to spare. My mind is with the Lord, and every day is a Sabbath with me. Here, B.T., who was a great churchman, after hearing F.G. a second time, was seized by conviction on his way home, and fell down on the road, and spent great part of the night crying to God for mercy. It was suggested to him that his house was in fire. His answer was, "It is better for me to lose my house than my soul." Virginia, Sunday, the 31st. We rose early and rode 20 miles to Downing's. I lectured at Burton's in the evening. Monday, November the 1st. After riding 20 miles to Colonel Paramore's, I preached with liberty. The family is kind. The father, mother, son, and niece have tender impressions. The people hereabouts are gay, blind in spiritual matters, well-featured and hospitable, and good livers. Tuesday the 2nd. After preaching at Garretson's chapel, I rode to Colonel Burton's and was kindly received. Friday the 5th. I came back to Colonel Burton's. Since I went from his house, I have ridden about 100 miles, spent 5 hours delivering 5 public discourses, and 10 hours in family and public prayer, and read 200 pages in Young's works. I have enjoyed great peace and hope to see a great and glorious work. The Presbyterians came down here about 30 years ago. Many were moved, and some advances were made towards a reformation. A house was built for public worship. About 6 years past, the Baptists visited these parts, and there was some stir among the people. I think the Methodists are most likely to have permanent success, because the inhabitants are generally Episcopalians. We preached some time before any regular circuit was formed, or any people had joined us. Now Brother Willis is stationed here, and there are 100 in society. The land here is low and level, and is refreshed with fine breezes from the sea. There is an abundance in the productions of the earth and of the waters. The people are generous, social, and polished in their manners. Saturday the 6th. Came to Downing's and had a large congregation for the time and place. I see a difficulty in saying anything of any denomination of people. It is so much like evil speaking to mention their faults behind their backs. I will avoid it and endeavor to prevent others doing it in my presence. Maryland, Sunday the 7th. I rode 12 miles to Snow Hill. Here the judge himself opened the courthouse, and a large congregation of people of different denominations attended. The subject was the certainty, universality, and justice of God's proceeding at the day of judgment. Sunday the 14th. I came to Barrett's Chapel. Here, to my great joy, I met these dear men of God, Dr. Coke and Richard Whatcoat. We were greatly comforted together. The doctor preached on Christ, our wisdom, righteousness, sanctification, and redemption. Having had no opportunity of conversing with them before public worship, I was greatly surprised to see Brother Whatcoat assist by taking the cup in the administration of the sacrament. I was shocked when first informed of the intention of these my brethren in coming to this country. It may be of God. My decision then was, if the preachers unanimously choose me, I shall not act in the capacity I have hitherto done by Mr. Wesley's appointment. The design of organizing the Methodists into an independent Episcopal church was opened to the preachers present, and I was agreed to call a general conference to meet at Baltimore the ensuing Christmas, as also that Brother Garretson's go off to Virginia to give notice thereof to our brethren in the South. Delaware. I was very desirous the doctor should go upon the track I had just been over, which he accordingly did. I came to Dover and preached on Ephesians 5:6, was close and I hope profitable. Maryland, Tuesday the 16th. Rode to Bohemia, where I met with Thomas Vassy, who came over with the doctor and R. Whatcoat. My soul is deeply engaged with God to know His will in this new business. Wednesday the 17th. Rode to quarterly meeting at Deer Creek, thence to Dr. Goff's to Baltimore. I preached in the evening to a solemn people on O wicked man, thou shalt surely die. About the ending of the sermon, the floor of the house gave way, but no injury followed. Tuesday the 23rd. We rode 20 miles to Frederick quarterly meeting, where Brother Vassy preached on The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Our love fest was attended with the power and presence of God. Leaving Frederick, I went to Calvert quarterly meeting. Brother Pietrus and myself had much talk about the new plan. At our quarterly meeting, we had a good time. The love fest was in great life and power. I admire the work of God among the colored people in these parts. Friday the 26th. I observed this day as a day of fasting and prayer, that I might know the will of God in the matters that are shortly to come before our conference. The preachers and people seem to be much pleased with the projected plan. I myself am led to think it is of the Lord. I am not tickled with the honor to be gained. I see danger in the way. My soul waits upon God. Oh, that He has led us in the way we should go. Part of my time is, and must necessarily be, taken up with preparing for the conference. Tuesday the 30th. I preached with enlargement to rich and poor on that we may have boldness in the day of judgment. The Lord has done great things for these people. The Reverend M.W. and myself had an interesting conversation on the subject of the Episcopal mode of church government. I spent the evening with D. Weems and spoke to the black people. Saturday, December 4th, rode to Baltimore and preached on Mark 14, 29, and 30, with freedom. I spent some time in town, was greatly grieved at the barrenness of the people. They appear to be swallowed up with the cares of the world. Sunday, the 12th. At the point my heart was made to feel for the people, while I enlarged on, blessed are the pure in heart, etc., I was close and fervent in town at 4 o'clock. A young man pushed the door open while we were meeting the society. He was carried before a justice of the peace and committed to jail, but he was bailed out. Tuesday the 14th. I met Dr. Coke at Abingdon, Mr. Richard Dallum kindly taking him there in his coach. He preached on, He that hath the Son hath life. We talked of our concerns in great love. Wednesday the 15th. My soul was much blessed at the communion, where I believe all were more or less engaged with God. I feel it is necessary daily to give up my own will. The doctor preached a great sermon on he that loveth father or mother more than me. Saturday the 18th. Spent the day at Perry Hill, partly in preparing for conference. My intervals of time I passed in reading the 3rd volume of the British Armenian magazine. Continued at Perry Hill until Friday the 24th. We then rode to Baltimore, where we met a few preachers. It was agreed to form ourselves into an Episcopal church and to have superintendents, elders, and deacons. When the conference was seated, Dr. Koch and myself were unanimously elected to the superintendency of the church, and my ordination followed after being previously ordained deacon and elder, as by the following certificate may be seen. Know all men by these presents, that I, Thomas Koch, Doctor of Civil Law, late of Jesus College, in the University of Oxford, Presbytery of the Church of England, and Superintendent of the Methodist Episcopal Church in America, under the protection of Almighty God, and with a single eye to His glory, by the imposition of my hands and prayer, being assisted by 2 ordained elders, did on the 25th day of this month, December, set apart Francis Asbury for the office of a deacon in the aforesaid Methodist Episcopal Church, and also on the 26th day of the said month, did by the imposition of my hands and prayer, being assisted by the said elders, set apart the said Francis Asbury for the office of elder in the said Methodist Episcopal Church, and on this 27th day of the said month, being the day of the date thereof, by the imposition of my hand and prayer, being assisted by the said elders, set apart and said Francis Asbury for the office of the superintendent in the said Methodist Episcopal Church, a man whom I judge to be well qualified for that great work. And I do hereby recommend him to all whom it may concern as a fit person to preside over the flock of Christ, in testimony whereof I have hereto set my hand and seal this 27th day of December in the year of our Lord 1784. Thomas Cook. 12 elders were elected and solemnly set apart to serve a society in the United States, 1 for Antigua and 2 for Nova Scotia. We spent the whole week in conference, debating freely and determining all things by a majority of votes. The doctor preached every day at noon, and some one of the other preachers morning and evening. We were in great haste and did much business in a little time. Monday, January 3rd, 1785. The conference is risen, and I have now a little time for rest. In the evening I preached in Ephesians 3:8. Being the first sermon after my ordination, my mind was unsettled, and I was but low in my own testimony. Tuesday, the 4th. I was engaged preparing for my journey southward, rode 50 miles through frost and snow to Fairfax, Virginia, and got in about 7 o'clock. Virginia, Thursday, the 6th. We had an exceedingly cold ride to Prince William, little less than 40 miles, and were nearly 2 hours after night in getting to Brother Hale's. Friday the 7th. I had a calm day. I had Brother Hickson for my companion. He passed Farquhar Courthouse, came to the north branch of Rappahannock, which we found about waist high, and frozen from side to side. We pushed the ice out of the track which a wagon well for us had made, and got over safe. Pursuing our journey, we came to a little ordinary kept by one Whitehead. Here were some wagoners at cards in the front room. This did not prevent us having prayers in the one adjourning. We slept in peace and had only 9 shillings and 6 to pay in the morning. Saturday, the 8th. Rode to Brother Fry's to dinner, where I met with Brother Willis, who had stopped there on his way to the conference. Sunday the 9th, we read prayers, preached, ordained Brother Willis deacon, and baptized some children. I feel nothing but love. I am sometimes afraid of being led to think something more of myself in my new station than formerly. Tuesday the 11th. In the morning, I discovered that my horse was very lame. After some time, we grew better. The adversary tries to get me into a fretful spirit. Our journey was attended with some difficulties, but I do not murmur. I had dreaded the ice in James River, but were crossed with the greatest ease. We directed our course to Stanton River, and here we waited some time at Hunt's Landing. Mr. Hunt was so kind to insist on our staying with him, and we were tired enough to want rest. I lectured in his family night and morning. Saturday, the 15th, preached and administered the sacrament at Royster's Church. Then rode to Brother Philip's, where I was pointed on Revelation 17:14. Sunday, the 16th, although there was only a probability of my coming, a few people met at Dobbs' store, where I preached with some life on John 3:19-21. Tuesday, the 18th. Brother Willis was ordained elder at Carter's Church. The Lord was with us in this, the sacrament and the love fest, and all was in life. North Carolina, Thursday, the 20th. My horse was lame. I rode with patience to A. Arnett's and was blessed. We rejoiced in the Lord together. Friday, the 21st. After preaching at Thompson's and baptizing some children, we set out for Shorts. Traveling onward, we came to a creek. It was so dark by this time that we could not find the ford. We rode back a mile and engaged a young man who undertook to be our guide, but he himself was scarcely able to keep the way. We rode with great pain to Wagner's Chapel, and after pushing on through deep streams, I had only 9 hearers. This was owing to the carelessness of the person who should have published the notice of our coming. Saturday, the 23rd. I had about 100 hearers, to whom I spoke of Joshua 24:15. We lodged with F.C., who was very kind. Although he could afford but 1 bed for 3, the horses fared well. Next morning we set off and came to Old Town instead of Salem. By the evening we reached Brother Hill's on the Yadkin Circuit. Thus far the Lord has led me on, and I will still hope to get along according to appointment. Friday the 28th. My horse being unfit to travel, I borrowed another and went on 17 miles to Fisher's River, where I met with a few poor people. Thence we rode through the barren mountains and crossed the frequent rivers in our course and came to W's. Next day I preached at Hetty's and rode on to Hindorns in Wilkes County. Here we were kindly entertained, although there were few people to preach to. Nothing could have better pleased our old church folks than the late step we had taken in administering the ordinances. To the Catholic Presbyterians it also gives satisfaction, but the Baptists are discontented. Thursday, February 3rd. Rode 20 miles to Witherspoon's. Here was a large assemblage of people, some to pay and receive taxes, some to drink, and some to hear me preach. I gave them a rough talk on Revelations 2:5-8. From this place we rode to Allen's. The people here are famous for talking about religion, and here and there is a horse thief. Sunday the 6th. Yesterday, some were prevented from offering their children to God by baptism by a zealous Baptist. Today, Brother Willis spoke on the right of infants to baptism. Our opposer soon took his leave. Monday the 7th. I preached at Asbury's and rode 21 miles to Morgan Bryan's. The weather has been cold and uncomfortable. I have ridden on the horse I borrowed nearly 300 miles in about 9 days. End of Section 49. Read by Greg Davis. Section 50 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Davis. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 50. February 8th through October 26th, 1785. Tuesday, the 8th. I observed this as a day of abstinence. I preached and administered the sacrament. Held a love feast. Our friends were greatly comforted. Here I plunged for adults, at their own request, they being persuaded that this was the most proper mode of baptizing. Thursday, the 10th, rode to Salisbury, where as it was court time, I had but few hearers, and some of these made their escape when I began to insist on the necessity of holiness, a subject this which the antinomians do not like to hear pressed too closely. Tuesday, the 15th, I gave up my horse and borrowed one of Mr. Randall. I fear my horse will lose his eyes. I visited B., one who has departed from God. He appeared to be sensible of and lamented it, yet he said he had no power to pray and seek. South Carolina, Thursday, the 17th. We set off for Charleston, South Carolina. When at the Chiro Hills, we thought of going to Blank's, but he was not at home. A family which had moved from Virginia sent after me with an invitation to come and dine. I accepted their kindness, and arriving, found that they had been Methodists. After spending some time in the church in prayer, we prepared to pursue our journey, but being pressed to stay until the morrow, we remained with them. Came to the Long Bluff courthouse, found few people. Thence journeying on, we arrived at Kimbrough's, and were kindly entertained. Tuesday, the 22nd. I heard of that impostor T.Y.T., who was fleecing the people of 100 guineas per annum. Were he a good man, I doubt if they would supplied him thus. The greatest consolation I had was whilst alone in the woods I was comfortable in Brother Lee's company. Wednesday, the 23rd. We crossed Lynch's Creek, Black Mingo, and Black River, and arrived in Georgetown, where we met with a kind reception. I felt my mind solemn and devoted to God, but was in great doubt of success. If God has not called us by this providence into these parts, I desire and pray that we may have no countenance from the people, although we have ridden 400 or 500 miles and spent our money. Thursday, the 24th. I preached in Georgetown on 1 Corinthians 2:14 to a serious people. A Mr. Wayne, a nephew of the celebrated General Wayne, introduced himself to us, with whom we took breakfast. On parting, he showed us the way to the ferry and paid our ferriage. I found the Lord had brought him through deep exercises of soul. We traveled on through a barren country in all respects towards Charleston. We came that evening to Scott's, where the people seemed to be merry. They soon became mute. We talked and prayed with them, and in the morning, when we took our leave of them, they would receive nothing. We met Brother Willis. He had gone along before us and had made an acquaintance with Mr. Wells, a respectable merchant of the city, to whom we had carried letters of introduction from Mr. Wayne of Georgetown. I jogged on, dejected in spirit, and came to Mr. Wells. We obtained the use of an old meeting-house belonging to the General Baptist, in which they had ceased to preach. Brother Willis preached at noon, Brother Lee morning and evening, I first went to the Episcopal Church and then to the Independent Meeting House. At this last I heard a good discourse. Monday the 28th. The Calvinists, who are the only people in Charleston who appear to have any sense of religion, seem to be alarmed. Yesterday morning and again at noon, the congregations were small. At night we were crowded. There is a great dearth of religion here. Some say never more so than at this time. The people were a little moved while Brother Lee preached to them on Sabbath evening. My first sermon was on Wednesday, the 2nd of March, on 2 Corinthians 5:20. I had but little enlargement. I preached again the next day on Ecclesiastes 11:9. The people were solemn and attentive. I find there are here who oppose us. I leave the Lord to look to his own cause. I told my hearers that I expected to stay in the city but 7 days, that I should preach every night if they would favor me with their company, and that I should speak on subjects of primary importance to their souls, and explain the essential doctrines taught and held by the Methodists. Friday, March 4th. I gave them a discourse on the nature of conviction for sin from John 16:8. Many serious people attended, and some appeared to feel. Saturday, the 5th. I spoke on the nature and necessity of repentance. The blank ministers who had before this held meetings at the same hour with us, and had represented our principles in an unfavorable light, and striven to prepossess the people's minds against our doctrines. Even these ministers came to hear. This afternoon, Mr. Wells began to feel conviction. My soul praised the Lord for this fruit of our labors, this answer to prayers. Sunday the 6th. I had but few hearers this morning. These few appear to have feeling hearts. In the evening, I preached to a large, wild company on Acts 17:30 and 31. My soul is in deep travail for Mr. Wells. I hope God will set him at liberty. The sore throat and scarlet fever prevail in this city. Yet are the inhabitants vain and wicked to a proverb. I bless God for health. Wednesday the 9th. I had a good time in Matthew 7:7. In the evening, the clouds about Mr. Wells began to disperse. In the morning, he could rejoice in the Lord. How great is the work of God! Once a sinner, yesterday a seeker, and now his adopted child. Now we know that God hath brought us here, and have a hope that there will be a glorious work among the people, at least among the Africans. Thursday the 10th. This day I delivered my last discourse on 1 Peter 3:15. I loved and pitied the people and left some under gracious impressions. We took our leave and had the satisfaction of observing that Mrs. Wells appeared to be very sensibly affected. We had rough crossing in going over the bay to Hadrill's Point. I baptized 2 children at Mr. S.'s, for which I was offered a great reward, but it was my persons who had not known that neither my own feeling nor the constitution of our church permitted me to receive any compensation for such services. We reached Georgetown time enough to give notice for preaching in the evening. Sunday the 13th. The people generally attended and were serious. We found Mrs. Wayne under deep distress of soul. From Georgetown we came to Kingstree and got to Mr. Durant's, who I had heard was a Methodist. We found him in sentiment, one of Mr. Hervey's disciples, but not in the enjoyment of religion. I delivered my own soul before I took my leave of him. Hearing of Brother Daniel at Town Creek, I resolved to make a push for his house. It was 40 miles distant, and I did not start until 9 o'clock. I dined at Lockwood's Folly and got in about 7 o'clock. Oh, how happy I was to be received, and my dear friends to receive me. I have been out for 6 weeks and ridden near 500 miles among strangers to me, to God, and to the power of religion. How could I live in a world if there were no Christians in it? North Carolina, Saturday the 19th. After preaching at Town Creek, I rode in the evening to Wilmington. Night came on before we reached there, and from the badness of the causeway, I ran some risk. We went to Blank's, but he was not prepared to receive us. Afterward to Blank's, where we had merry, singing, drunken raftsmen. To their merriment I soon put a stop. I felt the power of the devil here. Sunday the 20th. The bell went around to give notice, and I preached to a large congregation. When I had done, behold, F. Hill came into the room, powdered off, with a number of fine ladies and gentlemen. As I could not get my horse and bags, I heard him out. I verily believed his sermon was his own. It was so much like his conversation. I came away well satisfied that I had delivered my own soul. Monday the 21st. On my way, I stopped at A's and baptized some children. The poor mother held out a piece of gold to me. This is the pay of the priests here for such service. Lord, keep me from the love of honor, money, and ease. Wednesday the 23rd. I had a few hearers at the Lake Chapel. There has been much injury done here to the cause of religion by some who promise much in this way and perform little. I lodged near the Waccamaw Lake, which is 7 miles in circumference, fed by several streams running through the adjacent marshes and surrounded nearly on all sides by a sandy beach. This is a desert country, has few inhabitants, and fewer still have some deep sense of religion. Tuesday the 29th. Rode to Elizabethtown, crossing the northeast branch of Cape Fear River. I called at S's and offered baptism to his sick wife, which she declined accepting. After I came away, she was distressed by her refusal and sent her son 4 miles after me. Myself and my horse were both weary, but I returned and had a solemn time. Wednesday, April the 6th. I preached at Swansbury, in sight of the sea. Here are a wicked people indeed. Nevertheless, a few have joined society. Monday the 11th. Preached in the courthouse at Kingston. I was entertained very kindly by Governor Caswell. Tuesday the 19th. Preached at the Cypress Chapel, and had many people to hear. I met Dr. Koch at G. Hill's that evening. Here we held our conference in great peace. Monday the 25th. I rode to Dr. Pete's. This man has given up family and private prayer, and yet is in distress about his soul. Tuesday the 26th. I preached at Bridge Creek Chapel. I was very ill and was tempted to think the Lord was about to lay me aside or take me away and detain Dr. Koch in America. Virginia, Saturday the 30th. I am much better in health. My sickness was made a blessing to me. Rode to W. Mason's, where we were to meet in conference. I found the minds of the people greatly agitated with our rules against slavery and a proposed petition to the General Assembly for the emancipation of the blacks. Colonel Blank and Dr. Koch disputed on the subject, and the colonel used some threats. Next day, Brother O'Kelly let fly at them, and they were made angry enough. We, however, came off with whole bones, and our business in conference was finished in peace. Thursday, May 5th. At R. Jones, I found a blessing in my labor. Spent the evening with W. Graves. I am weak in body, but I have a constant sense of the presence of God. Rode to Lane's Chapel, where I found a serious, loving people. Sunday the 8th. Rode to Ellis's Chapel, read prayers, and preached. It appears to be low times here. I was happy with Brother Nichols and Spartley's in the evening. Monday the 9th. Set off for Jones City. Came to James River and missed the home where the ferrymen stay. I was detained some time before I found them. Tuesday the 10th. Had a large congregation at Chippahominy Church. I administered the sacraments to a number of communicants, and we had a very gracious season. Thursday the 12th. Rode to York, lately the seat of war. Here Lord Cornwallis surrendered to the combined armies of America and France. The inhabitants are dissolute and careless. I preached to a few serious women at 1 o'clock, and at the desire of the ladies again at 4 o'clock. I came to Mrs. Rose. The son was once on our side. He has left us, and now we have the mother. I lodged in the poorhouse. Saturday the 14th. I directed my course for Urbania. I was apprehensive of a gust while crossing the Rappahannock, but I reached the other side in safety, lodging with Colonel Gordon and Captain Owings. I waited on Colonel Carter, a Baptist, a man of most excellent spirit. We had much free conversation on the subject of religion, churches, and slavery. We crossed the Potomac at Hoe's Ferry, and found the people vulgarly wicked, drinking and swearing. We paid $1 for our ferriage and left them. Perhaps the providence of God led me this way, that I might see and learn to pity the state of the people in the northern neck of Virginia, and those also of Charles and St. Mary's counties in Maryland. I have been sensibly affected with their situation. Maryland, Thursday the 19th. Preached at Child's and at Weems, at which last place they were building a chapel. I hasted on to Annapolis, but through neglect the people had no notice of my coming. Brother Gill was here a few weeks past, when one S., a barber, came to mock, and it was said stood up to preach, and said his sins were forgiven. He was soon seized with sickness and made a sudden exit. Here we will leave him. Sunday the 22nd. Notwithstanding it rained, many attended, of both rich and poor, but in the afternoon the wind or the rain kept the gentry away. Many of the common people heard gladly. From Annapolis we rode to Alexandria to meet Dr. Koch. He did not come, however, until the next day. Thursday the 26th. We waited on General Washington, who received us very politely and gave us his opinion against slavery. Friday the 27th. We returned to Annapolis. The doctor preached at 6 o'clock to a crowded congregation. Thence passed through Baltimore. We came to Mr. Goff's. Monday the 30th. We went to Abingdon to settle our college business, and took a bond for the conveyance of the ground. We then returned and fixed our plan for the approaching conference. Wednesday, June 1st. Our conference began. I was unwell during the session. A blister running applied for a pain in my breast. On Thursday, the doctor took his leave of America for this visit. We parted with heavy hearts. On Friday, we rested from our labors and had a love feast. Saturday the 4th, I spent 3 hours profitably in reading the printed minutes of the conference. I left Baltimore at 3 o'clock to take a little breath after such a press of business. Sunday the 5th, I rode to Abingdon to preach the foundation sermon of Cokesbury College. I stood on the ground where the building is to be erected, warm as it was, and spoke from Psalms 78, 4-8. I had liberty in speaking, and faith to believe the work would go on. Monday the 6th. From Abingdon I returned to Perry Hall and there continued until Friday. Saturday the 11th. Preached in Baltimore on Ye Know Not What Manner of Spirit You Are Of. In the town I spoke 3 times, and at the Point once. Friday the 17th. Preached at the Garretson Church to a dull, backsliding people. Friday the 24th. I crossed the mountains to Sharpsburg and preached to some honest Germans. Came on to Shepherd's Town. Tuesday the 28th. Rode to the springs called Bath, now under great improvement. I preached in the playhouse and lodged under the same roof with the actors. Some folks who would not hear me in their own neighborhood made now a part of my audience both night and morning. Leaving Bath, I came to Brother Dew's on the south branch of the Potomac, very unwell. Sunday, July 3rd. The day was rainy. Nevertheless, I preached, administered the sacrament, and baptized some children. Saturday, the 9th. Rode to DeWitt's, where I had many to hear, and some to have their children baptized. Sunday, the 10th. My congregation was large. Hard labor has almost overdone me. I rode to S's, where I found some life among the people. A long, dreary ride brought us to Morgantown. I preached and baptized and was much spent. Thursday, the 14th. I was taken with an inflammation in my throat. I preached at Colonel Martin's. Afterward, I went on in the night and very unwell to Seaton's. Friday, the 15th. I had a high fever. I, however, bore up to ride 8 miles and preached and baptized. Saturday, the 16th. Rode to Litton's but could not preach. Tuesday, the 19th. Came to Bessentown, gave an exhortation, and rode on to Blank's. Thursday, the 21st. Went to Mr. Jacobs' old town. He and his wife appear to be much engaged. Sunday, the 24th. As an appointment was made for me today, I read prayers and preached with some pain and to little purpose. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Very unwell, with a relapse of an inflammatory complaint in the throat. For some time I could get no relief. Honey, a remedy so excellent in such cases, was not to be had. Meantime, I ate with pain and was called to the exercise of patience. Virginia, Thursday the 28th. Being in a good degree recovered, I felt thankful. My spirit is grieved of so much vanity as is seen here in Bath, by the many poor, careless sinners around me. The living is expensive, $4 per week. Captain Blank is here, raised almost from the grave. I felt tenderly for him. I hope God will convert his soul. Sunday, the 31st. Mr. Keith gave us a sermon, very legal and to little purpose. In the afternoon, I gave them my last discourse on Romans 1:16. Maryland, Monday, August 1st. Rode 30 miles. I was almost spent. I ate a little and was glad to get to bed. Tuesday, the 2nd. I felt better. The weather is very warm. Wednesday, the 3rd. I rode 50 miles. I felt weary, but better in health. Thursday, the 4th. Reached Baltimore. Our friends here have bought a lot and are building a new chapel thereon, 70 by 46 feet. It is well fixed for entrances and light. Sunday, the 7th. From preaching so frequently in the evening and consequent exposure to night air, I have suffered a relapse, and the inflammation of my throat has returned. To this was added a bilious lax, so that I was laid up at Mr. Goff's until Saturday, the 20th instant. During my stay, Mrs. Chamer has departed this life and is gone, I trust, to Abraham's bosom. It has been a school of affliction to me, but I am thankful that in my suffering I had a skillful physician and constant attendance from my kind nurses, and I was in a house where prayer was wont to be made. I have been taught the necessity of walking more wholly and humbly with God, to pray more fervently, and to preach more faithfully. Sunday, the 21st. I was just able to perform the funeral rites of Mrs. Schafer. I preached to about 1,000 people and had a very serious time. Tuesday, the 23rd. I set off very weak for Philadelphia and reached there on Thursday, the 25th. Pennsylvania, Sunday, the 28th. Preached a sacramental sermon on Romans 8:32. Our congregation was large in the evening, to whom I enlarged on Joshua 24:19. New York, Wednesday, the 31st. Reached New York and preached the 3 following days, although weak in body and languid in spirit. Sunday, September 4th. Notwithstanding I was very unwell, I preached thrice, read prayers twice, and held a love feast. My flesh went heavily along. Our society here has increased in number and grace. Our congregations also grow larger. I feel deeper desires to be given up to God. My friends here have been liberal indeed in supplying my temporal needs. May they be abundantly rewarded in spirituals. Wednesday, the 7th. After preaching this morning, I left the city. Overstaying the hour, the stage left us, and we found ourselves under the necessity of walking 6 miles. I dined with Mrs. Ogden and preached in Elizabethtown, in the unfinished church belonging to the Presbyterians. New Jersey, Friday the 9th. Heard Mr. Woodall preach a funeral discourse on Lord, Thou hast made my days as a handbreadth. In my judgment, he spoke well. Saturday the 10th. I had liberty in preaching to the people at Monmouth on Joshua 24:17, and felt much for the souls present. Saturday the 17th. Quarterly meeting at Marl's River. Our house was not quite covered, and it was falling weather. The people nevertheless stayed to hear me preach. Afterward, Brother A and Brother L spoke to them. Sunday the 18th. We had a great time. The people spoke freely of the dealings of God with their souls. Wednesday the 21st. Rode to Brother F's. I received my wagon for £44. Will it not bring me into trouble in traveling and in getting horses? Saturday the 24th. Preached at Salem and at Stowe Creek. With some consolation. Many attended, although it rained, and we had a comfortable time at Sacrament. I plunged HT and SM in Salem Creek. This unusual baptismal ceremony might perhaps have made our congregation larger than it would otherwise have been. Lord help me to keep on under all troubles of body and mind. From Salem we proceeded on 30 miles through a great storm. We were glad to stop at Gloucester, where we had a room to ourselves, enjoying our Christian privileges, and were comfortable. Next morning we came on to Cooper's Ferry, and although the wind blew violently in the morning, when we came to the ferry all was calm. We breakfasted in Philadelphia early enough for church. Pennsylvania, Monday the 26th. Set out for the south and arrived in Chester. Next day, preached at Matheson's, arriving in Wilmington. I preached there on James 1:27. Delaware, Friday the 30th. At Blackstone's Chapel, I felt the necessity of watching against the spirit of politics, and of being more in the spirit of prayer. The people's minds are agitated with the approaching election of delegates to the Assembly. October the 1st. Came to Dover. I had the courthouse full of people, but I was not in possession of liberty of mind or strength of body to preach. The election is not yet over. Monday the 3rd. We had a gracious season at the Sacrament in Purdon's. That evening I rode to Brother White's and was closely occupied with temporals. Maryland, Saturday the 8th. We had an open time, and the souls of the people were stirred up at Angers. The Lord was also with us at Wharton's Chapel in the afternoon. Sunday the 9th. I preached at Kent Old Chapel on Ye Have Said It Is Vain to Serve God, in the afternoon and at night in Charleston. I always have an enlargement in preaching in this very wicked place. The people today were very serious and attentive. Monday the 10th. Came to B's. There was a spirit of life among the people, and my own soul felt comfortably. Some of our principal members here are men who have not been successful. Had they prospered in their pursuits, perhaps they never would have sought the Lord. Being now in possession of religion, there is the less of danger in prosperity. I therefore counsel them to go to the western country, where the means and rearing of families and advancing in the world were more within the reach of the inhabitants. October 24th. Set off for Brother White's for Dorset Circuit. I preached at Brother Fraser's in the evening. After visiting the societies in this quarter, I came on Saturday to Caroline Quarterly Meeting at the Widow Haskins. Here we had a gracious season. Rode to Dover Quarterly Meeting. Our brethren preached and exhorted, and I administered the sacrament. Wednesday the 26th. I preached on Caleb's following the Lord fully. I left Dover and felt some pain in parting with my friends. End of section 50. Recording by Greg Davis.
Section 51 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 51. Maryland, Saturday, November 5. I crossed the Chesapeake and found some difficulty in getting my wagon over. I missed my appointment at the college and came late to Mr. Goss. Sunday, 6. Came away early and, arriving in Baltimore, preached at noon on Hebrews 11, 2-8, and at night on Caleb's fully following the Lord. I found the means of conveyance by my carriage or Jersey wagon would not do. Tuesday, 8. I preached at Annapolis to a multitude of people, part of whom were serious. Wednesday, 9. I was under considerable exercise of mind about my carriage. I at length resolved to decline traveling in it, and buying a second-hand sulky, left it to be sold. I now traveled light and easy, and came to Childs's church. Being disappointed in crossing at Holland's Point, I shaped my course for Alexandria. I preached on the Sabbath evening on my way to an attentive congregation, and reached town on Monday, 14. Virginia, Tuesday, 15. I dined with Dr. Samuel Smith and Mr. M.K. at General Roberdeau's. Our conversation turned upon slavery, the difficulties attending emancipation, and the resentment some of the members of the Virginia legislature expressed against those who favored a general abolition. I preached in the courthouse. I took cold by coming out into the open air whilst in a profuse perspiration, and this I seldom fail to do if I preached to a large congregation in a close, warm place. In the afternoon I set out and spent the evening with Brother Foster at Mr. V's. It rained, and the house was like a sieve. They could not even keep the beds from the wet. Thursday, 17. The morning was very damp, and I imprudently set out an hour before day. I thus increased the cold I had caught in Alexandria, and brought on a regular attack of my old complaint, an inflammation in the throat. The day was very cold, and we suffered much. We stopped at a very indifferent house, where there were no beds fit for use, and no candles. We had to wait about 2 hours for some boiled milk. My fever and inflammation increasing, I rode on 33 miles to Collins's in Caroline County, where I became indisposed indeed. Saturday, 19. I could not think it safe to stop here. I went on, passing by Hanover Courthouse, Hanover and Newcastle towns, anxious to get into a good lodging and amongst kind people. I called at one tolerable house. Plain people they were, but ill as I was, I could not stay here. Journeying on, I came to a petty ordinary, where the host recommended me to a widow chamberlain, who, he thought, would receive me and use me well. It was growing late, and it was cold, and it was still 5 miles to her house. On, however, I went. The Lord opened the heart of this widow, and she kindly received me under her roof. I found her to be a motherly woman, and to have some skill in my complaint. I was doubtful whether it were best to bleed or blister. My throat inflamed and ulcerated. In this situation I continued with little amendment until on Wednesday morning, the 23rd, one ulcer broke, and on Thursday the other. I was now in a fair way for recovery, but having taken cold by frequent bathing my feet, a violent pain and swelling settled in the joint of my great toe, to which I applied a bath and poultice of bitter herbs. My spirits have not failed. I find myself humbled before the Lord, and hope that this affliction will be for His glory and my good. Friday, 25. This day I rode to James City. Sunday, 27. I went to Chickahominy Church, where conditional notice had been given for Brother Reed. I preached on Acts 5:31 and spent the evening at Mr. Weldon's. My foot continuing in such a state as to prevent my going to my appointments, I was led to reflect on this dark providence. Unwilling to be idle, I wrote to the preachers to do what they could in collecting money to carry on the building of our college. For some time past, I had not been quite satisfied with the order and arrangement of our form of discipline, and persuaded that it might be improved without difficulty, we accordingly set about it, and during my confinement in James City completed the work, arranging the subject matter thereof under their proper heads, divisions, and sections. December 4-5. I felt somewhat better, and had a great desire to go on my way. We set out and came to the river. After long waiting, we got over, but with difficulty. The high wind meeting the tide made so rough a sea that the water came with great violence into the boat, as we beat out of the creek's mouth to get into the river. Thus exposed, I took cold, which brought on a slight inflammation, and next day increased, and produced a fever. Saturday, 17. Having proceeded on, I arrived at Brother Redrick's in Gates's County, North Carolina, where I spoke a little. Sunday, 18. I had more hearers at Winton than I expected. They were attentive to what I said on Joshua 24:19. At Wickocon the glory is departed. A few Baptist women stood at a distance and wept, whilst I administered the sacrament. They dared not come to the table, lest they should be discovered by their own people. On Thursday last, we made an attempt to cross the Roanoke at Cushie, but could not get a flat. We then made for Oliver's Ferry, and having no knowledge of the way, I waded through Rock West twice, and wet my books. The river was rising rapidly, and we had still 6 miles to Long Ferry. I was very unwell, and my spirits greatly sunk. After getting over, our difficulties did not cease. we had to wade several deep and dangerous swamps. We at length, by kind providence, were brought safely to Brother Curl's, where we met Brother Morris. The 2 following days we went on in the same manner, both horses and riders sometimes in danger as they worried through the swampy wilds. A solitary day this, plenty of water, if nothing else. We employed a black man to ride our horses, and we took to a canoe. Being remounted and journeying on, we came to a stream that was impassable. We found ourselves under the necessity of going round by Martinsburg, and thus got into the road, and now pushed forward with spirit until we came to Swift's Creek. Here the causeway was overflown, and the logs most of them afloat. My horse fell, but I was preserved by his securing a 4-foot hold on the timber after falling. Thus we toiled over our swampy routes and crazy bridges till 7 o'clock, and about that time arrived at Neuse Ferry, having ridden about 40 tedious miles. North Carolina. Came to New Bern. Found Brothers A and B in the church. I preached at 3 o'clock on The World by Wisdom Knew Not God. The assembly was in session, and some of the members were friendly. Wednesday, 21. Sailed down to Beaufort and preached in the church. The people are kind, but have very little religion. On the same evening I pushed down to the Straits, and the next day preached at the Straits Chapel. Thence I returned to town and preached again, after which we sailed back to Colonel Bell's, whence we first started. Saturday and Sunday, 24-25. We held quarterly meeting at Swansbury. Many people, little religion. We came to Ford's Ferry on Drowning Creek. The waters had risen, and extended far outwards from the banks of the stream. Here we were brought to a full stop. Providentially, we found a man there who was waiting for his brother to fetch him over. The brother came, and we all crossed over together. Not, however, without danger. Bushes would strike the horses, and their capering about had well nigh overset the boat. South Carolina, January 4, 1786. I rode my sore-backed horse about 30 miles to Dunham's, in Britain Neck. Dunham is in despair. This perhaps is constitutional, or it may be owing to his circumstances. The awakening of God's Spirit, or the combination of all these may have produced this effect. I borrowed Brother A's horse, and we went on. We crossed Great Peedy and Lynch's Creek, and wet my books. Coming to Black Mingo, we lodged at a tavern and were well used. Sleeping upstairs, I was afraid the shingles, if not the roof of the house, would be taken away with the wind. Saturday, 7. I preached at Georgetown twice to about 80 people each time. This is a poor place for religion. Here I was met by Brother H. Willis. Tuesday, 10. Rode to Wapata. It was no small comfort to me to see a very good frame prepared for the erection of a meeting-house for us, on that very road along which, last year, we had gone pensive and distressed, without a friend to entertain us. Wednesday, 11. Preached at S. Capers's. We had a good time and many hearers, considering that neither place nor weather was favorable. My soul enjoyed great peace, and I was much engaged with God that my labors might not be in vain. From Capers's I came to Cane Hoy by water. I was grieved at B.A.'s conduct. Hurt to the cause of God may follow. Friday, 13. I came to Charleston. Being unwell, Brother Willis supplied my place. Sunday, 15. We had a solemn time in the day, and a full house and good time in the evening. My heart was much taken up with God. Our congregations are large, and our people are encouraged to undertake the building of a meeting-house this year. Charleston has suffered much. A fire about 1700, again in November 1740, and lastly, the damage sustained by the late war. The city is now in a flourishing condition. Friday, 20. I left the city and found the road so bad that I was thankful I had left my carriage and had a saddle and a good pair of boots. We were waterbound at Westmasaw, where I found a few who had been awakened by the instrumentality of our preachers. I was comforted in reading Mr. Zubley's account of the death of some pious Germans, and also Mrs. Fletcher's account of her husband's death. Monday, 23. The Westmasaw being still impassable, we directed our course up the lowlands through the wild woods, until we came to Mr. Winters, an able planter, who would have us to dine with him and stay the night. His wife's mother being ill, and desiring the sacrament, we went to her apartment, and there had a melting, solemn time. In this worthy family we had prayer night and morning. Tuesday, 24. We made an early start. We stopped at a tavern for breakfast. The landlord had seen and heard me preach 3 years before in Virginia, and would receive no pay. That evening we came to Mrs. B.'s. We rode 50 miles to the Congaree. We lodged where there were a set of gamblers. I neither ate bread nor drank water with them. We left these blacklegs early next morning, and after riding 9 miles came to a fire, where, stopping and broiling our bacon, we had a high breakfast. At Weaver's Ferry we crossed the Saluda. Here once lived that strange, deranged mortal, who proclaimed himself to be God. Report says that he killed 3 men for refusing their assent to his godship. He gave out his wife to be the Virgin Mary, and his son Jesus Christ, and when hanged at Charleston, promised to rise the 3rd day. Friday, 27. I had near 400 hearers at Parrott's Log Church near Broad River. We have ridden about 200 miles in the last 8 days. Sunday, 29. Having, by appointment, to preach on Sandy River, we set off in the rain which had been falling all the night before. The first little stream we attempted to cross had well nigh swept Brother M. Daniel away. We rode on to Little Sandy, but found it too much swollen for us to ford. Going up the stream, we crossed over on a log, our horses swimming over. Having gained the opposite bank, we continued on about 20 miles and had a trying time. I was happy, although Brother Willis was afraid we should be obliged to sleep in the woods. Monday, 30. We rode to friend Terry's, but here we met with our old difficulties, and were compelled to go up higher. Coming to Great Sandy, we crossed the river at Walker's Mill, and here we were in danger of losing both our horses. The water came with such rapidity from the dam that it swept them down the stream under a log. We at length came to Father Seeley's. Here we stayed to refit, and had everything comfortable. I preached on Wednesday, after which I had 150 miles to ride to White's, Mulberry Fields, near the mouth of John's River. North Carolina, Thursday, February 2. We made a push for the Highlands and got as far as Brother Smith's. On Friday we aimed to get to the Horse Ford, but missing our way, we made but 25 miles, reaching Herman's, who treated us kindly and would receive nothing. This was well for us, for we had but little to give. Saturday, 4. Was a very rainy day. However, we pushed on and rode this day about 50 miles. We crossed the north branch of the Catawba River, and arriving late at the south branch, we providentially met with a man who was acquainted with the ford and piloted us safe over. It was dark and the river mild. Through a heavy day's journey we came, wet and weary, to Mr. Moore's. Sunday, 5. I preached at Brother Connolly's, where there is a large society, and a revival of religion. Monday, 6. We rode to W. White's and appointed preaching for the next day. Here I had about 100 hearers. Wednesday, 8. We rode 40 computed, and perhaps in truth 50 miles, to quarterly meeting at Gordon's, at the Mulberry Fields, on the Yadkin River. Here we met with Brothers Ivy, Bingham, and Williamson. Thursday, the sacrament was a time of refreshing. Saturday, 11. I rode through rain and hail to B's, and preached to a few serious people on Psalm 128, and we were blessed together. Oh, what happiness do they lose who never visit the poor in their cottages! Sunday 12. At Joseph Herndon's it was a chilly day, but there was some life among the people. Monday 13. There were many to hear at Kay's. My rides are a little short of 20 miles a day in this mountainous country, besides my public labors. My soul has peace, but this body is heavy and afflicted with pain. Tuesday 14. We rode through the snow to Hetty's, where, to my surprise, I found that the poor people had built a good house of logs. And not satisfied with this, they must needs collect a little money for me, if I would receive it. Sunday 19. Preached at Morgan Bryan's. Next day I set off in the rain and traveled with it. We swam Grant's Creek and reached Salisbury in the evening, wet and weary. I thought we should scarcely have preachers at the time appointed, but the bad weather did not stop their coming. We spent 3 days in conference and went through our business with satisfaction. Having sent our horses into the country, we could not get them when they were wanted. I therefore borrowed Brother Tunnell's horse and went on to my appointments. Wednesday, March 1. I found many waiting at Newman's Church, Rockingham County, to whom I enlarged on Christ our wisdom, righteousness, sanctification, and redemption. Provisions here are scarce. Some of our friends from the Delaware are suffering. I arrived in the night at A. Arnett's. My being in a poor cottage did not prevent my being happy, for God was with me. Thursday 2. I preached on This Do in Remembrance of Me, and it was a solemn good time. Saturday 4. At the Widow Dick's the preachers fell in with each other. There were F, E, L, and H. The latter is a smooth-tongued, pretty speaker, a youth that promises fair for future usefulness. Tuesday 7. At Stanfield's I had many hearers, and more liberty in speaking than I have had for some time past. It is hard to get and preserve the spirit of preaching. It seems as if God, at times and places, withholds his spirit from his servants, or else the power of Satan is so strong as to depress the life and liberty of the speaker. Friday 10. I rode once more to Hillsborough, where I met with a cool reception. I am now satisfied never to visit that place again until they have a society formed, constant preaching, and a desire to see me. Oh, what a county this is! We can but just get food for our horses. I am grieved indeed for the sufferings, the sins, and the follies of the people. Tuesday 21. Came to Whitaker's Chapel near Fishing Creek, where I spoke, with but little consolation to myself, to about 70 souls. I feel my body unwell, but my soul is stayed in cheerful dependence upon God. Wednesday 22. Rode to Dee's Chapel, where I was met by about 50 hearers. Spirituous liquors have greatly injured the people here. Friday 24. At Conneconera Chapel, I had nearly gone through my subject when a man began to talk. His brother carried him away after fruitless endeavors to silence him. Brother Dickens spoke, and I came away in great pain to Brother Clayton's. Saturday 25. I took some Hira Pikra and felt better. Read our form of discipline in manuscript, which Brother Dickens has been preparing for the press. Sunday 26. We had a large congregation and a solemn time at Brother Clayton's. After meeting, returned to Brother Dickens's. He and his wife cleave to God, but there is a great declension elsewhere. Tuesday 28. I called on Sister B., at whose house I preached when she lived near Portsmouth, Virginia. I found her at the point of death, her soul filled with the peace and love of God. I came on to Roanoke Chapel, where I was led to be sharp while I treated on the form of godliness without the power. Virginia. I found the Lord was working among the people at Young's in Mecklenburg, and felt myself to be in a warmer clime. We had a gracious time at quarterly meeting, especially at the sacrament. The words of our excellent Sister Jones, both in speaking and in prayer, were sweetly and powerfully felt. The second day was great, both in preaching and love feast. My soul was melted. I have not witnessed such a meeting in the South. Saturday, April 1. Rode through the rain 24 miles to the Widow Bedford's, where but a few, besides the society, came. I met the married men and women apart, and there were tenderness and tears, greatly felt, and copiously shed among them. Friday, 7. I preached at Merritt's Chapel with but little life. I rode down to Mason's that night, much weakened through abstinence. A deep dejection seized my spirits, so that I could hardly bear up. On the Sabbath day I preached at Moss's to a large congregation. We went forwards towards Lane's church. Here our conference was held. Some spirits were tried before it ended. Here 10 young men offered themselves on probation. Thursday, 13. Rode through the rain to N. Lee's. Friday, 14. Arrived in Petersburg and had but a dull time. Sunday, 16. Being Easter Day, I preached at the Mannequin Town on Colossians 3, 1-4, with some freedom. Monday, 17. I directed my course northward, and on Thursday the 20th reached Alexandria. Sunday, 23. Hail, glorious Lord! After deep exercises of body and mind, I feel a solemn sense of God on my heart. I preached by day in the courthouse on 1 Peter 3:10, and in the evening at the Presbyterian Church on Luke 19:41-42. Alexandria must grow, and if religion prospers among them, it will be blessed. I drew a plan and set on foot a subscription for a meeting house. Maryland, Wednesday, 26. Arrived in Baltimore and was occupied until the following Saturday in collecting money for the books, and inspecting the accounts of the book concern. Sunday, 30. I preached 3 times and made a collection to defray the expenses of sending missionaries to the western settlements. I spoke twice on the same subject through the course of the week. Monday, May 8. Our conference began at Abingdon, where love, candor, and precision marked our deliberations. Saturday, 13. We find that the college is now only fit for covering, and we are already in debt nearly £900, and money is scarce. Came to Baltimore to spend another tedious week. Friday, 19. My soul is stayed upon the Lord, and all within me longs for God, even the living God. Sunday, 21. I preached in the new meeting house in Light Street on I had rather be a doorkeeper in the house of the Lord than to dwell in the tents of wickedness. And in the evening I spoke on 1 Kings 9, 6-9. It was a very solemn time, a warning to our young people. Tuesday, 23. We had a watch night. Brother Watcote preached. It was a moving season. Wednesday, 31. Came to Antietam Settlement and spoke in a Dutch church. A traveling ministry would be more productive of good among these people. Their preachers and people are too fond of settling and having things established on the regular plan. End of section 51. Recording by Brian Keenan.
Section 52 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1, Section 52. Virginia, Thursday, June 1st. I reached Shepherdstown with difficulty and in pain. I was blessed and delivered my own soul. The people here are displeased with me because I do not send them Brother Vasey. Riding through so much wet and damp weather has caused the inflammation of my foot, and I am afraid of being stopped. This is a great trial to me. Lord, give me a perfect resignation, We have had rain for 18 days successively, and I have ridden about 200 miles in 8 or 9 days. A most trying time indeed. Saturday, the 3rd. We rode 28 miles along very bad roads to Melbourne's. Brother Waters preached. Sunday, the 4th. The Lutheran minister began a few minutes before I got into Winchester. I rode leisurely through the town and preached under some spreading trees on a hill on Joshua 24:19 to many black and white people. It was a solemn, weighty time. All was seriousness and attention. I then went once more to Newtown. Here I preached on 2 Timothy 3:16 and 17. I had but little freedom in speaking. I called on Mr. Otterbein. We had some free conversation on the necessity of forming a church among the Dutch, holding conferences, the order of its government, etc. Rode to Colonel Blank's, as welcome as snow in harvest. My soul is kept in peace, but my poor body is much fatigued, and I am lame withal. I came over a rough road to Johnson's, and preached to a most insensible people. Monday, the 12th. Rode 31 miles, spoke at DeWitt's to about 50 people. Rather hard this, after riding so far. I shall go elsewhere and do more good, I hope. Tuesday, the 13th. I had an open time at Colonel Barat's. My lameness discourages me. Praise the Lord, there is a little religion on the Maryland side of the Potomac, and this is some comfort, without which this Allegheny would make me gloomy indeed. Sick or lame, I must try for Redstone tomorrow. My mind has been deeply impressed with the necessity of getting our people to set apart the 5 o'clock hour wholly for prayer, to establish prayer meetings, and to speak evil of no man. Thursday, the 15th. We rode about 22 miles and were kindly entertained for 5 shillings and 6 pence. Saturday, the 17th. We had a heavy ride to Morgantown. I was to have been there at 4 o'clock, but missing my way, I made it 6. Sunday, the 18th. We had a great day. When I had done preaching, Brother M. exhorted with life and power, and the power of God was felt among the people. I suppose there were nearly 600 hearers present. Tuesday, the 20th. Being court time at Beesontown, our congregation was large, perhaps not less than 600 people. My foot continues swelled and uneasy, but I desire to praise the Lord under every affliction. Thursday, the 22nd. Crossed the Monongahela at Redstone at Old Fort, where they are building a town. I am now among some of my old friends that moved from Maryland to this country. Pennsylvania, Friday the 23rd. I was much blessed and had many to hear at St. Lytton's. We are now going to the frontiers and may take a peep into the Indian land. This is a fruitful district, and I hope it will prosper in religion. I have lately been sorely assaulted by Satan, and much blessed of the Lord. Saturday, the 24th. The people were very still and very lifeless at Lackey's. I felt the power of death, and my spirits were low. This is death, when religion and every comfortable accommodation are wanting. Lord, sanctify all these for my humiliation. Sunday, the 25th. We had a wild company at D's, to whom I was led to be pointed, on Isaiah 55, 6 and 7. After preaching, we ate a little bread and butter, and rode 15 miles to Doddridge's fort. We arrived just after sunset, and I was comforted in the company of Brother Smith and others of my old friends from Maryland. Virginia, Monday the 26th. Preached in Cox's Ford on the Ohio River, on trust in the Lord and do good, so shalt thou dwell in the land. Psalm 37, 2 and 3. We found it necessary to return. They said 12, but I thought 15 miles. We were lost in the woods, and it rained all the way. We, however, came in about 8 o'clock, and about 10 laid ourselves down to rest in peace. Tuesday, the 27th, I had a large congregation and divine aid. We hasted away to a little town called Washington, wicked enough at all times, but especially now at court time. We had uncomfortable lodgings. Riding hard all day and loss of sleep at night never fail laying me under affliction. Thursday, the 29th. I had enlargement in speaking to 300 or 400 people at Robert's Chapel on Luke's 4:18. Friday, the 30th. Occasion was given today for expressions of wonder by a clerical character that anyone should be able to preach who had not acquired learning. What Jesuitical stupidity was here manifested. We came to the widow Murphy's. The family are kind, and the mother professes religion. July 1st and 2nd. I spoke in the new church at Beesontown. We had a feeling, gracious season. The sacrament was, I trust, attended with a blessing. Maryland, Monday the 3rd. We came in haste to Simpkins and thence to Barrett's. We rode through gloomy mountains and over rough roads for 2 hours in the dark, where both man and horse were in danger. But the Lord was our preserver, and no accident happened to us. Tuesday the 4th. I came to Barrett's, where God spoke to the hearts of a few souls, who were not a little moved. Here I was almost ready to drop for want of sleep. I found an appointment had been made for me at Friends Cove. I hesitated to go, but being unwilling to disappoint the people, I set out, and must needs stray 2 miles out of my way to see a curious spring, which ebbs and flows, but not regularly. What with rocks and logs in our route, the way was so rough, it was a mercy that ourselves and our horses escaped unhurt. I came to the cove and preached on Luke 11:16. I have been greatly tempted to impatience and discontent. The roads are bad, my horse's hind feet without shoes, and but little to eat. To this I may add that the lodgings are unclean and uncomfortable. I rode across the mountain to Spurgeon's, where I met with a number of serious souls. I do not repent coming 15 miles. I preached on that we may have boldness in the day of judgment. I rode 22 miles to Foster's, along a blind path, and came in about 9 o'clock. Was thankful. I have in 6 days ridden about 150 miles, on as bad roads as any I have seen on the continent. Maryland, Sunday, July the 9th. I rested from riding. Preached on Who hath warned you to flee from the wrath to come. I had sweet communion with God in the woods. My soul hath rest in the Lord. Monday the 10th. Came to Old Town and preached on 1 Timothy 1:15, and administered the sacrament. Tuesday the 11th. I rested to look over some papers and prepare some parchments. Spent nearly a third of the day in prayer that the Lord would go with me to the springs. Oh, what hath God wrought for Brother Jacobs and his wife since I lodged with them 4 years ago. I believe from that day the Lord heard our prayers for them. There has been a remarkable storm of hail at and about the warm springs, by which great damage has been sustained. Some of the hail, it was said, measured 7 inches in circumference. Virginia, Thursday the 13th. I came to Bath. The water made me sick. I took some pills and drank chicken broth and mended. I am ill in body and dispirited. I am subject to a headache which prevents my reading or writing much, and have no friends here, but I desire to trust the Lord with all my concerns. Having no appointments for 3 weeks to come, I have concluded to stay here a while, and I am the more inclined so to do, as I am apprehensive my stomach wants all the healing efficacy of the waters to restore it to its proper tone. Sunday the 16th. I had some divine assistance in speaking to the people under the trees on lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God. In the afternoon I enlarged on having the form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Quite weak and considerably affected by the water. Thursday the 20th. I'm better, employed in reading Mr. Harvey and Brooks' Practice of Physic, more than ordinary in prayer, and spoke in public every other night. Sunday the 30th. I spoke plainly and closely in the playhouse on O wicked man, thou shalt surely die. The people were serious. I cannot get the people to attend preaching except on the Sabbath. This evil is to be remedied only, I presume, by our getting a preaching house and preaching therein by candlelight. Saturday, August the 5th. I began to pack up in hopes of moving on Monday. Sunday the 6th. I had a serious little congregation in the country, returned to town and preached at 4 o'clock. A pleasing thought passed through my mind. It was this, that I was saved from the remains of sin. As yet I have felt no returns thereof. I was solemnly impressed with the account of the death of poor Steyr, a German, who dropped down suddenly and died. He was a man of piety, and had a gift to preach, had a noble spirit and sound judgment. I have spent 23 days at this place of wickedness, Bath. We are trying what can be done towards building a house for worship. We collected something on the Sabbath for that purpose, and it appears the business is entered upon with spirit. My horse was running in the pasture last week and hurt himself, so that I find him utterly incapable of traveling, and that I am compelled to linger here another week. This, as it is, I am willing to do, for the sake of the people, the cause of God, and my health, and I am disposed to consider it a providential call, although I should not remain, were my horse able to carry me away. I sent Brother B. to my appointments, and directed him when and where to appoint for me. My hopes revive here, and I trust my labor is not all in vain. Tuesday the 15th. I preached for the last time during this visit, but the people showed but little affection for the word. Capon River being full, I crossed in a canoe, and found my horse better. The cut was a deep one, but we applied a piece of bacon to the wound, bound some leather around it, and on Thursday I took my departure from this unhappy place. Came to my old friend B. Boydstone's. I had the happiness of seeing that tender woman, his wife, who careth for the preachers as for her own soul. Full oft hath she refreshed my spirit. Her words, looks, and gestures appear to be heavenly. Here I could make no stay, lest I should miss my appointments in Philadelphia, and if so, be late for those made in the Jerseys and New York. Maryland, Sunday morning. Rode 20 miles to Pipe Creek Chapel and preached to a large congregation. Monday the 21st. Reached Mr. Goff's, where I spent 2 days. The weather was very warm, but for 100 miles and upwards I have had it sufficiently agreeable. Came to Abingdon. Our college is still without a cover, and our managers, as I expected, almost out of breath. I made but little stay, but hasted on to Philadelphia and arrived there on the 26th, Saturday. New Jersey, Monday the 28th. I came to Trenton, and thence proceeded on to Brunswick. I was accidentally, or rather providentially, favored with a ride in a carriage, else I know not how I should have proceeded on my journey. I reached New York on the 31st of August, having traveled 350 miles since I left Bath in Virginia. New York. I was taken ill and was confined about 8 days, during which time I was variously tried and exercised in mind. I spent some time in looking over my journals, which I have kept for 15 years back. Some things I corrected, and some I expunged. Perhaps if they are not published before, they will be after my death, to let my friends in the world see how I have employed my time in America. I feel the worth of souls and the weight of the pastoral charge, and that the conscientious discharge of its important duties requires something more than human learning, unwielding salaries, or clerical titles of D.D. or even bishop. The eyes of all, both preachers and people, will be opened in time. Saturday, September 16th, was a very solemn season at the ordination of Brother Dickens to the eldership. I gave the charge from 1 Timothy 3:10 and 14. In the afternoon I preached to the people from these words, "Pray for us," and in the evening from "The world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that I believe." I met the society and opened my mind to them on various subjects. Tuesday the 19th. I rose with a sense of God upon my soul. I've been a little grieved with letters from blank, but it is in vain to look for more than man in the best of men. My witness is on high, and I shall have respect to my great Shepherd in all things. After preaching on the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God, etc., and settling some temporal matters relative to the support of the station preachers, I left the city and came to Elizabethtown. At 7 o'clock I preached and had much liberty. New Jersey, Friday the 22nd. We dined at Amboy and reached Monmouth at night. Saturday the 23rd. I preached with life and love at Leonard's. The people here appear very lifeless. I have lately been much tried and much blessed. Tuesday the 26th. I had many to hear at Potter's Church, but the people were insensible and unfeeling. Wednesday the 27th. I met with brothers P. and Bud. We sailed over the bay to the sea for the benefit of the air. Thursday the 28th. Since this day week we have ridden about 150 miles over dead sands and among a dead people, and a long space between meals. Friday the 29th. I preached in a close, hot place, and I administered the sacrament. I was almost ready to faint. I feel fatigued and much dispirited. We lodged at Freedom Lucas's, near Batskow, an honest-hearted man. We shall see whether he will continue to be the same simple-hearted Christian he is now, when he gets possession of the estate which, it is said, has fallen to him in England. New Jersey, Sunday, October 1st. We had a very large congregation, to whom I enforced, "Look unto me, all ye ends of the earth, and be saved." Cape May. We stopped at the Cape. I find there is a great dearth of religion in these parts, and my spirit is clothed in sackcloth before the Lord. Tuesday the 3rd. At P. Cressy's we had a few cold hearers. The glory is strangely departed. Thursday the 5th. There are a few pious souls at Gough's, but here also there is an evident declension. My soul is under deep exercise on account of the deadness of the people, and my own want of fervor and holiness of heart. Friday the 6th. At Morris River Church I was warm and close on, "Lord, are there few that be saved?" The people were attentive to the word. Sunday the 8th. At New England Town we had a small house and large congregation. I had liberty in preaching on "By grace are ye saved through faith." Thence I proceeded to M's, where I had poor times. Next day I felt quite unwell for want of rest, so annoyed were we the night before. Thursday the 12th. I was shut up in speaking on 1 Corinthians 1:30. At Marfay's we had many dull, prayerless people. We came to the widow Ayres. The mother and daughters are serious, and the son thoughtful. The weather is oppressively warm, and I feel weary and faint. I was much shut up at Bethel, on 1 Peter 3:18. 3 times have I been here, and always straitened in spirit. Saturday the 14th. Came to Sandstown, the weather very warm and the people dull. I administered the sacrament and rode away to Cooper's Ferry, where we left our horses and crossed to the city, Philadelphia. Here I found Brother Watcoat, with whom I took sweet counsel. Pennsylvania, Sunday the 15th. I had some energy in speaking and at sacrament. In the afternoon it was a feeling time on The Lord Will Give Grace and Glory. New Jersey, Monday the 16th. Rode to Holly, where I preached on Come Ye Blessed of My Father, etc., and then at New Mills on Suffering Affliction with the People of God. At Burlington I enlarged on Neither is there salvation in any other, etc. These are not a zealous people for religion. Pennsylvania. We returned to the city of Philadelphia. Next day I preached and was close and pointed. Friday the 20th. I was led to treat on the sufferings of God's people, as entirely distinct from those they endure in common with other men, and certainly unavoidable by all who are really alive to God. I found it necessary to change some official men, and to take proper steps in preparing to defray our church debt, which is now £500. I gave them a sermon on, By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, if ye love one another. Sunday the 22nd. In the afternoon I left the city and preached in the evening at Chester. Delaware, Monday the 23rd. I rode 45 miles to Dickinson's in the Delaware State, preached at Little Creek, and then rode 5 miles to Dover and preached in the courthouse. I bless God for peace of mind and communion with Him. Sunday the 29th. I had many to hear at Dover, and had power and liberty in speaking on Galatians 1:5. We also had a good sacramental time. In the afternoon I spoke on the latter part of my text, how and what it is to suffer according to the will of God. Thence to Thomas White's, where I was closely employed. Sunday, November 5th, I preached at Cambridge on We Preach Christ Crucified, etc. Little light and less heat. I was blessed in my own soul, and had liberty in preaching at M. Keel's in the afternoon, where there is some revival among the people. Thursday the 9th. I rode to Mr. Bartholomew Ennell's. The nose was short, and the congregation small. The word nevertheless reached some hearts. I crossed at Vienna, a dead and dark place for religion. Friday the 10th. We had more than I expected of hearers at Quantico Chapel. Thence I went to Wicomico River and lodged at Captain Conaway's, where we met with a kind reception. I feel the need of being more than ever given up to God. I preached in Curtis's chapel. Our love feast was lively. Several holy women spoke of the perfect love of God. Sunday the 12th. According to the custom of the place, I preached to accommodate them. My subject was Joshua 14:8. Monday the 13th. I had about 50 hearers at Miles Chapel, where I preached a funeral sermon on Ezekiel 36:25. Tuesday the 14th. I crossed Pocomoke River and had some enlargement in preaching at Melvin's. Virginia, Thursday the 16th. Rode to Paramore's. The winter comes on apace. I am at times beset with temptation, but sin is as hateful to me as ever. Friday the 17th. The weather was cold and rainy, so that there were but few people at the widow Burton's. Among these there were some who enjoyed, and others panting after the perfect love of God. Sunday the 19th. I rode about 20 miles through the rain to Gerritsen Chapel, where about 50 whites and as many blacks met me, to whom I preached with liberty. Monday the 20th. I rode about 45 miles, and on Tuesday preached at Snow Hill to about 100 people. Here I visited some prisoners under sentence of death. They were sunk down with fear and horror. Delaware, Friday the 24th. My soul has peace under sore temptation. I want to live from moment to moment under a sense of God. Saturday the 25th. We had a cold, long ride to the Sound. On Sunday we had an open house, and the weather was very cold, but my preaching was not all in vain. I spoke from these words, I will give them a heart of flesh. Monday, the 27th. I rode 30 miles to Lewistown, very unwell. I preached at Shanklin's, and the people were serious, but I was compelled to cease from speaking by a violent pain in my head, accompanied by a fever. Tuesday, the 28th. I preached in the courthouse at Lewistown, and I trust the word went with some weight. The congregation was large. Maryland. I attended a quarterly meeting at William Frazier's, where I rested from traveling 2 days. The first day I spoke on Fight the Good Fight of Faith, and on the second, Look unto me, all ye ends of the earth, and be saved. My soul was blessed, although our meeting was cold, and our dwelling-house crowded with a dozen preachers, besides others. Sunday, December the 3rd. Preached at Tuckahoe Chapel on These shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal. I spoke again at Widow Leiter's at 4 o'clock. Monday the 4th. I rode to the Bayside through snow and hail and met about 100 people. This we owe to the revival of religion among them. Our return thence was through heavy roads. I stopped in on my way at H. Banning's, whose wife felt conviction under my preaching 3 years ago. Tuesday the 5th. I had a few people at Bolingbroke and spent the evening with Colonel Birkhead, who wants to know the Lord. He opened his mind to me with great freedom and tenderness. Brother White says that 500 souls have joined society in this circuit, Talbot, this year, and that half that number profess to have found the Lord, and more than 100 to have obtained sanctification. Good news this, if true. At Barrett's Chapel there was some move during the course of the quarterly meeting, especially at the love feast. I rode in the evening to Dover and preached on, So is every one that layeth up treasure for himself, and is not rich towards God. Friday the 15th. We had a heavy ride to Queen Anne's Chapel. I did not arrive there until near 2 o'clock. My soul melted for backsliders. I was much let out on Hosea 14:14, and hope it will never be forgotten. We dined and then rode to Newtown by sunset. Sunday the 17th, a day of rest to my soul. I preached and administered the sacrament in Newtown. They have a comfortable house for worship there, especially in the winter. Came to Wharton Chapel and had some life in speaking to a few people. We waited at the Widow Frisbee's for a boat to cross the Chesapeake Bay, but none was to be had. We rode round the head of Elk River and crossed the Susquehanna. We came in, after riding that evening in the rain and snow, with the wind in our faces, about 20 miles. Maryland, Thursday the 21st. Reached the college, and on Friday went to Baltimore, where I was in great haste to settle the business of the book concern and of the college. Saturday the 23rd. We called a meeting of the trustees, formed our constitution, and elected new members. I preached twice on the Sabbath, and ordained Woolman Hickson and Joseph Cromwell to the eldership. I met the trustees and adjusted the accounts. We find we have expended upwards of £2,000. We agreed to finish 2 rooms and to send for Mr. Heath for our president. On Tuesday I left town and came to Annapolis about 7 o'clock. Finding my appointments were not made, I determined to direct my course towards Alexandria. The Lord has been powerfully at work at Annapolis since I was here last autumn. 20 or 30 whites and some blacks have been added to the society. Virginia. I reached Alexandria, and on Saturday preached in the courthouse on If we suffer, we shall also reign with him. The end of the first volume. End of section 52. End of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 1.